Lagos, and the schedule now is landing at 2.
How do you feel, and what is the expectations? And just give me your opinion this evening as to
for the first time, Nigerians are celebrating excellence, achievement of one of their own, Professor Gabriel Oyibo. And as you can see, the whole country is agog to welcome this great man. the man has changed the destiny of the whole world. And he happens to be one of our own. And we are here to welcome him to his fatherland, Nigeria. All the people that have come in here, even though this is at night, it's not daytime when all the crowd would have been here, but you can see that the enthusiasm is high. And a man of achievement like Professor Oyibo needs to be celebrated.
Thank you. What would you like to say to the world at this time in terms of what it is that Professor Oyibo has done and the possibilities in terms of creating space for peace and new discoveries? How do you express that as a Nigerian?
Well, as you see, before Professor Oyibo, we had Isaac Newton, we had Albert Einstein, and the entire world accepted them and honored them. Today, it is Professor Oyibo who has extended the frontiers of learning in science. And the world is to benefit by exploiting his discovery to better mankind. We in Nigeria will do just that, to see how we can make the best use of this great discovery. And the man of our time, Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, is one we are expecting. And he will be the arrowhead for this great exploitation of the benefits of the discovery.
Now, would you like to identify yourself?
My name is Robert Audu. I'm Permanent Secretary, Political Affairs Office of the Presidency of Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Chief Frank Ineke. I represent Ida of Ibaji, Galamela, Odolu Federal Constituency of Kogi State in the National Assembly of Nigeria.
Now, how do you feel here this afternoon? What's happening?
I feel very great. I feel on top of the world. I've always been very proud of Professor Gabriel Oyibo for his articulate position right from youth. And more so is the recent achievement to bring to not just a race, but the entire human race, what has not been done before, what every other scientist had made frantic efforts all their life to discover, they have not been able to. But God in His infinite mercy has been able to grant that through Professor Gabriel Oyibo today. Anybody that is associated with him should really be very proud. And more so, he is directly from my constituency, as you may have been told. He's from Ida in Kogi State. I represent Ida in the National Assembly. So I think I'm the happiest person today for what is happening. And as you can see, the large crowd that has turned out to welcome Professor Oyibo to Nigeria and to do his usual thing. And we believe that the government of Nigeria will play their role to make us proud, to make Nigeria once again a large map on the world map. And I believe God knows why He chose Professor Oyibo by revealing this solution through him to the world. It's like the biblical thing. They say nothing good can come out of Israel, and from the family of Joseph. And people were surprised when Christ came through that family and made the world happy and brought peace and brought progress and brought wisdom. So I think it is the same process now that people will think. Even within Nigeria here, they will say, oh, what can you get from areas like Ida in Kogi State? What can you get from Nigeria that is said to be rated the most corrupt, one of the most corrupt countries in the world? Or what can you get from Africa, the black people that already have no brain? In fact, this will prove to the entire world that black people are indeed the first set of human beings on the planet of Earth. And through them, peace will reign once again in the world. And I believe that this discovery, this solution, this formula that Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo has discovered will brought those succor to the entire world. And so if you are part of it, definitely you'll be very happy. So I'm indeed very happy, and I believe that the Western world will do well by cooperating with us, by cooperating with Gabriel, by encouraging him, by supporting him, by giving him an environment to be able to propagate and bring the benefit of this theory to human race. And I believe that God chose who he wants to bless. And God has blessed Professor Oyibo with this knowledge. And Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo had made effort, had done all he needs to do to bring the benefits of this knowledge to humanity. And of course, ordinarily, any selfish person would have kept such knowledge to himself or decide to use it for a commercial purpose and sell out. But today he's working very hard to bring this to the people. So I believe God will be by our side. God will continue to protect him. God will continue to guide him. And I believe Mr. President Olusegun Obasanjo will do all he can to mobilize African leaders and establish institutions, honor things that will make Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo and his like very proud. So I think that we are very happy indeed. The entire Igala people are very happy, and I believe people of Kogi State are very happy.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Honorable Achai Aidoko Ali. I represent the good people of Ankpa, Mala, Olamaboro, Federal Constituency in Kogi State. I'm the chairman, House Committee on Internal Security in the House of Representatives.
So how do you feel today, and what impact do you think you have on Nigeria, in particular in Africa as a whole?
What is wrong with you?
Well, today I can say is a very landmark day. It's a very historic day in the history of the Igala nation. Today, one of our own sons is coming to this country and to be received by his kinsmen for the first time since he's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. We feel very proud of him, and what you are seeing here today is a mark of solidarity, is a mark of respect for our own son, who has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics.
Okay, very good. Very good. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I'd like to know your feelings right now. And I'd like you to tell me, what does this mean to Nigeria, in particular in Africa?
I'm the visit of...
First, identify yourself for me.
Well, my name is Tom Miachi, Dr. Tom Miachi. I work in the National Manpower Board of the Presidency in Nigeria. Professor Oyibo's visit to Nigeria is going to be a spectacular one. Spectacular in the sense that this is the first time that a Nigerian of this standing, of magnitude, of knowledge and expertise is coming on the invitation of the federal government, this time under the auspices of the National Universities Commission, to flag off a special program that will attract Nigerian experts and teachers and professionals from across the globe to come home to participate in the task of nation building. Professor Oyibo, as we all know, is a distinguished scientist. Is distinguished in very much inestimable ways. Professor Oyibo, we know, has been able to do what Einstein was not able to do. We know that in Einstein's time, when he proved his theory of relativity, he was invited by his own people in Israel, in the new state of Israel, to be made the president of that country. That was the recognition given to Einstein. Oyibo is coming, and we all are coming out to welcome him tumultuously because he deserves it. If Oyibo had done what Einstein had done 3 times more than Einstein, he deserves every bit of recognition. So that's it.
I believe that's his plane just touching down.
The plane is just touching down, and there's a large number of Nigerians round and about the airport here waiting to catch a glimpse of him.
Well, let me run out and get him on the plane.
They are celebrating me. You got it.
Yeah.
We have displayed research and development programs in education and agriculture, in the pharmaceutical industry. We also have those in arts, in textiles and what have you. It just means that the university has, because the local program was a master principal at some point in time. So we have actually failed the system, and I think we are making correction for what we have failed to do in the past. What's the base that giving the right environment in Nigeria, the university. If you take one of those universities, maybe by teaching mathematics and physics, you probably won't have got it the way it is. But we don't all have to migrate. And we're asking for Oyibo, Oyibo. We are praying that Professor Oyibo stays with us a while. He has a very, very tight schedule. He's going to go to several universities. I've lost count. Kogi State University, Ibadan, University of Technology, Weri, Macaulay. But see what they've tried to do, taking care of the geopolitical spread and specialized universities. And University of Port Harcourt. Today, we have 3 universities of agriculture, specialized university of agriculture. Umilike coming on board in 1992. Because Ministry of Economy is supposed to be the agricultural sector. Because there's a song that someday the oil will go. So why don't we invest the oil revenue in the development of agriculture? Nigeria is today #1 producer of cassava. And I was happy to see yesterday cassava biscuits, gari, fufu, and what's happening. And to learn and to know that some of these projects are sponsored by the National Research Institutes abroad, and we don't have enough funding in the system is a little worrisome. I hope that the Minister of Commerce, Ambassador Waziri, will be here today because he's talking about it today. We have amongst us a very distinguished scholar, a Nigerian of reference, Professor Oyibo, who is visiting us. And we have no greater opportunity to also let him know what's happening in the university system. A man who has been nominated 3 times for the Nobel Prize Award. And I do say that when you have been nominated 3 times, you actually have it. With us here on the high table, we have Professor Limbe from the extreme left, who is the chairman of NIT, the committee that succeeded in bringing Oyibo to Nigeria. It's been a very, very tough effort. Now that you have us with us, we welcome Professor Oyibo. Professor Limbe, I will say you are talking to me on the assistant committee. Yes. To Professor Oyibo's immediate right is Professor TNT Tamuno, who is the chairman of the University Development Committee of the National University Commission Board. Professor TNT Tamuno. A former principal of the University of Ilorin, a former vice chancellor, University of Ibadan, the first and best university. And he's not into retirement, but he's still very active. And a great man for that matter. So Professor Tamuno's right hand is Professor Kemita Yoshokumi, a distinguished neurosurgeon and a member of the board of NUC. To Professor Shokumi's immediate right is a man I call, is a distinguished off-and man, and he has... And Dr. Lord, University of Port. To Professor Shokumi's immediate right is a man with a very direct approach. Don't tell me why. I think he's the son of a policeman. He has two elements in the fire today: the mace and the exhibition we're going to have today. These are Professor Kebukola's brainchild, and since he came into NUC in 2001, he has brought with him a very rich and matured approach. He has brought reforms. A man with that innocence, a man with the courage, and a man with the distinction and integrity to bear the reforms in the Nigerian university system. I call him the man we call consider it done. So we have considered it to be very done today. The Deputy Secretary of the National University Commission. The name of the hairstyle. Professor Osuji caught his teaching and research things at the University of Ibadan. A distinguished zoologist, but not an absent-minded professor. You know, there's a professor of zoology where he told and thought that was a lunch, but not that. I left Ibadan to the Imo State University, which was a model of state university in those days. He rose to be deputy vice chancellor and acted as vice chancellor occasionally. And of course, he almost became the governor of that state. I'm not saying anything because I don't want to implicate you, sir. It's not political arena. But he has gone on to become the pro-chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Of which sent Nsukka got now $100 million. I'm not saying that it was you who was responsible, sir, but I know Nsukka got now $100 million. The man with a distinctive hairstyle and a very, very distinctive voice, and works with a swagger. You have with us Professor Fabian Osuji, Honorable Minister of Education. To Professor Osuji's immediate right, I can't see that fellow yet. I think he's a member of the board of NUC. Okay, good. Please. He's belonging to the Minister of Science and Technology. I'll get it to you later, I'm sorry. Then we have with us Professor Idris Abdulkadir, a former Executive Secretary of the National University Commission, and currently the Pro-Chancellor of the Kaduna State University, a distinguished scholar, and we're glad to have you with us here. You're welcome. Now, the chairman of NORSDEF, that is what we're celebrating today. And that man is the longest serving vice chancellor. In fact, he became chairman of the committee of vice chancellors and also served under me when I became chairman of the committee of vice chancellors because he had overstayed. Now, he finished his term at Bauchi and came to the National University Commission for 2 months. Before I knew what was happening, he became the vice chancellor of Kaduna State University. Before I knew what was happening, the man is now the director general of the Energy Commission. Professor Abubakar Sambo. Now, sir, what we are to become, we are now becoming. To invite Professor Peter Kebukola, Executive Secretary of the National University Commission, to make his opening remarks.
Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, represented by our dear Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Fabian Osuji. Permit me to adopt the protocol list of Professor Julius Okoje, the MC. Professor Okoje, I have a permission. Okoje 2004. That's the protocol list. It is my honor to welcome you all to this epochal occasion of the first Nigerian Universities Research and Development Fair. I welcome in particular the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Fabian Osuji, who since assuming office about 15 months ago has shown tremendous zeal in improving the quality of delivery of education in Nigeria. I thought I had an applause. While the entire horizon of education is his beat, he has shown special interest in university education, notably in the areas of improved funding and development of human capacity of the subsector. May I also extend my word of welcome to the chairman and members of the NUC board, vice chancellors, researchers from all our universities, and collaborating universities from outside Nigeria and other invited guests. Throughout history, universities have served not only as centers of learning and excellence, but importantly as citadels of discovery of new knowledge and the repository of research and inventions for the benefit of humanity. Universities thrive on research to sustain both the generation of new ideas and their dissemination. The modern university, therefore, is to be located with the demonstrable capacity to undertake innovative and quality research that prospectively addresses local, national, and international problems. To be sure, research is crucial to technological advancement and national development. In an era of globalization that is technology-driven, there is an increasing need for and dependence on institutions of higher learning, universities in particular, and research institutes to profile a responsive, research-driven academic environment that seeks to profile solutions to national and international problems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may be delighted to know that the National Universities Commission has been championing a new impetus that progressively emphasizes academic excellence through innovative research and good corporate governance in Nigerian universities. Such efforts are designed to return the university system to its glorious days of science and technology research in Nigerian universities, a decline regrettably induced by neglect of the system during military rule and the gradual resuscitation in the last few years by the Obasanjo administration through increased budgetary allocation for both recurrent and capital expenditures and the introduction of the direct teaching and laboratory cost grant. Other notable initiatives of the Nigerian university system, which have potential for reforming science and technology in Nigeria, in particular, and education in general, include the Nigerian experts and academics in the diaspora scheme NEEDS, which targets scientists in the initial phase. I'm pleased to announce, as been announced earlier, that the first NEEDS participant is Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, a world-renowned mathematical physicist who has been nominated 3 times for the Nobel Prize for his God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, GAGUT. Professor Oyibo did say now that 3 nominations for the Nobel Prize is equal to the Nobel Prize. So you are saying in essence that Professor Oyibo is already a Nobel Prize winning scientist. The major objectives of the NEEDS initiative are to encourage Nigerian academics and experts in the diaspora to return on a short-term basis to contribute to national development through engagement in teaching, research, and community service in the Nigerian university system. 2, to tap from the huge resource of Nigerians based within and outside the country, but located outside the Nigerian university system for the improvement of the delivery of university education. And 3, to encourage healthy staff movements, interaction and collaboration across and between Nigerian universities and with other sectors of education and national development. The first Nigerian University Research and Development Fair for which we are gathered here, whose objective is to give visibility to scientific and technological research in the university system, is another of these initiatives. Also, we have the digital, the virtual library project, whose design is to make our current books and academic journals available to university-based researchers. Next, we have the e-education project of Professor Fibian Usuji, which is predicated on the universally accepted notion of using ICT to drive the engine of growth and development. We in the Nigerian university system are on the path towards e-education through a number of initiatives such as the National Virtual Library Project that I mentioned earlier, the National University Management Information System, NUMIS, NUNET, and the Virtual Institute for Higher Education Pedagogy, VHEP. We're also working in the direction of setting new benchmarks and minimum academic standards across all programs taught in Nigerian universities. Last but certainly not the least is the linkage project with 118 American universities with a view to enhancing capacity building. All these and other related initiatives should be contextualized within the framework of the National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy, NEEDS, and, of course, NEPAD. It is in the spirit and comfort of these bold macroeconomic and social development strategies that the thrusts of this fair are to be understood. Essentially, the Nigerian Universities Research and Development Fair resonates with the quest for Nigerian universities to showcase their reckoning in research. The first seeks to exhibit innovative research projects and their outputs from Nigerian universities and to highlight innovations and creative efforts of Nigerian universities in research and development. Also, to provide opportunities for networking and collaboration among academic researchers, institutions, and between them and industry, as well as with institutions abroad. To provide a forum for industry to select research outputs for further development for mass production and commercialization. And finally, to provide platforms and avenues for attracting support for ongoing development-oriented research from the private sector and international development agencies. It is our hope, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the organized private sector and potential international development partners will maximize the interaction effects and opportunities of this fair to further the cause of symbiotic relationship with university researchers and thus facilitate the diffusion of research and development outputs into the national strategic framework of economic development. This will be seen as a modest achievement of this fair. It is now my pleasure once again to welcome you to this fair on behalf of the management and staff of the National Universities Commission, Committee of Vice Chancellors, and the Nigerian University System. Honorable Minister representing Mr. President, it is now my pleasure to invite our indefatigable NUC Board Chairman, Alhaji Dr. Yusuf Mitama Sule Damazani Kanu, who is unable to join us here, but who is being represented, and also Chairman, Finance and General Purposes Committee of the Board, to give his welcome address. Thank you and God bless.
From every point of view, I'm not the man whose name was mentioned in your program, but I have his permission to read a prepared address. Honorable Representative of Mr. President and Honorable Minister of Education, the PA for the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, our most respected Executive Secretary, NUC, as well as the former NUC Executive Secretary, Professor Kadir, present Vice Chancellors and Principal Officers of the participating universities, heads of parastatals also present here, members of the NUC Board, the NUC Directorate and Management, and now we come to somebody whom I have labeled the guest of honor. Somebody called him the visitor, but I would rather call him the guest of honor. Professor Gabriel Oyibo. Henceforth, I call him Professor GAGUT, and I hope you call him Professor GAGUT henceforth. That is God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Other special guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, but not, though last but not the least, is the one you listened to for over 1 hour while we were waiting for our very, very important guest. My brother, colleague and friend, Professor Julius Okogie, the one I shall call the Executive Master of Ceremonies, the one who kept us smiling and laughing for Otama Sule, then Masanin Kano, who is unavoidably absent, but he sends his most sincere greetings to everybody here. And this is his text, the text of his message. I esteem it a great honor to address this important gathering of researchers and industrialists who together represent the most important catalyst for growth and advancement in science and technology. Addressing a combination of critical minds and world creators is a very challenging enterprise. One is more likely to disappoint than impress. May I therefore, with unreserved pleasure and warmth, welcome Mr. President to our midst. This is a rare opportunity and very much cherished. The efforts of this administration in moving this country forward in all spheres are without doubt unprecedented. The National Universities Commission, NUC Governing Board, is quite pleased and fully identified with this noble and pioneering effort of the current NUC management, ably captained by Professor Peter Bukola, in instituting this research fair as a fast-track means of pushing the frontiers of university research in Nigeria and fostering collaboration between industry and academics as the most veritable means of resuscitating university research from its deep slumber. The current practice in Nigeria whereby universities and researchers single-handedly conduct researches only for their findings and inventions to remain within the four walls of their institutions, while industries look outside our shores for new ideas or simply ape the industrialized world, must, and I repeat, must change. Nigeria is budding with young minds bubbling with research ideas, but bereft of basic support from industry and inadequate funding from successive governments. I believe this singular effort of the National Universities Commission management will encourage industry to partner with universities in funding researches that will promote innovation and the advancement of science and technology. Industries and universities can together, through a variety of programs, including university research grants, funding of open and collaborative research and sponsorship of curriculum programs, and undergraduate award contests, make an impact on the global research chart within the shortest possible time, given the wealth of talent Almighty Allah has endowed us with. The Nigerian nation must be grateful to the NUC for providing the much-desired opportunity to finally bring the universities and industries together for collaboration and all-rounded development of the Nigerian nation. This has been a long-standing dream, which has now become a dream come true. The current NUC management must feel proud for bringing this to fruition. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we all know that for this nation to advance in science and technology, universities and researchers, with the active collaboration of industries, need to engage in focused research in capital letters. While students must be encouraged to participate in research activities throughout their education. My dear President, my excitement and indeed enthusiasm of my colleagues on the NUC board for this kind of collaborative venture between industry and university to take off without further delay are quite palpable. It is in this regard that I appeal to you to use the might of government and your personal weight in cajoling industries to waste no time in hopping on board this noble enterprise, which is the only way to vivify the much neglected research terrain. For the industry and all sectors interested in research, may I appeal to you to use the opportunity of this maiden and subsequent research fairs to identify research ideas, researchers, and potential inventions worthy of your full support for the realization of much desired advancement in science and technology. The vivacious Executive Secretary of the NUC, Professor Peter Kebukola, has never missed an opportunity to put on record the quantum leap witnessed in the funding of universities, including research funding. But like the Oliver Twist that we are, I will appeal to Mr. President to consider increasing the level of funding for research in universities owing to its importance. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lest I get carried away, my task this morning is to warmly welcome Mr. President and all gathered here to witness the historic opening of the first Nigerian Universities Research and Development Fair. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I say welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor TNT Tamino. Now we're going to take some goodwill messages. Professor Nimi Briggs. Where's your scroll?
Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Education, all other members of the high table, my dear colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As universities, our responsibilities are protracted, but they are captured in the proverbial statements that we're expected to teach, we're expected to do research, and we're expected to involve ourselves in community development. As communities where several thousands of people dwell and interact, these interactions throw up other aspects of human encounter. There are vices that are therefore known. We tend to be more known for examination malpractices, the terrible things that concern cultisms that occur in the various universities, the vices that are not exclusive to university communities. These are the issues that are found, the issues that are recognized when our universities are talked about. But it is true that we also teach and we do research. And this is why my colleagues and I are very, very pleased about today's events, because these events are to showcase what we do in our universities outside those terrible things which, by God's grace, are now winning, which occur in universities. I want to tell you all that the Nigerian university system is on course. We, as vice chancellors looking after these universities, are alive to our responsibilities. The fair you will see today will probably not be the best, being the first, but I can assure you that we will take this issue very, very seriously. It will give us opportunities to interact amongst ourselves, find out what we are doing in our own individual universities, cooperate with one another, and see how we can put the interest of the nation first and above every other. Therefore, on behalf of my colleagues, the vice chancellors of all the universities that are in Nigeria, I thank the federal government for putting up today's event. I thank the NUC for making it possible. And on behalf of all of us, I say welcome to one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm privileged to invite Professor Gabriel Oyibo to give us a talk. Now, you can speak in any language, even in Ghana. You are permitted to.
Mr. President, represented by the distinguished Minister of Education, the Minister of Education himself, Professor Okebukola, Professor Adedikwe, Professor Tamno, call him TNT, Professor Abdulkadir, Professor Sam, Professor Briggs, Professor Okoji, the distinguished Vice Chancellors, my other teachers and elders that produced me, the other distinguished Nigerians and friends of Nigerians, and members of this international community, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be back home. Professor Adedikwe worked so hard, and Professor Fabian Osuji, and Professor Okebukola, those three, carried out the legacy put forward by Tamno and Professor Abdulkadir and other distinguished Nigerians. It wasn't an accident that I am representing you in the capacity that you sent me to represent you. if you can see me, it is because I'm standing on the shoulders of those giants. I have intimated Professor Adedipe and others about the struggle that I have to go through to be here today. But God is the greatest. And Professor Davino has said it very well when he says, Professor GAGUT, God has credit for everything and God is in charge. I was searching for the truth in mathematics and eventually found the greatest truth, which is the Almighty God. I will not go into my presentation, which is scheduled for other days, but there's one thing I have come to learn about the truth, and my friend and colleague and brother, Koji, God bless him for the wonderful humor that he has has given to us this occasion. But there's one thing I've learned in the process of GAGUT, a couple of them that I can mention. One is that our elders are sent by God. Our elders actually represent God. And if you want to glorify God in terms of shining, which is the only reason we're created into this universe, to shine so that somebody look at you and say, that person has to have come out of a great creator because you shine. The person that created that shining entity must be great. That's the only reason we're created. And so these elders give us the opportunity to shine. And that's basically my story. Professor Abdulkadir will tell you that before I left this country, I had a little session with him in the evening in his house. And he said a few things to me, and I digested on my way to the United States. That's an example of the elder. Professor Adeajayi and a host of others, Professor Adedipe. And therefore, when you see what's happening, the president of this country was having a little session with his ministers. After the ministers found out that he actually got a copy of GAGUT books, the Honorable President was giving a set of GAGUT books. And the other aides were asking him, Mr. President, how is it that you got the books and we didn't get the books? And he said to them, how many ministers did you send to see Professor Oyibo? And they said, none. He said, well, I sent Professor Suji to go and see Professor Oyibo. I was very touched by Professor Suji's visit. I had a lot of respect for the man before he got there. But when he made the delivery, in terms of the message from the president, he lighted the whole, the energy in the hall was awesome. He brought warmth from Nigeria and energized everybody in America. And therefore, again, the legacy and the continuity that exists at NUC was part of the power that got me energized to get on the plane against all odds I had to switch my flight plans several times in order to get here. To the point where I confused Professor Adeniko. He didn't know where to find me. But that's what I had to go through to get here. That's why I'm so glad to be here. But the issue at hand is research and development. And another thing that I learned from this experience is also that the one thing that you can spend a lot of time talking about is the truth. You cannot talk about lies for a long time. The truth is what you can spend your whole life talking about. And that is the story of GAGUT. Don't ever give me more time than you can afford to give me. I can keep talking about GAGUT for 7 days non-stop. But the reason we're here is research and development. Why is that important? Well, a lot of people have said things already about that. And especially in the Nigerian situation, where academics are looked upon as some abstract entities that are of very little value to the society. This particular occasion today is very critical in that respect. In terms of a modern situation, a nation can be defined as a marriage between universities and the industries. And the leadership is what actually held that marriage. In America, that marriage is between the Ivy League universities and other universities on the one hand, and the Fortune 500 on the other side. That marriage is so critical that without it, America does not exist. There cannot be an IBM without an MIT. Harvard is useless without Boeing. Therefore, there cannot be Nigeria without a marriage which is being cemented today in this occasion. The reason is very simple. For a single degree to be given in a university, there has to be a provision in the industrial sector for its use. When you get a bachelor's degree or an OMD, they go straight to the production units. They go from the university straight to production. When you go to master's level, you're talking about a research that will take the industry too much money to conduct in-house. So they go to the university and pick up a youngster, energetic and brilliant, to work on that program or problem for the industry. But as a youngster who doesn't know any better, he will accept any little amount of money that is given to him or her. And part of the reward is a certificate that says master's degree. And when he finishes from there, he either goes to the PhD within the university or goes back to conduct the research at the industrial sector, or be between those two. So within a marriage, children are produced or products come out of that marriage. And that's what produces a prosperous nation. Therefore, it is critical. And I can already see that it's already successful by the presence of the distinguished individuals here already.
This is the basis of any country. And Nigeria has been put on a track to rule or provide leadership to the world, particularly in light of GAGUT. The search for GAGUT has been very fierce because it was indicated that whoever produces GAGUT will be the leader of the world. And that means that God has selected Nigeria to rule the world. And therefore, this particular occasion is very appropriate and very timely. And I would like to thank all the people, especially those who have never, according to Professor Okoji, not been to Abuja before this day. I welcome them to this occasion. And I think that they were guided by God to come in for this occasion, because this is a very, very unique and important occasion. And God actually allowed me to arrive here because it is such an important occasion as well. So I want us to put in mind this marriage, which is the basis of our taking the role of leadership in the world. And this is not some abstract statement, this is real. Because Nigeria now is home for GAGUT, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. What that means is that Nigeria now plays the role of UK in the 1600s. Cambridge was the beginning of the era that put the Europeans in leadership, with Isaac Newton being used as a symbol of that process. Cambridge remained the University of Porto because Newton, the most illustrious son of Cambridge, discovered part of GAGUT. He discovered a tiny bit of Gij, J equals 0, which is GAGUT, and put the Europeans on the leadership of the world. Now, what you have here is a totality of that, which is which comprises everything that puts Nigeria, on behalf of Africa, the leader of the world. It means that Cambridge will have to come to Nigeria to study GAGUT. And therefore, this marriage has become very critical because the marriage has to produce the kind of prosperity that will be needed to build infrastructures. And as I state this, I would be remiss if I did not mention some of my highlights in terms of some of the stars that led me. I mentioned a few of them. I'd like to use this occasion to mention Professor Abubakar, who is not here. One of our teachers, Professor Awojobi, who has passed on. Professor Ade Ajayi, Professor Chike Obi, and of course I'm missing out a few people. Professor Dachaba, who is my brother, and a host of Professor Animalu, who is very current, and I hope you see him. And on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Oyibo. He had forgotten that he had started his lecture, that he's supposed to do all anything. Now, very quickly, Science and Technology, Dr. Emmanuel Deneu, at the appropriate time.
Of Science and Technology, here ably represented, Chairman, Board of the National Universities Commission, here represented by Professor T.N. Tamuno.
the Executive Secretary of NUC, Professor Kim Kola, Vice Chancellors, serving and retired, distinguished professors, members of academia, captains of industry, heads of professional bodies, our distinguished guest, Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo. I'll come to that later. Ladies and gentlemen, our own Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, very distinguished mathematical physicist, a 3-time Nobel Prize nominee, who is visiting Nigeria, I believe, for the first time in his present capacity in the context of the Nigerian experts and academics in diaspora scheme needs. You're welcome. It was my very great pleasure to be at his workshop in Long Island, New York, in July, at the instance of Mr. President. Before I attended that workshop, I'd also been in Geneva, in Paris actually, to see the Director General of UNESCO, our good friend, Mr. Kaushura Machura, to whom I presented Professor Oyibo's credentials, and who instantly gave me an invitation to him to come and present his wonderful thesis, his theorem, to the International Center of Theoretical Physics run by UNESCO in Trieste, Italy, and also to participate in UNESCO's Year of International Physics, which is taking place in 2005. I do hope Professor Oyibo is preparing for that very important event. Let me also say that when I was asked, well, up to yesterday, up to last night, I was to come and give a keynote address. But late last night, I was told by Mr. President, who is in Algeria, addressing a meeting of the African Union, a particular subcommittee on NEPAD, of which he is chairman. And he said, I must represent him on this occasion and present his address. So there was a little delay in deciding what I was going to do first, or how I was going to do both of them. I was telling the Executive Secretary of NUC and the Chairman of CBC when we went outside about an experience I had those days as a professor interviewing for a lecturer in anatomy. And there was this Indian who showed up with a PhD in physiology. I said, no, Dr. Singh, we want somebody with a PhD in anatomy. He said, sorry, Professor, sir, PhD anatomy, I have it also. So he opened his briefcase and had a fat PhD thesis in anatomy. He was interviewed for a position in anatomy and he got it. His wife also got a position in biochemistry. The point is that, so the keynote address, I have it also. And Mr. President's address, I have it also. But as to which one I do first, I suppose I'll answer my own name first. So let me give you the keynote address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel very highly honored to welcome Mr. President to this occasion. You can see him. The occasion of the first Nigerian Universities Research and Development Fair. His presence is highly symbolic and particularly pleasing because it lends credence to the current efforts at placing research and development on the front burner of national affairs as a way of putting the country on the path of sustainable development.
Let me commend the National Universities Commission, led by our own indefatigable, highly knowledgeable, highly versatile young man, Professor Peter Okobuka. States in the UK, in Europe, and elsewhere in the world, getting them here from time to time to give some infusion, to give some of what they have out there to our university system, because we were getting worried that we are getting a bit tired. Our university system is getting a bit worn out for lack of cross-fertilization, for lack of injections from outside. For a long time, for about 2 decades or more, we now have a university system that is almost fully localized. And I think that is very worrying. So it is useful that we have this new scheme to which Professor Okobuka is given life. This scheme whereby our old men who are highly respected internationally identify themselves as Nigerians and come home to Nigeria to give part of their knowledge, their experience and exposure to their brothers and sisters here at home in the university system. It is a very good idea indeed. I therefore welcome Professor Oyibo and others who have come from outside Nigeria to give us this very well deserved, this highly required tonic to put our university system, our research and development efforts where they should be. So for the first time in the history of the Nigerian university system, this fair is organized to, among other things, provide enough opportunity for academia to demonstrate their research capabilities to industry and potential international donor agencies. It is our hope that at the end of this fair, doors of future networking and collaboration should have been opened among researchers and between researchers and industry with a view to facilitating the diffusion of research and development output into the national economy. The need to promote research as an important component of national development efforts cannot be overemphasized. It is no longer in doubt that every nation develops through a well-designed and well-articulated program which guides its growth. The design depends on many factors, among which are the national resources, which are transformed into goods and services for the well-being of the citizenry through the application of scientific techniques and processes. The university is an important instrument of national development through its teaching, its research, and community service. Universities perform the critical role of the production of high-level manpower, men and women who are capable of generating ideas in all spheres of life and in all spheres of learning, required to manage the different sectors of the economy. This contributes to the improvement of the quality of life of the nation. This cardinal role of the universities makes it imperative for them to dwell on applied research, that is, research directed at identifying and investigating developmental problems and providing requisite solutions to them. In addition to basic research aimed at the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake and the satisfaction of human curiosity. Generally, research is the catalyst to the technological advancement of any nation. Research ensures continued availability of technologies that can be adapted, technologies that are economically viable, ecologically sound, and socially acceptable. Considering that the world has now become technology-driven and has indeed been transformed into what is now generally referred to as a global village, Nigeria is increasingly appreciating the technological benefits that can accrue from stepping up interest in enhancing the quality of high research activities and outputs. Institutions of learning especially universities and research organizations, are now being looked upon to contribute effectively to the current quest for technological self-reliance. Hence, the institution of the Nigerian Research and Development Fair, the maiden edition of which we are witnessing today. This fair is appropriate, especially as its theme is to provide an incentive and a platform for Nigerians to showcase their achievements in development-oriented research, promote collaboration among researchers from different universities, both local and foreign, as well as promote links with industries and international development partners. The benefits derivable from this fair are enormous. Should Nigeria continue to neglect research and development based on science and technology, it does so at the risk of choosing them to be sidelined, and that will result in economic death. A cursory look at the Nigerian economy and the problems confronting us at the moment will reveal that the areas that require the greatest attention of our research and development programs are: 1, food production, food preservation, and food processing. 2, medical instrumentation to cater for the increasing number of medical personnel being produced by our universities. 3, design, engineering, and manufacture of technical consumer goods, especially in areas of electronics and automotive engineering. Science laboratory instrumentation to ease the difficulties of conducting basic research in the universities and research institutes. Energy research to assist in the exploitation of our vast and varied natural resources. Data collection, storage, and retrieval, without which we cannot plan meaningfully. Finally, technology transfer methods to enable us not only to acquire and adapt foreign technologies in an efficient and cost-effective manner, but also to transfer efficiently and effectively the results of our own research findings to the Nigerian consumer. There is now a consensus that adequate funding is at the center of all successful educational activities, especially research activities. It is in realization of that fact that government, through the National Universities Commission, has been funding research in the universities through research grants, teaching and research equipment grants, and also central research funds. In order to promote research activities, the Nigerian University's Doctoral Thesis Award Scheme, instituted by the NUC, has been on for a while. And the idea of this is to reward excellence in research, thereby encouraging and motivating researchers. It is very well known that doctoral theses everywhere in the world are the beginnings of original work, original thinking, and they could, in many cases, move further on to various kinds of applications to life and to industry. A number of problems, of course, beset research in Nigeria, but the primary constraint, as we all know, has been that of inadequate funding. But it is pertinent to state that good research also always involves a huge financial outlay, and government is committed to meeting this challenge. However, government cannot do it alone. To this end, let me renew the call on industry to complement efforts of government with regard to the funding of research, because it is very well known that cutting-edge research can only come through funding by industry. Furthermore, researchers in our higher institutions must reach out to various international agencies, donor organizations, and foundations who, I am aware, have considerable research funds at their disposal for disbursement to deserving, to capable researchers across the globe. Also, a university-industry partnership should include the introduction of special postgraduate courses to suit particular needs of industry. And one feature of this could be that teachers could be drawn from industry and students be assigned to projects of immediate practical relevance to industry, as has been said already by our own Professor Oyibo. The universities, in turn, could send their teachers to industry to acquaint themselves with developments taking place there. As one of the objectives of this fair is to provide a forum for industry to select research outputs for further development, for mass production and commercialization. Industry itself should endeavor to enrich the teaching and research efforts of institutions by making available to them part of their profits from work carried out in collaboration with the universities. It is very clear that university-industry partnership ensures the full utilization of the talents and expertise of the academic community, as well as the installed capacity within these institutions to the benefit of the university, also generating funds for them for research and further stimulating joint research and other ventures with industry. In conclusion, I believe the government of Nigeria has recognized the potentials of research and development for rapid economic development, and consequently has articulated a national policy on research and development. Scientific research must henceforth therefore take the center stage in our national discourse. I dare say that university research that seeks to attract government funding, public funding, should also endeavor to focus on specific problems of national relevance. Industry on its part should show greater willingness to use local experts in the research and development efforts, while researchers themselves must reappraise the role of improvisation in relation to instrumentation in research. It is my hope that this fair will be used by all present, the researchers themselves, the investors, the industry alike, to forge useful collaboration towards facilitating Nigeria's emergence as a nation where research and development drive the economy. It is also our hope that as we institutionalize this fair, we will further energize the growth of small and medium-scale enterprises in Nigeria. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you a most rewarding exhibition. Thank you.
Please let's put our hands together again for a few days. The temperature has suddenly dropped. So that's not the minister's original voice. He has catarrh. I also have catarrh and cold. I also have it. You should not go and stand in front of your stands. The high table and some selected individuals. Second prize will be 750 naira. Thousand. Oyibo is 1 million. What is the 1 million naira? 750,000 naira. Third prize is 500,000 naira. Then we'll go to the Federal University's prizes. 3 positions to first, second, and third. The State University prizes, first, second, and third. Private University prizes, first, second, and third. The Inter-University Center prizes, first, second, and third. Before we have the individual projects award, because you will find some outstanding individual projects. So we've about covered all that's required. So you may find a situation where the university takes a lot of prizes on. That leaves room for competition. I've seen a few private universities, either only 2 people who have won prizes. The next time all of them will come in. Thank you very much. Now, it's my pleasure to invite the Special Assistant to the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Emmanuel Gabriel, to give us his.
I would like to respect the role of honor earlier given by the MC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. First, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Professor Jonathan Isam, who is outside the country, and that's why he's unavoidably absent. I now read this text, please. I congratulate the NUC and the Ministry of Education for organizing the first Nigerian Universities Research and Development Fair. Thank you also for giving me the opportunity to make brief remarks at this opening ceremony on value-adding processes. Information and communication technology is an opportunity leveler and drives knowledge-based economies. In today's global economy, the most important resource is not a nation's natural resources endowments. Indeed, a nation's wealth is now primarily determined by the talents, knowledge, and skills possessed and contributed by our citizens. This calls for a paradigm shift in our development strategies as we enter the nanotechnology age globally. Our society, which is very traditional, has a low science-friendly index. To operationalize our nation's desire to leapfrog into the global information society and knowledge economy is thus very challenging. I consider it imperative that we produce, as a matter of urgency, a critical mass of new breed primary school teachers. This group must have the know-how for the inculcation in our children the scientific mind of curiosity, careful observation, deduction, and confirmatory experimentation, which skills characterize fruitful scientific training. Science is cooperation and international in nature, and is also merit-driven. Let us not dilute it with the Nigerian factor. Today, knowledge and skills develop in networks, hence the dominance of interdisciplinary, multi-stakeholder, and international cooperation program across the public-private divide globally. We need to focus on global benchmarks to remain globally competitive and relevant. We must strengthen our present weak and ineffective linkage between the tripod of technology, government, researchers, and industry. Also, we must embrace integrated capacity building, because if we don't integrate the capacity building process, we don't get to the destination, and therefore, let us think of integrating our capacity building, start with human capital, infrastructural, and institutional, to remain competitive in the global science and technology domain. We also need to plan strategically and derive maximum benefits from our R&D efforts. Let us consider an example. The diversity of bioresources is an area in which we can claim we have a comparative advantage over the technologically advanced countries. It is estimated that by 2020, bioeconomy will constitute 50% of the global economy. We must therefore design R&D program that would ensure our being key players of the emerging bioeconomy. This calls for appropriate funding of biotech R&D. Safe biotech can be practiced even now, spanning medical, environmental, agricultural, and industrial domains by our making informed decisions. The strategic growth and development of science and technology-based SMEs is a panacea for diversification of our national economy, job creation, and hence poverty reduction, wealth generation, reduction of violent crime, and youth restiveness, among others. Please consider strategies for producing a critical mass of R&D-friendly, S&T-based SMEs that can competitively enter the export market in areas for which we have competitive advantage within 2 to 5 years. Technology incubation centers closely linked with sequestered centers of excellence in some universities and research institutions should be critically debated. The R&D efforts and related commercialization activities of this new breed of SMEs must focus on 4 global benchmarks, the 4 C's: customers or clients, change,
competitiveness, and cost. If we aggressively embrace managing technology and technological change, we can have a few world-class SMEs in the next 2 to 5 years. Nigerians in the diaspora who are technopreneurs would be most useful in this exercise. Government on its own must take some bold steps to finance such a scheme through venture capital funds and other special funding schemes. Government bureaucrats and most of Nigeria's organized private sector must see budgeting for science and technology, R&D, as an expenditure and must see it as an investment and not as an expenditure. What is required is informed decision-making to optimally utilize such funds, the right caliber of R&D staff, including engineers, technologists, scientists, and technicians. An area of challenge in our R&D enterprise requires informed decision-making on the dichotomy between invention and innovation. It is common wisdom that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. To my mind, Nigeria can leapfrog our development process through innovative responses to solving our national problems. Innovation simply refers, or simply defined, is the process of bringing any new problem-solving idea into use. It involves the generation, acceptance, and implementation of new ideas, processes, products, and services. So much of these can be achieved by acquiring information in the public domain, of course, with due regard to intellectual property rights protection. The ideas could be improving technology itself, that is the processes, machinery, and tools, or it could be improving corporate organization, product quality, market strategies, cost-saving devices, improving budgetary and financial management systems, communication systems, training and capacity building methods, personal and organizational value systems, general work practices, and so on. People at all levels of an organization can thus contribute to solving organizational problems. The R&D enterprise in Nigeria must thus allow their workers to generate ideas and develop creative and informed responses and push for change before opportunities disappear or minor problems become catastrophic. Note, innovations are basically designed not by machines, but by people. Therefore, tap the idea power of all your staff. Let the R&D family also know the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. Efficiency is doing things right. Effectiveness is doing the right things. Doing the wrong things less expensively is not much help. So also improving performance in doing the wrong things is not beneficial. Doing the wrong things more efficiently cannot be counted as wisdom either. When we concentrate on doing the right things before considering enhancing performance, efficiency, cost savings, and so on, we will grossly enhance funding for R&D from the public, private, and domestic international divides. I thank you all for listening.
But I have it also. So I have the special guest of honor, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He says, once again, it is my pleasure to be with you on this occasion to flag up the first Nigerian Universities Research and Development Fair. I understand the main purpose of the fair is to provide a platform for Nigerian universities to showcase their achievements and to demonstrate their ability to undertake innovative, development-oriented research. I am therefore not surprised to find that this maiden edition of the fair has been dedicated to the theme, Emerging Developments in Researches in Nigerian Universities. Let me, at this juncture, seize the opportunity to commend the initiative of the NUC and its indefatigable leadership for their continued efforts in promoting
research and development at this time when the country is going through a series of reforms aimed at repositioning our public institutions at large, our public institutions and the society at large. I challenge our universities to confront any perceived obstacles with the power of the intellect and be sure to surmount them. What we are doing this successfully by building and sustaining strong partnership between our universities and the industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in today's complex world, which the Almighty God has made our present abode and habitat, the mandate of a mother university must, of necessity, go beyond merely being the location of libraries and laboratories or the repository of textbooks and test tubes. The mother university must have the capacity to capture and recapture the essence of that glorious world where knowledge and research rule. Government is very much aware that investment in university education, strategic as it is for the achievement of national self-reliance, will not be complete unless it is fully complemented with the production of quality research for national development. It is a recognition of this fact that my administration has encouraged and urged the universities to embrace the federal government's reform agenda with a view to taking their pride of place in the socio-economic and political transformation of our nation. While government appreciates and commends the efforts of our universities for the modest achievements recorded in pure and applied sciences, we challenge our universities to complement government effort by undertaking and producing quality research in space science, power and energy, biotechnology, oil and gas, agriculture, and food production. These are the government priority areas within the framework of the National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy needs and the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, as enshrined in the new Partnership for African Development, NEPAD initiative. Let me remind you that as public institutions, universities owe our society the duty to provide satisfactory answers to questions regarding the relevance of what our universities do and how they do it. The society also has the right to question whether they are using the resources which it provides judiciously and appropriately. For me, this is the contemporary meaning of social responsibility or accountability. It is within this context that I urge our universities to pursue quality research that could address the socio-economic needs of our people. Our universities should also embrace and promote the culture of transparency and good governance and accept the same as standard realities of life, which underscore the need for skillful training and work experience for our staff and students, and use them for building bridges of partnership between the universities and industry. I sincerely hope that our universities will brace up to their responsibilities and live up to the expectation of the society. In this regard, the universities must resolve to justify the huge investment by government through their contributions to our goal of rapid technological and economic transformation through quality research outputs. In the same vein, I appeal to our universities to resolve that henceforth they will stem the destructive tide of campus unrest and the subsequent university closures. We must embrace dialogue and constructive engagement on all matters at all times. It is only when peace and understanding reign supreme on our campuses that the ivory towers can achieve lofty ideals and attain greater heights, breaking new frontiers of knowledge and quality research, as is evident in what we are showcasing today. I've said so much to chastise our universities towards turning a new leaf. Let me now turn attention to our organized private sector. This administration has observed with dismay that university-private sector partnership in Nigeria is still very weak. One of the direct consequences of this trend is overdependence of government for the funding of our universities. I urge the organized private sector, individually or collectively, to seriously consider partnerships and joint ventures with our universities, because it is one of the ways by which our universities can be encouraged to carry out quality research and compete favorably with their counterparts elsewhere in the world. The onus is, however, on our universities to build confidence and capacity to attract the desired partnership with the private sector, particularly from the small and medium-scale enterprises. Finally, I seize this opportunity also to call on our development partners and donor agencies to take advantage of this fair to promote collaboration with as many researchers from different universities as possible and link them with industry either from within or overseas for the purpose of securing endowments and donations, joint venture participation, and linkage programs for the benefit of our people. I also call on development partners to assist our universities with linkage programs with some multinational corporations and secure outsourcing contracts in the areas of development research for the benefit of our national economy. At this juncture, therefore, I have the honor and distinct privilege to officially declare this fair open and to wish you successful proceedings. Thank you very much for listening.
I did a local support your wife. Anna, how you doing?
Respondent for LTA. Yes. Can I have just 1 minute with you? Yes. He's coming from
Yes. What do you think is the problem with research and development? Why they have not been developed?
There hasn't been the necessary understanding and the cooperation that is necessary for the two parties to come together. There is a government, or rather the industry and the universities, they need to come together. That is how you build a nation. That understanding now is beginning. And the press has a job to facilitate that process. It is the lack of understanding that has been responsible for the problem. And you don't understand, because everybody thought you can do it by yourself. It is a partnership between the two parties. And your job is to facilitate that process, organize debates and things like that, so that people can discuss the issues. That is the problem. Communication is the problem.
They are talking about Nigerians in diaspora. Are you thinking of coming up to set up?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Please allow him space. Allow him space.
Well done. Very exemplary in the presentation. We see you now. Mr. President is here.
With your permission, Mr. President, represented by the Minister of Education, I would like to ask Professor Audu to lead us through.
Thank you very much, Prof. Basically, there is a hygiene problem in the country, washing hands. So our technology is just basically to stop people doing this. Washing hands in sitting water, which is the common practice in most restaurants. So what we've done, in a place like this, we can have this equipment all over the place, about 4 with you. When people buy snacks,
Okay? The examples, you know, of what geometry is. This is geometry because it has a length, a height, and a width. Okay? That's a shape. Therefore, that's geometry. Okay? The same thing with every letter that's on this board here. Okay? The line here, you know, this God here, if you draw a coordinate system, y, x, the G here becomes a geometric line, if you will, a geometric curve. This is a geometric curve. Okay? Or line. That's what G is. Just, you know, so is every letter. So everything is geometry. Of course, GAGUT has been described by the European Mathematical Society as being a geometric dynamic, a geometro dynamic study of or form of unified field theory. Unified field theory. Except it's not a theory, it's a theorem, okay? But that's a classification by the European Mathematical Society that it's a geometrodynamic, meaning it is a geometry way to view the universe, which is kind of on the surface look like it's different from the kinetic way of viewing the universe or the quantum approach of dealing with the universe. Okay? But there is a relationship. Okay? There is a relationship. So, and as you can see, part of the relationship being demonstrated by GAGUT explaining the origin of this word. Okay? Hold on. Okay. If it's possible, I'd like to.
Oh, the mic.
Oh, yes. All right. Yes. Okay.
Now, do you remember where we were, Professor?
Oh, yeah. Well, you were talking about geometry. I'm defining geometry, and I'm giving examples, okay, as a way of defining geometry. Geometry is the science of shapes, okay? It turned out that it is, according to GAGUT, that's it. It's about shapes, okay? And that's what all mathematics is. And I'll give you just a little flavor if I can, okay? But I was also saying that the European Mathematical Society have classified GAGUT as a geometrodynamic form of a unified field theory, okay? Or a geometrodynamic description of the universe. That's the classification of GAGUT by the European Mathematical Society. Okay? And that, of course, is going to be explained when I get to the core of GAGUT in terms of what is GAGUT as such. Okay? What I've told you so far is what has GAGUT done, okay? Before you get to know, you know, what really GAGUT is. Okay, I hope people are not thinking about, well, you're going around. No, we're not going around. You see what the theorem does first. Okay? Then you see, in effect, you know, what it is in reality. But we're trying to get there, and we're trying to bring along with us the ingredients that basically summarize GAGUT, that, you know, made GAGUT possible. Okay? It's ancient African origins. Okay? We got to bring that along so we don't, you know, because that forms a basis of comparison for us in terms of, you know, existing theories that you need to verify if you are coming up with a new theory, which in this case we call a theorem. So geometry is very, very important. It came out as a result of an attempt by ancient Africans to glorify the Almighty God for the gift of chemistry. Okay? You know, they wanted to build an edifice. The subject geometry was developed as we know it. The geometry has always been there, you know, shapes and so, because human itself is a shape, it's a geometric shape. Okay? Yes, you have, you know, all these nice curves and all that. That's geometric shape, a curve. Okay? Studying a curve is studying geometry. Now, to see why there is nothing beside geometry to mathematics, you've been told about.
Would I be correct to say that geometry is a system of measuring, defining, determining the boundaries?
Well, it's the study of shapes, okay? Study of shapes. That's basically what geometry is. Shapes.
Study of shapes.
Yes, that's basically what it is. Okay? It's simple language. You can talk all kinds of other things.
The reason why I said numbers and tried to put that into it is because when we think of measurement,
yes,
we think of numbers.
Well, yeah, but measurement is shape. You're talking about shape in measurement. A line is a shape. Okay? Yeah, you know, the reason you're making a measurement is because there's some kind of shape there.
Right.
So the study of shape, the measuring is part of the study itself.
Right.
Okay. So, but this is what happens. Your arithmetic, okay, evolved from geometry, from this line here. Which this is a geometric entity. A line is a geometric entity. Okay? That's a shape. A line is a shape. Arithmetic came out of this. The entire arithmetic is on this line here. If you like, you can have a reference point you call 0. And the rest goes to 1. That's right. Infinity. And then if you go back this way, because if you have monies, you can owe money as well. So when you owe money, of course, you have a minus. Okay? It's a matter of convenience. Okay? Right to minus infinity. Okay? This line summarizes the entire arithmetic. Arithmetic. Okay?
But that's just linear counting.
Oh, no. Arithmetic. Arithmetic is numbers. That's all. You can put it into some kind of language to ask a question. Ultimately, you're going to get numbers. That's arithmetic.
No matter
what else are you going to do? You add two numbers, you subtract, right? What else are you going to do in arithmetic? You do accounting, the end figure is number. It's all on this line. This is arithmetic here, this line here. Okay? That's all. There's nothing else.
Well, I was just trying to associate that with measuring.
Oh, yeah, no. See, the measurement part of that is taking this line here and cutting this portion here and say, well, this represents 1 unit. That's measurement. That's your measurement. Okay? So you call this here, you drew this here, and you say, and it's arbitrary. You know, they use human foot to talk about foot, a foot, a measurement, an inch, some other characteristics. All those are arbitrary. There's nothing that was sent directly from God to be that and only that way. Okay? So, but technically you can cut this line into portions, all kinds of portions. Okay? They could represent real numbers, you know, integers, whole numbers, you know, rational numbers, and all kinds of numbers are represented there. Okay? All right. So therefore, so that's arithmetic. When you begin operating with arithmetic and you want to generalize results, okay, for example, 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. That's still on this line here. In other words, when you add 2 integers, okay, you get another integer. Okay? So instead of saying 1 plus 2 is equal to 3, which is an integer, and then you say, okay, 4 plus 5 is also another integer called 9, okay? All right? Okay, and, you know, instead of doing that, you put it in a symbolic form. A plus B is equal to C. Provided that A and B and C are integers, this sums up all similar operations that you're doing here. Yes, but you only have one line instead of a billion possible lines. This will be called algebra. This is algebra. When you do this, you represent numbers which is on this geometry line as symbols, generic symbols, okay? Then you're doing algebra. So algebra is nothing but arithmetic in symbol with symbols. That's what algebra is. So if arithmetic came from geometry, then algebra automatically came from geometry. So is there anything else? All is geometry. Again, it's out there for anybody to take exceptions to, but that's it right there. As long as this is algebra and this is arithmetic, then arithmetic came from this number line here, which is geometry, and algebra, which came out of arithmetic, comes from geometry as well. Case closed. Okay? So that's how we say geometry is indeed the real math, which came into existence as a result of a glorification, a building of edifice by the ancient Africans to glorify the Almighty God for the gift of chemistry. Okay? All right. So how do you know this to be true? Well, you know this to be true on the basis, on the simple basis that when you were in high school studying geometry, what was the most popular shape that you dealt with? Yes? Pyramid. Yes, the pyramid or a triangle, which is basically a section of a pyramid. This is indeed a pyramid. Okay, you call it a triangle, but it's a section of a pyramid. Okay, triangle. That's the most popular. So it is not accidental that the triangle is a section of a pyramid. And the people that built the pyramid, the ancient Africans, definitely didn't jump into building of the pyramid in a rush. They did not rush into doing that. They studied it. They studied the science behind it, because the pyramid is considered the most precise structure in the entire history of the universe, or certainly this earth that we know, okay? The most precise, okay? Most precise structure ever built, okay? Ever built, okay? And of course, you know, it's so precise and nothing in New York or any of the big cities can match the precision of pyramids. And one of such precision is, for example, having a line or a section of a pyramid that would be 90 degrees. How you could build stuff like that, that's a challenge. To put this wall up to be 90 degrees takes a challenge, okay? But with a geometry science fully developed, you can do that, because if you have this side, okay, you want this to be perpendicular or 90 degrees, right? All right. And this is 20,000 years ago we're talking about. Okay. If you made this side 4 and that side 3 units, okay, and that side 5, this is exactly 90 degrees. And that's the kind of precision that you find in a pyramid. This will be 90 degrees. If this is 4, and this is 5, and this is 3, this will be 90 degrees. That's right. So you can see this is not approximation. You know, as long as you can have those units together, you will get a 90 degrees, you know, column. Okay? So, and this is typically the kind of precision that overwhelms anybody that cares to check the pyramid out that is meant. One of the guys that witnessed that and was touched by it was an English author called Graham Hancock. Hancock. Okay? It's an English author who went to examine the pyramid. And what he saw by way of precision was so overwhelming to him that he concluded that the pyramid couldn't possibly have been built by human beings. He believed that the pyramids were built by the gods. So the book that he wrote about that experience was called The Fingerprints of the Gods. Fingerprints of the Gods. Referring to the ancient Africans as the gods, because we know the ancient Africans built that structure, okay? But that's how he was taught, the fingerprints of the gods, okay? So that's the kind of precision that does not come out of some kind of a slapdash job, okay? It has something that has been studied and fully tested and so on. So it's like building a rocket, okay? You build a rocket to go to the moon, you don't do that overnight. Rocketry, or what you call rocket science, was, you had to come before building the rocket. The same way that geometry came, as a result of building the pyramid. That's the situation. Okay? So again, so now we know that ancient Africans were used by God Almighty to develop these two subjects called chemistry and geometry. And of course, very quickly as they were being developed, people began to learn from them, okay? For example, Pythagoras was an Egyptian citizen. He was born in Egypt, okay? He was born there, and he's classified among the 3 or 4 greatest mathematicians of all time. Primarily because of this thing here, okay? The 4-5-3 triangle, which obeys the so-called Pythagoras theorem, okay? Has to have existed before Pythagoras. Because not only did the people know it 20,000 years ago, and Pythagoras was way before, after that, okay? Not only did they know that theorem, but they actually practicalize it. They use it in the construction. They use what is now known as Pythagoras theorem way before Pythagoras ever existed.
Don't let me...
Certainly. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So therefore, so again, that's the science of geometry. All right. So now we move now to GAGUT. What is GAGUT? Okay? Well, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem is GAGUT. Okay? Okay? Well, first of all, before we get to GAGUT, the problem that GAGUT solved in the modern day language, okay, is called the problem of the unified field theory, okay? But this is OFAPIT, Institute of Technology. Okay? Home of GAGUT. Okay? And everybody in the world needs to support it. Okay, GeoCities, geocities.com, I/IGA LA1 as the number 1. Okay? All right? And of course, the telephone number is 631-242-3666. 3069. Okay? Now, visit the website and you can get more truth. Okay? Now, GAGUT solved the problem of the unified field theory. Solved unified field theory. Okay? That's the modern definition of the origin of the universe. Okay? All right. So, if the problem is the origin of the finding out the origin of the universe and how to understand the universe, then what's the word field doing there? What does that have to do with the field? Well, in actuality, it is called the unified force. Okay? It's getting crumb here. Force field. Okay? I'm going to force. Okay? Unified force field theory. So why should we be considering a force field when all we want to do is understand the universe? Well, that relationship comes out in the following sense. I'm going to ask you a question. When you look around you since you came into existence, what have you observed to be the most fundamental thing about the universe?
Movement.
Movement, that's correct. Movement. Okay? Or motion. Okay? It would seem that everything in the universe moves. Okay? So therefore, if that is the case, then for a motion to occur, there must be a force behind it. Force causes motion. Motion. So if you want to understand the universe, either you look at motion or the force behind it. So if that is the case, then you want to look at the different kinds of forces that will provide motion. And in the modern study of the unified field theory, 4 forces, different kind of forces, have been identified. Number 1 is the gravity. And when we say motion, okay? When we say motion is a fundamental thing about the universe, well, we're standing here right now, okay? And it will seem as if we're static. We're not moving. But even as we appear static, we are moving. Why? Because the Mother Earth is moving. It's moving. It has, as a matter of fact, 2 different motions. Okay? You have a focus here of this ellipse. Okay? This is an elliptical path. Mother Earth is moving along this. And then in addition, it is also rotating, okay, about its own axis. Okay, it's rotating like that, and so on. I want this to be clear. Okay, it's rotating about its axis. Okay, and then also moving around the sun. So that's 2 motion. In other words, Here, Mother Earth is doing like this about its own axis, and we're all moving along with it. This is one reason why you need to pay attention to GAGUT, because you don't have a choice in that motion. Mother Earth is so much under bigger force influence that you can't stop that. That rotation about its axis is where we get night and day. You've never been able to stop night and day from occurring. Nobody has. So, and we just move along with it. Okay? So that's one kind of motion. The other motion that Mother Earth is about is along this ellipse here, which, from where we get the seasons, winter, summer, autumn and the spring and all that, okay? That's where we get that from this motion around the sun. So we know that it's motion. And everything on Earth, therefore, is moving. Everything in the solar system is moving. So there is no spot that has no motion. Absolutely none. So that's the basis on which we say that, if we're studying, if we want to understand the universe, we better understand that motion. That's where we're going to get an insight to the universe. And if either we study the motion directly or we study the force behind it. That's how the theory or the problem became known as finding a unified force field theory. But first you got to know the various forms of the force fields that exist. One of them is the gravity. Gravity is one of them, which is this one here. The one under which the Earth, Mother Earth, moves, okay? The Earth, okay, is called gravity because the sun is responsible for that motion over here and the spin as well, okay? The sun attracts it and keeps it on that trajectories. So gravity is one kind of force field that will cause motion, like the motion of the planet, okay? The other one is charges, a property of a unit in the universe. If they have what they call a plus charge and another plus charge like electrons and protons and so on, so we talked about before, okay? If you have like charges, they will repel, okay? This will lead to repulsion. Repulsion, okay? And repulsion may be just something to describe the activity, but repulsion is motion. In other words, they'll be moving in this direction and moving in that direction. That's what repulsion is, okay? If on the other hand there's a negative here, then there is an attraction, okay, between these two, okay? Okay, they will tend to come together. Either way, these are motions, okay, attraction. Okay? Both of them are motion. And since we said that for a motion to occur, there has to be a force field, this kind of force field that comes from charges, okay, interaction between charges is called electromagnetic. Electromagnetic. Electromagnetic.
So those magnets that we play with sometimes,
yes,
actually showing us.
Oh yeah, that's motion.
That's the actually.
That's motion.
Gravitational.
That's
exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, that's a force field. Okay, gravity force field. Okay, and electromagnetic force field. Okay. Okay, and then the other one is related to what they came out of the atom. Let's take the lithium atom. Okay? It has a proton, actually 3 protons. Okay? and a neutron, and a neutron, and a neutron. Okay, so of course we have that, and we have that, and we have that. Okay, electron that are, okay? Now, this is the core here. We said that like charges would repel. So how is it that we're able to have 3 protons very close, together in the nucleus of the lithium atom? How is that? If like charges repel, then the nucleus of the lithium atom and the other elements outside hydrogen, helium and all that should be unstable, to say the least. Certainly should be completely unstable if this is the case, because this will be pushing this and this will be pushing that, and it should be exploding actually. But that's not what happened. It is stable. How come? That is possible because there's another kind of force field that glues them together, keeps them together, and that is called a strong force field. Strong force field. So a strong force field would cause motion, or in this case prevent motion. That means it's stopping motion. In other words, it has to move in the opposite direction to keep them from moving in the position you expect them to move in the first place. The repulsion should be pushing this apart. So the strong force field is keeping them together, so it's moving them the opposite directions. So that's called the strong force field. Okay? At the time of Albert Einstein, there were only 2 of this, but we'll get back to that. Okay, there were only 2 that were known in the modern science, except that the ancestors, the ancient Africans knew about the strong force field. Of course, for them to be able to make the pumping of the hydrogen units to make gold, they had to know about the strong force field, because you have to be able to overcome that, okay? As you pump in more hydrogen units in here, okay? The positive protons are going to repel the ones that are coming. As a matter of fact, that is the central problem for the cold fusion, which GAGUT has found a solution for. The world is looking for cold fusion. GAGUT has a solution to that.
Expand on cold fusion.
Well, if cold fusion is basically the end result of cold fusion is like using a cup of water to run entire New York City. That is recyclable. Yeah, just so that's how great it is. But GAGUT has a solution to that, okay? So, which is why you need to support the 5-Pit Institute technology, because unless we have funding, we can't put that into hardware. We have a solution to the cold fusion, okay? So again, so that strong force field, okay? Another one again, therefore, strong force field comes from the nucleus. And you can see how that produces motion. This produces motion, as you saw before. This is producing motion, and that we've proven how that produces motion by forcing the like charges to come together, okay? Moving them in the opposite direction, okay? Now, the fourth one is, in the nucleus, a proton could undergo, okay? A proton could undergo a transformation, okay? When conditions arise, proton, which is a positive, changes to a neutron, okay? See, they're all there together. So neutron plus a beta radiation, okay? And a weird entity called antineutrino, okay? This is called antineutrino, okay? And this, of course, is beta radiation. Beta radiation. Okay? Beta radiation. Okay, and this here is called the antineutrino. Now what happens is, proton is known to have approximately the same mass as the neutron. Okay? And a proton has the same charge in a positive charge, which is also balanced by the beta radiation. Beta has a positive charge. Electron that has a positive charge, that's what the beta is. Okay? So the charges are balanced. We have a positive here and positive. They're balanced on the left-hand side. The mass from the left-hand side is also balanced by the mass on the left-hand side, you know, in terms of the neutron. Neutron balances the proton. So that leaves these two what they call massless. Okay? Massless. But massless simply means very small masses, not totally zero. Zero means that it doesn't exist, okay? But it's massless in approximately, because in comparison with these others, it is practically zero, but it's not totally zero. It's very, very significant, okay? So what happens is then that for particularly, and of course, antineutrino has no charge because there's no charge on it. So here you have a unit that has zero charge and zero mass. Okay? So, first of all, this combination is deadly. This is the basic origin of most of the cancers, where you have antineutrino and beta radiation. Okay? But what is more serious is the fact that antineutrino is not detectable by ordinary means. Simply because it has no mass and no charge. So how are you going to know its presence? So that creates a problem. But the fact that it's elusive, the fact that in reality nothing stops it, because if you have no mass you can pass through anything. And if you have no charge, the charge cannot deter you either. So it does not experience any or much resistance wherever it goes. Or, put another way, if it experiences resistance, the resistance is very weak. It can only experience a weak interaction or weak opposition on this track. Lead will normally provide protection with some of the radiations say there's like the kind that come out of the strong force field, okay? But lead cannot stop neutrino. Neutrino can pass through lead. Okay? And because lead and other materials only give neutrino a weak resistance, this force field here, because that's motion, neutrino is moving as a result of this here, okay? So that motion it comes out of a force field called the weak force field. Weak force field. Simply because neutrino cannot be stopped, or you can only impede it in a weak manner. You can't really give it any strong opposition on this track, okay? So this therefore becomes the four force fields that are being studied in the modern day physics, if you will, okay? Now, but there's a common denominator as such, in the sense that all of them, you know, produce what we said before, motion, okay? The end result of this gravity, electromagnetic, strong, and the weak force, is motion. So scientists thought that they all should have a common origin. And if we can find this common origin, it will give us an insight to the universe. So Albert Einstein spent his time, actually, he was searching for what GAGUT solved, the solution to that problem, when he came out with E is equal to mc squared, which is something he's very well known for, okay? He wanted to unify gravity and electromagnetic force field on this base that they all produce motion, therefore they should have the same grandparents, okay? And so, but in the process, he was able to develop a very beautiful theory for gravity, you know, as a force field. Okay? And of course, Maxwell had already developed an electromagnetic theory that was quite beautiful. So he wanted to take what he developed for gravity and unify it with electromagnetic so that he could say, okay, well, we have these two forces and they come from the same origin, and from there go to understand the universe. Okay? Well, of course, you know, from 1921, or actually 1916 to 1955, when he passed on, he spent his time, you know, looking for ways to unify these two forces with only a partial success. He didn't succeed in unifying them. So that left the problem, given his stature and so on and so forth, you know, as a very popular, very important, very significant problem to tackle, because it is believed that if you're able to solve that, then you've done something that Albert Einstein, you know, was unable to do. Okay, okay. So that made the problem very popular. So everybody jumped on the bandwagon trying to find it. Okay, and what GAGUT has done, okay, in terms of being a unified force field theory, actually it's a theorem because we proved it mathematically. But also, in addition to explaining chemistry and its chemetic origins and so on and so forth, and the mystery itself that surrounds the name itself, GAGUT was able to unify all these four forces as well as all the forces that have not been known yet. Because the reality is that Albert Einstein, even if he had unified gravity and electromagnetic, with the coming or the knowledge of strong and the weak, his accomplishment would have still been incomplete, because people would have still been trying to find a way to unify strong and the weak along with those other three. So, but what GAGUT did was to unify all four plus others that have not been thought of yet. Now, how did GAGUT do that? Well, GAGUT examines, of course, it's a 35-year-old journey, okay, that took me from a city called Ida, that's Idaho without an O, okay, Ida, okay, in the Gala Kingdom of Nigeria, okay, a kingdom that originated from Kemet, okay, as a result of the invasion of Kemet by the Arabs in 641 AD. 641 AD, the Africans in Kemet left, okay, and you know they were driven out of Egypt, if you will, okay, and those that came to Nigeria settled in a place now called the Gala Kingdom. Okay? So 641 AD was when Africans moved from Kemet to what is today called Nigeria, the center part of Nigeria, and established a kingdom called the Gala Kingdom. Okay? Now that's where I was born, in Ida, which is the headquarters of Ida, of the Gala Kingdom.
And your ancestors told you that?
Oh yeah, no, that's part of the education that you learn in terms of, well, how did you get here? Of course, Oxford University studies have indicated that the Gala people, okay, and there are Galas all over the world, by the way. 75% of Ethiopian population call themselves Gala people. Angola is the land of the Galas. Sierra Leone has, you know, Gitches or Gala people as well. Ghana, you know, Nigeria, of course, we mentioned. The language in the Congo is called Lingala. Okay, Lingala is the main language in the Congo. That's the Gala. And so on and so on. Even Madagascar has a significant population of people called Gala people. And I would be surprised if Australia has some as well. People we call Aborigines, you know, could be part Gala people and so on and so forth. And of course, The South Carolina has the people you call the Gallas and the Gitches. The Gala people is the same people. So it's a name that people living in Egypt called themselves and settled all over the place. So that's the Gala kingdom. And there's a very serious tie between the Gala kingdom and Kemet in the present day setting, in the sense that embalming that Egypt has been known for is still practiced in the Gala kingdom of Nigeria today, especially for the kings. The Ata, which is also a word for Ptah, okay? Ptah, okay? It's called Ata, or ATA, okay? In Nigeria, it's the title of the king. And Ptah is on the hill, the top of the hill, which Ata is like a father, which also the king, or which is the center, the hill of the people, and so on and so forth. So there's this tie, and so on and so forth. There's so much ties, and in fact, we understand that in some parts of Egypt, Gala language is still spoken. Okay? Yes. So that's a very strong tie there. But anyway, that's where I grew up learning all this stuff here. And of course, having known about the origin of chemistry, the mystery of the ancient Africans, as well as the fact that they developed, by the inspiration of the Almighty God, the subject called mathematics in a form called geometry, then I kind of sense that I have work to do. And as a result, when I would go to, I went to, after the education, what they will call informal education, where this was picked up, I would go to an elementary school called St. Boniface's, okay, in Ida, Boniface's, okay, elementary school, Ida, okay, and then from there went on to St. Augustine, okay, high school in a city called Kaba, okay? And while I was in St. Boniface's, there were some experiences that I don't know if I have time to, but I'll go quickly, in terms of math experiences, okay? In the class, or rather the school, St. Boniface's, the attendance was a big deal in terms of, getting a promotion. So in my 5th grade, it was a practice there where the best math students would be actually, brought together to add the attendance for each student to determine if they're promotable to the next class. So in this case, I think about 5 of us were selected. I happened to be one of the group, a member of a group. I was considered one of the best, okay, in math, okay? However, the teacher didn't really like me that much because I had some other, features that the teacher didn't like too much. So anyway, so he grudgingly selected me. On the basis of my grade, I was fine. But the other 4 were giving a form of calculators to add the numbers. And I was not given. I remember vividly sitting on the desk. They were sitting on a chair with their whatever calculator they had on the table. I was sitting on the table with my hands folded. So, and what they would do is to run the numbers of the attendance for the week, okay? And what they would do is, they'll take roll call in the morning, midday, and then closing, and so on and so forth. So that brings to a total for a week, okay? 3 times 5, which is 15. A perfect score would be 15, okay? And they will run this for all the weeks of the school year, okay? To determine if you were 75% present, okay? So I didn't have a calculator. When he ran the first set for the first student, I gave the answer before the people with the calculators. And of course, the teacher basically ignored me and said, yeah, Oyibo, shut up, let me really hear the real answers, okay? And when the real answers came, it was exactly what I had given to him. And of course, he ignored that. So let's move on. You know, lucky coincidence, he said. So the second time he ran that again, I gave the correct answer again. And of course, it took the calculator people some time to, after I had given the answer. I said, gee, you noisy, please let me hear the right answer. The right answer again turned out to be what I gave. The third time when I gave the correct answer again, he stopped the whole operation and said, listen, Oyibo, I know you are a noisemaker and everything, but I didn't realize that you were also possessed. Could you possibly explain how without a pen or pencil or a calculator, you could give the answers to these many numbers that I'm reading out, okay, before the calculator? And I said, okay, I thought, okay, I'll tell you. My hand still folded. I said, listen, as you were running the numbers, I made a mental decision that the number 15, 14, 13, 15 again, and so on and so forth, I wasn't adding those. Those are big numbers. What I would add was the number of times the people were absent, which is a much smaller number. So when you run 15, I will record nothing. You run 14, that's 1, okay? 1 absentee, okay? And so when you run the first guy, there was only 3 times he was absent. So the number of times or weeks they run in a school year is a fixed number, say 40 or something like that. So 40 times 15 is a known number. I will subtract 3 from that 40 times 15, you know, and give you the answer. That's what I was doing. Okay? So yeah. And he looked at it. That's, yeah, most of the 15, 14, all those that they're crunching, those are big numbers, but the 1, 2, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, that's nothing. So from that point, most of them started doing it that way. So anyway, so it settled the issue. Then, of course, move on to Augustine, St. Augustine, Kaba, where, again, I was consistent with my noise making. The noise making was really a protection kind of mechanism for me. I could talk. Okay, actually, it wasn't really noise, it's really talking when you're not supposed to be talking, okay? I'll be discussing things, you know, the history and everything, and math, interest in math. Anyway, I was doing that in the St. Augustine, and what happened was I would be punished, and my punishment was to add number from 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus, okay, to a number, an unknown number ending called n, okay? And the first time I believed the number n was about 900 and something, 970 or something like 900, okay? Or, you know, 930 or something like that, okay? So you add in 1, and you have to do this without a calculator, okay? 900 and something. So I did that and I sweated, okay? The next week, this number rose to something like 3,000 something, okay? Oh boy, it was getting really unbearable, and somehow I couldn't really stop this noise, okay? So finally, the third time, it was in the 500s, okay? Okay? Actually, 900 was, you know, closer to 1,000 actually. But anyway, by the time the third week of the punishment, I found a formula to make that addition possible. And if Sn, okay, was the sum to n, okay, I found that if I divide the last number by 2 and multiply it by n plus 1, I will get the answer exactly. Okay? Later on, I will see that as a geometry, as a matter of fact, a geometric kind of situation, because this is length times breadth, which is geometry, a rectangle. Okay? So anyway, so the teacher was shocked, because not only did I produce this formula and use it in solving the third punishment, but I could prove it mathematically. Yes, I proved it mathematically. Okay? And if you push me right now, you know, I'm going to have to scratch my head a little bit. I can give you the proof. But anyway, so I took the proof to him and I gave it. He said, well, he said, Oyibo, do you realize what you've done? And I said, Well, I found a shortcut to your punishment. And of course, he cracked up and said, well, beyond that. And I said, no. He says, does the name Gauss mean anything to you? G-A-U-S-S. And I said, no. And he said, well, there are three most famous names in mathematics. Gauss, Euler, in modern times, that is. They will add Archimedes, you know, if you consider what they call antiquity, okay? But, and Newton, okay? The most famous mathematicians. And it told me that Gauss came into that fame by devising the same formula. And of course, I was excited, and of course, you know, and I asked him for a book on Gauss, you know, and I eventually found out that what he said was correct. And so I was very excited and moved on to learn more about Gauss, Newton, Euler, and Einstein, you know, and all the others. Then found out that Einstein was had developed relativity theory and was searching for this way to unify the gravity and electromagnetic force fields. So I took interest in that, of course, proceeded, and after 35 years, finally the solution evolved, okay? I discovered in the process that relativity was an exercise in geometry. Of course, if it is math, it's got to be geometry. But I particularly noted that. And Albert Einstein indeed gave a hint, okay, even though he didn't solve the problem, he gave a hint. And the hint, which was very helpful to me, was that, yes, even though he was unable to solve it, in his guts he believed that the unification would have to lie in geometry. So, in effect, it helped me narrow my focus. Okay, knowing, of course, that relativity was in an exercise in geometry. I studied that and all that, and what we call GAGUT today is as a result of a geometric search, you know, for the way to unify force fields. Okay? What GAGUT came up with is the God Almighty's grand unified truth or theorem. Says that the universe is a geometric space. Okay? GAGUT says universe is a geometric space. Geometric space. That is filled up with motions, as we just said before. Just picture a universe, a geometric space, whether it is limitless or unlimitless, that's immaterial. Just space. That is filled up with motion. It's all in continuous motion. That allows GAGUT to conclude that, therefore, because the universe, as we said before, is motion, it's also filled up with a force field. And that in this force field, therefore, matter or, you know, solids and things that you can touch and feel are simply concentrations of those force fields. Concentrations. Matter are concentrations. Concentration of field, of the force field. Okay? So what that says, in effect, is basically that is total. The entire universe is motion, therefore it's just pictured as a force field. And that essence of God is that totality. That's what you call God. And so, by taking as part a space-time point in that geometry, the force that comes into that point and the part that is absorbed, either for creating these concentrations or whatever, and the part that goes out, there is a conservation, meaning that there may be transformation and so on and so forth, but it does not disappear. That's what conservation is, which is in another way of saying that Gij, comma j is equal to 0. This is GAGUT, and this is the theory of everything. Okay? This could be interpreted in so many ways. Okay? Gij, comma j equals 0. Okay? The universe has a force field, which we can represent as God. God does not change. Will be the kind of teachings that you got in the holy books. Okay? And if we follow that, you might call this a religious language, but again, the truth is the truth. Doesn't matter whether it's religion or math. Okay? But God has unified all three of them.
Now, in other words, you're saying that there is no energy that is lost.
That's absolutely correct.
All energy is just transformed.
That's right.
And GAGUT has come up with a formula
Yes.
that can model transformation.
That's basically this equation. We model that in a geometric form, because the base of what I just told you is geometry, a geometric space. The way it's presented, the creation myth. Well, GAGUT will tell you that this is not a creation myth. This is one of the finest mathematical theorems ever put out by humans. And things that Africans have been associated with, consistent with what Professor Williams was saying, about literacy. Okay? Up until a certain point, we were the only literate people. Okay? When I begin to tell you some other hard data to blow your mind, See, but the problem, or it's part of the problem with a historical account, okay, is the fact that people have a determination sometimes to keep the truth down. Okay? And so when you get a document like the Bible that even the writers will not say it's a historical fact or a historical document, okay? And yet people are told to, to believe it, right? Not historical facts, but believe it anyway, okay? The historical facts, okay, are not even foolproof. There's something called a revisionist history. Okay? People sit down and manufacture history. So when a person like this comes up and they say, well, these are the hard data in reality, then they will challenge him and say, well, your word versus mine. How are you going to really, really convince people that what you're presenting is hard data when time has elapsed already? Many times it's very hard. A brother from Oakland, California, Brother Ampin, about 2 weeks ago, was there presenting a book called The Modern Fraud. Modern Fraud. How people have gone into the temples in Egypt and changed the faces of the figures, the historical figures. Modern fraud. Okay? And he goes there and studied them in detail and said, gee, in other words, you will see a statue that you know, a historian can point and say, well, look, this is right here, right? But you see the face looking white, right? Except that they forgot the legs. The legs was as black like hell. Okay?
In other words, it was a partially finished job.
In other words, you have a white face, but African legs.
He's an alien.
So, see, when you falsify things, there are loopholes. Okay? There are things that exposes the lies. So, for that reason, GAGUT has an extra dimension. GAGUT is everything. GAGUT is history. GAGUT is mathematics primarily. GAGUT is physics. GAGUT is chemistry. So, GAGUT shows you that, number one, these basic accounts are the same account. GAGUT concludes mathematically that God's word was what the science called the Big Bang. And it sounded like the roaring water waves. Deal with that. That's right. God's word, according to the religious type, the believers, they call themselves, is what the science called the Big Bang. And it sounded like the roaring water waves of the earth. This is an independent mathematical analysis. Demonstrates that this is one story. So you can begin to look at, first of all, let me tell you the reason, the practical reason. Mathematically, it is identified that the world started, or before matter came in, the world was a large space full of waves. Waves. That's what you call spirit. That's the basis of spirituality. And at the concentration of those waves is what you call matter. And that matter was constructed by one building block. One building block is all there is in the entire universe. One building block. And that's what is here. This is the one building block. One atom is the only building block in the entire universe. And that turns out in hard proof to be hydrogen atom. Hydrogen atom is what our ancestors referred to as atom. They didn't say atoms. It says atom. And that atom is a hydrogen atom. In other words, GAGUT proves mathematically that the universe is a large space that's filled with hydrogen. Hydrogen. Everything else derives from hydrogen. Everything. Your entire body, a piece of stone, that piece there, everything that you can touch, was constructed by a fusion of several hydrogen atoms. But that the hydrogen itself derived from the waves you call spirit. And that large spirit is what the believers call God. The non-believers call it a force field. They call it a force. Force that develops power. GAGUT says they're speaking the same language. Because the essence of God is power that derives from force. If you take power from God, there's nothing. So, there's no such a thing as a non-believer. No such a thing. There's no atheist. You heard about no atheist in the hole, in the foxhole? There are no atheists at all. There are none. Because you can't deny this motion that you're going through. You can't deny that. That's the basis of God. God is the power that keeps you moving. The power that keeps you breathing. That's God. Now, when you get into personalization and all that, that's where the problem comes in. Some Jesus and all that and all that. Those are secondary. That's a kind of thing that goes into trying to practicalize things for people to grasp. That's the whole idea about Jesus and all that, Muhammad. Right? Jesus can do miracles because Jesus, whatever the concept of Jesus is, like Muhammad, like George Carver, like Andrew J. Beard, like Amada, Jesse Owens, like a James Brown, like any of those wizards. They could do what seems to be a miracle because they are extension of this mighty power that some people call God or force by the so-called unbelievers. So, therefore, God's word is the Big Bang that sounds like a roaring water waves. There's a common denominator in all the three. God's word, that common denominator is waves. Waves. God's word is sound wave. Big Bang is sound wave. Roaring water waves are the waves. Therefore, this is a theorem. This is not some myth. It's real. So how come all three are speaking the same thing? How come? This is at least 20,000 years older than this too. And they're speaking the same language. So you can look at that in any way that you like. One way is this two copy from here because it's the same language. It's very possible that they copied from here. There are indications in from historians that that's not unheard of. The Osiris and all these other things that are copying, obviously. Okay? So therefore, it's consistent to see how this derived from here. That explains the unity among them. That is one possibility. Another one is, if they're independent, then they show the feature of the truth. When you're telling the truth, this is a truth, also called a theorem. When I began to go into my black community, there were a lot of rumors that were going around saying, oh, gee, better stay away from Oyibo. Don't believe him. Scott Williams was one of those big guys, telling people a hoax and all that. This is why it's important that you come to get the facts yourself. We want to eliminate interpreters. See, the problem with the world as it stands right now is that the world is upside down. As in, students teaching teachers. Upside down. And GAGUT is dealing with that here. So, atom is the basis of a subject called chemistry. Chemistry. Chemistry.
Radio's too loud.
Oh. Chemistry. Atom is where the subject chemistry came from. Chemistry. Right? Chemistry is the study of atoms called elements. Okay? And compounds, which basically deals with the material world, compounds. Compounds derive from atoms. For the last 500 years, you've been studying wrong chemistry. Because you have a periodic chart that tells you there are 118 elements or atoms. 100, that's the whole essence of periodic chart. GAGUT demonstrates that you don't have 118. You have one, and that is hydrogen, which is what the ancient Africans, about 30,000 years ago, had prescribed as what is the universe. One element. That's what GAGUT proves. And the proof is not that sophisticated, I mean, too much. Professor Lenora, the youngest member of the class, was being expected to demonstrate that proof. And if you have any problem, we're going to get her to do it right away. Right? Chemistry. What is chemistry? There are two words in chemistry. Right? Chemistry. Two words. There's a mystery, and there is chem.
Black magic.
Thank you very kind. That's a professor right there.
Professor, okay.
All right. Black magic. That's where the concept of black magic came from. I hear something about a black kid cannot learn chemistry. Chemistry is blackness. Black magic, the mystery of the ancient Africans. That's what chemistry is. Hey, there's African here, and there's African here. Look at the connection. Atom is the basis of chemistry. The science of the Africans. The Africans put this theorem together to say the universe has a building block called atom. That's too independent. These are hard data here. Scott Williams will not dare come into this room. Okay? He'll be so overwhelmed he'll kill himself probably. Because you can't suppress the truth for too long. And this, what I'm presenting to you, does not require you to have an interpreter. That is the power of God. That's the power of the truth. When somebody begins to tell you what you know is too mathematical for me to explain it to you, hey, begin to worry a little bit. Worry a little bit. Somebody's trying to look too sophisticated. The truth, listen, the truth may be complicated. But like any puzzle, the components are simple. This is the true elegance. You're watching some phony baloney on the PBS called Elegant Universe. What do they know about Elegant Universe? About what? Something called Elegant Universe by Brian Greene, going on right now on PBS. This is the true elegant universe. The universe is a large space that's full of one element called hydrogen. You can't get more elegant than that. Except we can prove it to you mathematically. And then like a brother and a sister that we've encountered, they got so disgusted after seeing the proof. And they said, gee, we've been lied to for 500 years. You've been lied to for 500 years. Well, that's what happens when you have a student teaching teachers. That would happen. So, wave is a common denominator, which is what you call spirit. Wave is spirit. And it has a whole full spectrum. And God, what they call the real God, is the one that exists, or that the essence of that spirituality. That's what the real God is. Because that is responsible for all the motion, the breathing, the everything that goes on in the universe. And the universe, like we said, is nothing but motion. Okay? The motion of the earth, the solar systems, and if that's not enough, of course, your body is composed of atoms, as we said before. An atom is a core of nucleus with electrons perpetually rotating around it. Therefore, every piece of chalk, every piece of stone, every matter, that carving over there, everything that you can see is motion. Is motion. So when we say that the universe is a large space full of motion, again, that's there for you to verify without going to Harvard. Yes. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I want the hand up that says that I don't believe it. I want the hand up that says I need Scott Williams to tell me for you to start telling me the truth.
You know, we saw motion this week.
Okay.
The eclipse, the moon was, the earth was between the sun and the moon.
That's right.
And you could see them.
That's right.
Going by.
That's right. So, the key thing here in this development, there's so many of them, but the key thing is that the universe is elegant, but not according to Brian Greene and all those others. It's elegant because it's constructed with one tool, one building block. And I want to get to that before people get tired. So, but let me tell you before as I go into that. So, if the universe is all motion, that's what Albert Einstein couldn't see in a way that could get him to put something down by way of equation. That's why what Stephen Hawking couldn't see. That's what Brian Greene couldn't see. They're going to funny baloney about string. String. Say, well, there's a string inside the atom, man. You know, the string. The violin, you know. They're overwhelming you with lies. Doesn't it shock you that you have to come into the ghetto to find out the truth? And I want somebody to disagree. I want somebody to say, no, Professor Oyibo, you're telling me bullshit. I like to hear that. That's what I love to hear. Professor that just left, you know, communicated according to what he was telling you with Scott Williams. And after I wrote him a letter, I wrote back gave him some rubbish. And when he responded, he never heard from Scott Williams again. Okay, Professor Lewin. Okay? Right? Is that what he told you?
Yes.
That's right. Okay, so the world, the universe, is a space full of hydrogen. But hydrogen derives from the waves that you call spirit. See, with your thinking, your concept of spirituality, as Professor Williams said, is real. If you don't believe that, go to Baptist church. Okay? The sermon on the Baptist church on Sunday, there is spirituality. I mean, it fills the room. Of course, don't live Pentecostal out. Right? Okay, and they admit they're not be left behind either. Wherever there's African people expressing spirituality, they can feel it, they can tell it, they become uninhibited. That's spirituality. Powerful. Okay? And so, that the thing is that concept of spirituality has been kind of qualitative. What GAGUT did was to quantify it by deriving it as a wave, because a wave has quantitative parameters, frequency, a speed, and a wavelength. So, God therefore exists in terms of waves that you call spirit. So when the Holy Book talks about God can be everywhere at the same time. See, the concept of worshipping of the sun, the planets and the stars and all that is, again, deeply rooted in this force, issue. something that is beyond our comprehension, something that's bigger than us, the big guy with the force and power. So, if you picture the sun, out of the sun comes the light waves. When the light waves leave the sun, it gets to Earth 93 million miles in 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, the light that left the sun comes here in 8 minutes. So if you think of God as having a velocity, a speed of wave that is much bigger than the sun, that's how you understand how God can be everywhere at the same time. It's high wave velocity. And the essence of the universe, therefore, is waves. The brain waves, the life waves. You die when the life waves leave your body. It gets what you call an escape velocity. The light waves need escape velocity to leave the sun. The life waves has to have an escape velocity to leave your body. That's what you call death. That's what you call death. So if you want to deal with longevity or immortality, now GAGUT tells you what to look for. It's not just good nutrition. I want to be a vegetarian. Great. Wonderful. I eat very well, man, you know. Okay? I do. But when you do that and you want to pursue longevity, then you go and enter flight 800. Flight 800 was the one that busted over the Atlantic. With all the nutrition in the world, what happens? Longevity is ended right there. Even the presidential plane got into turbulence sometime in 1996. Sure, it was more than that. So Clinton or whoever the president could be eating great food, you know, but that turbulence comes around, he can disappear. Okay, like that. So longevity can go out of the window. So longevity, however, can be looked at with the theorem. So let me go into the dynamics of that and then prove the hydrogen factor. The universe is a large space filled with hydrogen, and the essential thing there is motion. And for motion to occur, there has to be a force. Therefore, it's a large force field. And out of a force field, you get power. So it's a large power field. And that power field is what you call God. Power. That's what you call God. God is power. Somebody was just telling me, says, well, I thought God was love. Of course, God is love. but power before love. You can't love without power. It's impossible to love without power. Power is the real thing. It's out of the power that love emanates. So, if you look at the flow of that energy field, the power field, okay? You take a point like this, and there's a flow, a continuous flow, because that's all we talked about, nothing but motion, right? So you take a 50 units of force that's coming to this point here. 25% of 25 of it units is going to go past it. 5 gets absorbed. 20 keeps on rolling around it. When you take the bookkeeping of what happens at this point, the 50 never disappeared. 50 never disappeared. 25 went through, 5 was absorbed, there was 20 whirling around, that is 50. Therefore, in this force field, the flow of energy is such that there is no change. The spirit that started before matter came in hasn't disappeared, hasn't lost anything. part of faith gone transformed into matter. So the equation comes out to look like this. The theory of everything is written G-I, thank you. I told you I have a professor here, right? Beautiful. Oh, amen. Amen. That's it. That's a theory. It's kind of hard to even see the equation, right? This is the theory of everything. God bless Africa. God bless Africa. God bless Africa. Africa is the greatest. So when I see a brother and a sister saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. Okay, meaning, my God, why have you forsaken me? What, are you kidding me? Ask James Brown, man. Ask Brother Brown, man. The man was living with all this horrors around him for years. Then he woke up one day and said, and looks at himself in the mirror and all that, terrific things. And he said, what are you kidding? I am the greatest. I am the greatest. None of the other people could even come close to what this man does and expresses. So he says, I'm supposed to envy those people when I'm the greatest. So blackness is pride. Blackness is pride. Boy. Propaganda can be powerful to disengage you from that reality. I know he was actually sued. Most people didn't know that. He was sued. Right? He was sued. Most people don't know that. He was sued for the song, I'm Black and Proud.
Black and Proud?
Oh, yeah. Get out. Oh, see, most people don't know that. Most people have no idea. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only black person on the earth. You understand what I'm saying? Because I keep track of those kind of things. The man was sued.
Who sued him?
The details, we don't know who sued him, but he was sued. Was sued. Yeah, he was sued. Anyway, so that tells you how threatening that was to other people. I'm black and I'm proud. Not a superficial thing. You go deep into yourself and you see the blessings that you've gotten. You do not have a choice but to say, I'm black and I'm proud. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Okay? And there are terms cover. First of all, let me get to this here. Chemistry. Black magic. Why is it called black magic? Because black is beautiful. Because black is sophisticated. Because black is the greatest. That's why it's called black magic. When you get the Asian Africans, a piece of scrap, what do they do with it? They turn it into gold. Does that qualify as black magic? Does that deal with what your concept of black magic, the most sophisticated type? Pick up a scrap like this and say, well, here. And they will do something to it, it turns into gold. That's why the subject was coined by the Europeans as the mystery of the ancient Africans. The Arabs before them, who got the word to them, called it alchemy. Okay? Alchemy, by way of the ancient Africans. The key word is chem. Okay? When they saw what was happening, they called it black magic. Because the chemistry that was practiced by the ancient Africans was this practice, this chemistry. The Europeans only looked at this part, the material part. They did not deal with the spiritual part. That's what happened. Only a few of them were able to deal with the wave part, which is the spiritual part. Newton was one of those. Isaac Newton. He was called an alchemist. But look what happened to him. He was able to come with the gravitational law. He was ordained a minister of Church of England. He held a Lucasian professorship. Yes?
I know scrap into gold, but when they turned it into gold, it was like magic.
That's right. Awesome, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yes, absolutely beautiful. So now, but what's amazing, so therefore, this here, right? Gij, comma, j equal to 0 was the equation Albert Einstein was looking for. Newton was looking for that as well. Maxwell was looking for it. Right? Stephen Hawking looked for it to the point where he says, forget it, no human can get this equation. And you should calculate too. Okay? So, what does it mean? Comma means change. Comma indicates mathematical change. So what it says is, for the believers, it will be Gij will represent God for the believers. Okay? God for the believers. And power for the so-called non-believer. And GAGUT says power is God. So there's no such thing as an atheist. The force or the power was called God by some people, and it's called by power by other people. They're not talking anything different. Right? God does not change. That's what the Bible, the Holy Book said. Now, let me make it clear so that people understand that I'm not contradicting Professor Williams here. Okay? It's an issue of semantics. That's number one. Number two, there's something, you understand, there's something called, when you present a story, usually people are not so dumb that they will make every line to be lies. Most people are smart enough to have some truth. And around that truth, present lies. And then what Professor Williams was saying is basically that. There's an existing concept in ancient Africans, which is true. Osiris, right? That we know to be facts. And when other people took Osiris and the whole story, what did they do with it? That's what he's presenting. So you can formulate a lie from the truth. It's an issue of what it is you want to present. So when you have some facts, and side by side you have the lies, okay? And a little bit of facts, and then lies again, and so on and so forth. In fact, you could have just one iota of the truth, and have the rest surrounded by lies. And that is why GAGUT, which is the theory of everything, is speaking uninhibited. I mean, it's out there for anybody to challenge. And if anything that I've said sounded fishy to you, you shut me up right quick. That's why I wanted people to oppose what I said. And the truth should be that way. It should be uninhibited. There's no reason to be, you understand? You let people decide. Present the facts, let people make their decision. And you should be, see, I had to defend this material before 20 million audience. Sorry. On the Coast to Coast show. Okay? You know what was amazing was Carl Williams didn't call in. He didn't call in. Okay? He could not call in. In fact, the third party that called in when I was done answering the question or the thing, Mike Siegel, who was the host, said to them, now that's a thorough response. Yes.
Now can you, now you said the theorem G-I, comma, J, whatever. You say G means God.
G-I-J represents God.
Oh, G-I-J, okay.
Yes,
okay.
G-I-J is God, and the change in God is zero. That's what the Holy Book says.
So what's the J to N mean?
Huh? J is the dimension. It's the dimensions. God exists in all dimensions. Okay. Yes. God, you know, and the force has the same concept. Okay? For you to talk about the force, you got to talk about the directions. Right? So the J-I-J, you know, God in all directions does not change. or the total power in the universe in all directions doesn't change. Where is it going to change to? First of all, the universe has no boundaries. Boundaries are a human concept. And again, self-centeredness drives us to say, well, you know, it's got to have an end somewhere. Okay. So now the Einsteinians are busy trying to get on my case and say, well, you know, is the universe a moving universe or the multi-universe? Are there, in other words, the multi-universes? Okay? Or is the universe expanding? That's the very famous one. Okay? And that was put to me on the Coast to Coast show. Well, is it true that the universe is expanding? The expanding universe. And I said to them, I said, listen, what would you call the space that the universe is expanding to? God bless Africa. What would the world do without Africa? Right? That's the bottom line. Got to deal with the truth. Okay? You've been dealing with lies for 500 years. No wonder you're confused. It's no wonder a black kid doesn't want to learn it, man. The black kid is disgusted, doesn't want to stay in class. Perhaps if you give him the truth, he will learn, man. You think the black kid's a dummy? No, you're dead wrong. You're dead wrong. You're absolutely wrong. So, scrap to gold. That's where this came from. Black magic. Guess who did black magic in the 1800s, early 1900s? Yeah, man. The great-great-great-great-grandson of these people did black magic. Isn't that something? George Carver took something this small. Huh? Something. If you try to break this thing into, he broke this down into 325 units that fed the South and the rest of America by extension. Without that African, this country would have starved. That's right. And the one thing that if you push me, I share with you is some of the things that was done to him that most black people don't know. Right? You have no clue. That's such a genius at something, some dimension that you don't know, you all don't know. Right? You only saw the genius part of it, but you have to put up with a lot. Okay? So he repeated black magic again, testifying to the legacy. He repeated the definition of this word, black magic, when he did that. And I hear today people are trying to, make that look like it's a hoax again. People are now saying it's impossible for a human to break down a peanut into 325 after he has fed them what came out. now they got their mouth full and stomach full. Now they want to do dirt. Okay? That's why the last class we demonstrated to those who were here. Okay? On Gary's show we did the same thing. How he did it. This is GAGUT. This is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. GAGUT, so this is the equation. Let's get to it has a solution. That's the amazing part. Albert Einstein was looking for things, and he found equal density squared. He proved that this came from here, and had the American Mathematical Society and the European Mathematical Society said, yes, you're right. This came from here. This is the mother of all equations. It says energy can change into, or mass can change into energy. Okay? So if you have that energy that gets materialized, okay, that's conservation. The energy didn't disappear. Okay? It's out of energy could originally exist in the spirit form, the waves form. Okay? When the matter came out of it, okay, it didn't disappear. Then that energy didn't disappear. It comes into MC squared. Matter came out of that. That's where the matter came out of. So when you multiply the mass that you got by c squared, it doesn't have to be c squared, it's just a velocity squared. That's what GAGUT also showed. GAGUT generalizes this and says that it came from here, which is the model equation, which is what Albert Einstein was looking for. Okay? Now, it has a solution, what we call a fundamental solution, called eta sub n. Eta is simply a Greek letter. Okay? Eta sub n, which is G. That's right, that's the equation. N0, okay, Gn1 x to the power plus Gn2 y to the power n plus 1 plus Gn3 z to the power n plus 1 plus all the dimensions that you can prove to be independent. This is the solution. Africa is not beautiful for nothing, folks. Not only is it an equation, but there's a fundamental solution as well. Okay? And what this fundamental solution represents is the paths, the trajectories, the path, the line that every one of those motions that we talked about before takes. For a motion to occur, there's a path. When you were coming from your house here, you follow the path because you were moving. There's a track. This shows all the possible paths that motion can occur. So, what does that mean? The first one is eta sub 0. That's right. That's when n is equal to 0. That's the very first one. Guess what that shows? It's a path of waves. How about that? The waves will follow that path. That's the very first one. The very, very first solution depicts waves, which is what we call spirit. Therefore, God was one. God was the original, the real God, the force, the power. That was eta sub 0, the waves, the spirit, came before matter. That's the very first solution. And mathematically, eta sub 0 is recognized as waves. That's the very first one. And it's out of this wave that the second one comes from, which is eta sub 1. Eta sub 1 is from where you get the motions of the planets. The tracks followed by the planets. Okay? And the stars and all the concentration planets. Okay? It predicts that the planets will go around the sun on an elliptical path. Eta sub 1 shows an ellipse. Scott Williams can deal with that. Therefore, eta sub 1 spells relativity. Albert Einstein general relativity is summarized in one unit in the GAGUT solution. One. Okay? And Maxwell, and Schrodinger, and a few others. Of course, relativity is also Newton. So if you take these solutions here, okay, and take two of them, that is eta is equal to 1, and n is equal to 1. This one represents, all the quantum theory, string theory, that's Michio Kaku. The so-called elegant universe, folks, is a little tiny part of this. That's what the noise on PBS is about right now. One solution out of trillions, zillions of solutions. You make N1, it gives you the waves. The string, the string that they're talking about represents waves. That's all the string does. Waves. Because Max Planck in 1901 went into a lab and put a spring mass combination together and set them into vibrations. And he found out that it could simulate electromagnetic force field. So, oh my God. Well, this is something. This is quantum theory. Quantum means particle. That mass that is hanging at the tip of the spring, like this. They have a spring, they have okay, and then there's a mass hanging out here. If you pull this thing down like this, it will vibrate, okay, because of this spring. And when you put a few of this together, okay, this is a mass here, M. He could simulate the electromagnetic force field. So they thought, they call it the quantum. Quantum is representing this particle, mass. That's what quantum means, particle. So they said, wow, Planck has revolutionized physics. Because he could take a particle with a spring to show electromagnetic force field. So they said, well, this is the birth of quantum theory. In reality, quantum theory was by the ancient Africans. Why did I say God bless Africa? God already blessed Africa. This is the quantum theory. The fundamental building block is atomic. He's trying to say that this particle will represent the force field. Okay? And the force field, the electromagnetic force field, can be represented by a particle and a spring. So then it's a concept of quantum, but the real quantum was developed 30,000 years ago, not 1901. Not only did they define the problem, they solved it by coming up with an atom. GAGUT shows that that atom is hydrogen atom. That's what we're talking about. So, here is the equation, here is the solution. Now, they would like to talk about, so if it is mass here, they want to find the most fundamental mass. What is the most fundamental mass here that will be attached to a spring that will simulate the electromagnetic force field, gravity force field, strong force field, weak force field. So if you can find a mass for electromagnetic force field, which is what they call photons, you should be able to find one for the strong force field, which they call gluons. You should also be able to find one for the weak force field, which is what they call the weak bosons. When it comes to finding one for gravity, they call something called graviton. They have not been able to touch graviton. They can find graviton. So they're stuck. So that concept is dead. And when Green tells you about the elegant universe and talks about whether the atom is a spring, he doesn't deal with that. What they talked about is eta sub 0, which is Schrodinger's equation and all that. Just one little thing. And the reason they cannot, see, you can't jump from here to here without having this. The equation that they have can only deal with this. And mathematically it's impossible to, if your equation only deals with this, you have to have another equation to deal with it. They stop, they can't find this. Relativity was able to find this, but relativity cannot deal with this. That is the core of the problem of finding the unified theory. how do you unify this? This describes gravity very well, and this one describes electromagnetic, a strong and a weak. Okay? But, gee, how do you combine them? How do you combine them? Einstein worked on that from 1916 to 1955 when he passed on. He could not combine these two. To have one equation that will bring this and this out in a way that can be consistent. Okay? Quantum, this is quantum, and this is relativity. So, the core of solving the most difficult mathematical problem in the history of humanity was hinged on unifying this. And what unifies them is this equation. Because out of this equation comes out haters of n. So it not only unifies this and this, it unifies a zillion of them that we haven't even thought about yet. Because Albert Einstein was struggling with unifying two forces, force fields, gravity and electromagnetic field. And next time I'll go into the dynamics of the specifics, because what you know today is that the universe is a force field or a space full of motion. So you want to identify what kind of forces will cause motion. We've identified gravity already. When there are charges, okay, something called charges, a property of matter. Okay? If you have a positive and a positive, they will repel. That is motion. So there must be a force field responsible for that motion. And as we said before, the force from gravity primarily is construed as coming from nature because they can't identify the individual that provides that force. So they say it comes from nature. That nature is what the believers call God. So when you see the property of matter, positive sign, and the repelling, that's nature. Nature created those properties. If there's a negative and a positive, of course, they will come together. Again, that's motion. So the force behind that is called electromagnetic force field. Now, when you get into the core of the nucleus, okay? All right? And before we do that, I think we'll probably just go and prove to you that there's one element in the universe, okay? Let's get it. So in other words, this is the wave, the spirit, where it all began. Out of the spirit comes the concentrations, like the planets and all that. And that's what relativity represents. But that concentration has only one building block we call hydrogen. And like we said, this constitutes matter, atoms and compounds. That's matter. So the essence of matter then is supposedly represented by the periodic chart that lists hydrogen, helium, lithium, right through to Americanium, Einsteinium, okay, Europium. But guess what? There's only one, and it's called Africanum. Africanum. That's what it is. Hydrogen could be called, it's rightly called Africanum. But that's where it came from. Atom. That's where it came from. So you can call this Africanum. And it wipes out all the Einsteinium, Schrodinger, whatever, all that's out. You've been learning wrong science for 500 years.
Well, you could make up another theory. Called Africanum.
That's right, Africanum theory. Okay, so what we'll take a look at, and I can see that my professor here is going to help out, okay? Right? Now let's take hydrogen. Hydrogen is this here, with a proton and a neutron, okay? And an electron rotating. That's hydrogen. Okay? That's an arrow. That shows where the electron is going. That's hydrogen. Okay? So, we're going to look at the next
Maybe I'll leave the next for my teacher, my assistant teacher. Yeah.
What is the next one?
The next one is healing. I'm going to let you do healing, but let me do carbon. Okay?
6.
That's right. Let's do carbon, C. Okay? Carbon has 6 protons and 6 neutrons. Amen. Amen. Okay? Okay? There are 6 protons. P positive, P positive, P positive, P positive, P positive, and P positive. And N. And then there are 6 electrons. Okay? Okay? This is carbon. It's supposed to be a different element from hydrogen. So GAGUT says, well, the force that transformed into matter, the spirit that transformed into matter, there was no reason for it to have different building blocks. It's got to be one. One. So, when we look at matters presented, yes?
You forgot something.
Okay. The magic line, that's right. That's what I'm going to do. You're going to do helium. So how do you prove what is this in effect? That's what she means, magic line. Draw the magic line. Here. And draw another one 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 here.
And now it looks like an egg that somebody colored.
A proton, a neutron, electron. A proton, electron, a neutron. What is this? I wish you could call Scott Williams to come here. A proton, a neutron, electron. A proton, a neutron, an electron. In other words, hydrogen. 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 Another hydrogen. Another hydrogen. And another hydrogen. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Carbon is nothing but 6 hydrogen units. Yes?
I may be correct, but aren't there certain elements that don't have, like they may have more protons and electrons or more neutrons and protons? Like, are there always one of each in each of them? Because I think, remember in school, like they had showed me certain things we didn't always have one of each.
Yes. Yes, we can deal with that.
Oh, okay. Well, your questions must be general. I think logic, mathematical and otherwise, is not in contention with the existence of Almighty God. The real problem, however, and I think it is here we trace the roots of all conflicts and crises in religions. What is the true path to God? The inability of humanity to resolve this question is responsible for both sectarian and interreligious couples in the world. I want you to reflect on this seriously. You are not to reply, you reflect. How does the recent reformulation of Stephen Hawking's theorem the postulation that some form of energy can escape from the black hole fit into your... this has already been asked. Thank you very much. The next one is by Ime Omo. Please stand up. Yes. Since all matter contains electrons, and if an electron is sunken into the nucleus, the matter is destroyed. From your theorem, can electrons be stopped to be applied in the treatment of terminable diseases? That's an interesting one. Can electrons be stopped? Yes or no?
No, you can't stop electron, but you got to really remember what I said. Space is the fundamental thing, and that's geometry. Space is there for the motion. So the motion is a continuous one. Albert Einstein said all motions are relative. But you can qualify that to said not only are they relative, they're real. Okay? The motions are real. Everything is in motion. So an electron stopping, it simply gets sucked into by the protons, and that will collapse the whole systems. So it is not feasible that it will be, otherwise the particular entity where that happens would collapse, and you don't have that kind of system anymore. Okay?
More details can be obtained later.
Right.
Question number 13. Joseph Izan Azi. Is he here? Oh, yes. Now, your question is, the question are there other attempts by others to unveil the grand unified theory? If yes, why is the GAGUT the most novel? Are there other attempts?
Oh yeah, everybody's trying, to find a unified field theory currently, but it's been found, and we've proven that every other one to this point and beyond are embedded in here. So what Professor Edith Illuchins and Nato Albert Einstein said was, she nominated him for a Nobel Prize, and she also one time might teach as well. And what she said was she's simply happy that we were blessed to be the first to actually solve the problem. And that's what's important now. I mean, there are a lot of similar things in history. For example, the equation called the Navier-Stokes equation was formulated first by Navier, according to some account, somewhere like in the 1820s. And Stokes came around in the 1840s to reproduce the same thing. And they were considered independent. I couldn't understand that. They're supposed to be independent. And so the credit is given to both of them, in terms of Navier-Stokes. Okay? But in this case, we have proven our point. This work has been studied now since the early 90s, really. And certainly Harvard is studying it. The books are placed in the most prestigious library in Harvard, which is the John G. Wallbach Library. If you go down your internet, you'll see there. And those big guys, they are studying it. And I haven't had a call from any of them that says they have any problem with it. I don't think they have. But in any case, there are people who are exploring other ways too, because once a theorem is proven, other people have, as a matter of, how can I say, research process, a right to go through other means, either trying to discredit the current proof or find another way to agree with it. So that's an ongoing thing. Okay? Comments are still being made about relativity and all the other stuff, So I won't be surprised if people are, are actually working and trying to, they must have checked this a lot, pretty sure. But in any case, the one thing is, as a matter of a theorem, okay, which is why it is impossible to disagree with it. If there existed something called the unified force, it must satisfy that equation that we gave there. Otherwise, it's not a force.
because that's a generic force equation as well. So there's no getting around Jij, J equals 0. The relativity equations, the general relativity, are just in that form. You reproduce them from this equation. So, in other words, it's like it's hard for any person to actually tamper with that equation. So, but others might come and, through some other ways, come up with the same result. I don't know, they might, but that is the result right there.
Thank you. Now, there is this very interesting question by Dr. J.O. Afolayan. Where is he? Good. Now, he says that, in fact, you should change your equation from Jij equals 0 to Jij equals infinity. Now, Prof, I wouldn't want to ask you to answer that, but I think you should take note of that. Is it possible, for example, to change it to 0? I guess that the answer is no because of the original thinking. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Now, there's somebody here who agrees with you, Madam Abba. Yeah. Somebody here agrees with you substantially, so there will be no discussion.
Thank you very much.
Number 16. Since, please, that's just enough. Since English are the ones that refer to God, to refer to the Almighty, can the letter G be replaced with A to mean Allah? Because the name Allah in Arabic is what the Almighty used to refer to himself. I want to congratulate you, sir, and I'm very pleased to show that agnostics that God exists. Thank you very much. I don't think you need to explain. Yes. Now, somebody wrote just AR or AK. I'm inclined to skip over it. Anyway, what is force made up of? What are the conditions of which force becomes energy, or how does force form a boundary so as to define itself as a unique entity? Now, this is going to require, I think, 1 week of answer. But the question basically is, what is force made up of? Tony Owechia, electrical, is he here? Please stand up. Now, he is asking a specific question. You wrote down a formula which even I can't read. But he says, how can it be used to prove that... Can you ask the question because you didn't write it properly? What do you want to say?
That's it as a man. From the solution. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
That can prove it. Okay, meet him afterwards.
well, actually, see, the shape that we have there, okay, the core, an electron rotating, it's understood that the path of the electron there is actually elliptical or circular, which is eta sub 1.
Next, Yusuf Yakubu, what's the name? Obadaki. Yes, he is worried, or shall I say, of you referring to God as a wave. But a wave has boundary, and light also has boundary. Please let him explain what factor. Oh, you should expatiate on it? Yes. Please, Obadaki, not now. Yes. What was your name?
Mana Abasa.
You said that you agreed with him, and it's long. That's why I skipped it.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to come in again. If this forum is supposed to be a professional interaction, I don't think we should treat it rather perfunctorily. If issues are being raised, they need to be discussed. You can give him time limit, but not to say you cannot discuss now. The question is when.
Thank you, sir. I'm very aware of that, and I'm aware of the time. I intend that after I have read through the questions, some of them do not need more than the answers he's given. But some are going to be general solutions, which he can have all the time to give. Now, there is one from Professor S.S. Adefila. Is he still around?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Now, as you talked, I ran through my mind to see what you were saying in terms of what I know. I am, what is it, thermodynamics? Yes. Yes. Thus, I see energy and recognize it as same as matter. I also know that energy can transform from one into the other. But I know that I need mechanistic principles to appreciate thermodynamics. Now, how do I get, using your unified principle, to explain phenomena? Now, that's a conk question of principle, which he will need to answer. But there are others like that, so I will run through them and then give him time to answer them. 21. Please expatiate on the time element. It is agreed that God does not change. How about the relative motion and position of the smaller constituents of the universe? This is Dr. A.S. Ahmed of Chemical Engineering. I think this is a good question which will need to be answered. Is he still here? Okay, good. I hope you'll be here to listen to the answer. Your assumptions are those who do not believe God also fit into the mother equation. Some people believe in Satan, that is devil. Since devil has different properties from God, do you think the mother equation will agree with the one? Osiki L. Haruna Abubakar, a 200-level student. If other elements are obtained from hydrogen, how can you account for the numbers of neutrons and mass number? I think that's even me can answer that. Dr. S.K. Musa, Director, is he still here? Oh, good afternoon. Now, why do you think statistics should be disregarded? Statistics is human thinking and therefore differ from GAGUT theory. It helps human making decisions. How can GAGUT substitute this? I think that is a very good question too. Professor Issa, you have been attended to. Math student Ida Ekereke. Thank you. How can the concept of GAGUT be applied in solving some of the ambiguities associated with geophysics, e.g., knowing the different layers of the earth, the definite depth, absolutely. In other words, applications. Finally, I quite agree with your GAGUT. However, I do not agree that GAGUT is God, but rather I believe it is an equation that explains the attributes of God as in the holy books. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Good. Now, there are actually two major questions here. The first one is, how do you apply your equations to the various phenomena in life? In other words, you pick the phenomenon of wave theory. Now, how can you derive it from your equation? Sit down. The second one, which I think was asked by Professor Adefila, which summarizes all. We are quantifiable. We are limited. To be able to understand phenomena, we have to use quantifiable and limited factors. Now, your GAGUT is saying that it is not necessary. Can you justify it? I think those are the two major questions which you need to answer.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I add the third one, which is very, very important? Is the issue of the Hawkins. I think you should address that. Because we don't want to brush aside things or people that are critical so that we can be behaving as scientists, true scientists. So I hope you don't mind also addressing that.
No problem at all. It's just that I hope you will spend enough time on each one of them to be able to answer, because it is 20 minutes past 12 and by 1.
First. Hawkins? People who deal with cosmology, by and large, use relativity equations. Relativity equation. In reality, relativity relativity can be said to be, this is what relativity actually does, which is a very special solution or set to this equation here. This is what relativity does. So therefore, it is limited. Very, very limited. Now, they also went through Riemannian geometry, Riemann. The Riemann geometry is very fine geometry. As a matter of fact, I got to learn that Riemann's thesis was supervised by Friedrich Gauss in Göttingen. And so that makes, Gauss the grandfather of relativity in some ways. Beautiful. But what is Riemann doing? We're trying to relate two coordinate systems, or more than one, geometric systems, where they have a constraint in terms of going from one space to the other. And that constraint is the S squared actually they don't add it up actually with the T and so on, CDT and so on. And they're putting a constraint on this here. What that does is you're starting from a fundamental solution of your problem that you want to formulate. Because in reality, this is the R squared, which is basically eta sub 1, a section of eta sub 1. And as long as this constraint remains in your functional analysis, the solution is embedded, at least one characteristic set of solutions are embedded in your formulation. This is what most mathematicians and physicists don't pay attention to. They get caught up with the tensor analysis that they don't see the role of, this is where you get the metrics from, this thing here. This is what produces the metric tensors. But geometrically, that's in a local
a local, a circle, or sphere, or whatever, okay, which is a characteristic solution to the problem. Because the motions on the gravity, the planets all go around this here. So it's almost like starting to formulate, and you embed it in your process, the solution. The solution is hidden here. A characteristic is hidden in the analysis. So therefore, when after you got the equations, and you come up and you reproduce the answer again, hey, you really, if it's expected, there's nothing miraculous there, because the answer has been buried in the solution all the time. So, having said that, this in the relativity analysis then constrains the GAGUT equation to one characteristic, which is eta sub 1. The general solution of GAGUT will be G0 eta sub 0, and in fact, at eta sub 0 you can go in another dimension, you can add all the eta sub 0s, which are the waves, because they're linear equations, you can superpose them. Then plus G1 eta sub 1 plus G2 eta sub 2, and it goes on. And each of these characteristics define the characteristics of the universe. And so when you constrain your solution process to just one set of characteristics, you are highly limited. And as the characteristics approaches the singular point, which is, say, 0, okay? If you keep on going and the radius is, is getting to 0, then you force into a singularity, because that's all you have. But in a broader solution, if that approaches 0, you're still left with this. And in reality, what Hawking was doing, and there was a point where he was actually very, very excited, and he thought he should have won a Nobel Prize, was that he took this and tried to use a quantum argument to add a part of this. And he was able to explain some things. Now, and he jumped up and said, yeah, I should. They're celebrating in Cambridge all over the place. But he's just patching equations. In his analysis, this came from relativity, this came from somewhere, the quantum theory. They didn't come from a common origin. GAGUT, on the other hand, pulls them out together. That is the main difference. So as this approaches its limit, you still have this and these other things that were, in other words, when the gravity disappears, you can still explain the quantum part. Or that the energies that is transferred from the gravity, as it diminishes, goes into the quantum. And that's basically what he was trying to do, and that's interpretability. So that is about Hawking. In other words, if you separate it, like I said before, D'Alembert's formula, the wave equation, given which solution comes from D'Alembert, okay, is, it's a certain solution, mathematical physics equation, okay, and when you have Schrodinger, it's a different equation, okay, and you get a particular set of waves there, and so on and so forth. But with this, if you put this through the wave equation, it satisfies it exactly, not approximately. Look. Excuse me. And if you put this through the Schrodinger's equation, it also satisfies it exactly. So it satisfies all the possible wave equations that there are. Okay? So it can explain all those phenomena, but it's just one equation. Okay? That is the beauty of GAGUT in terms of it swallowing everything else that exists. Okay? Now, so we can explain cosmology because all the features of the characteristics are here, because there are infinite number of them. We haven't even begun to see what was known was discrete values, 0 and 1. What about fractional values? Nobody has examined that yet. Okay? That is there to be explored. It's all buried in here. So that is why this is so complete, okay, in terms of geometry. Now, so that is the problem with Hawking, is that he has one kind of characteristics through relativity. But there are other kinds of characteristics. Okay. What's the next question?
The question, Dr. Ahmed.
Sorry. Sing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Professor, can you go over your question? I want to be sure I heard.
Well, I appreciated the connectivity you have established between equations and the concept of God. Fine. But what I wanted to know, is there any mathematical equation which can describe God? It has been understood by philosophers and scientists and philosophy of science people that no mathematical equation can completely capture the concept of Almighty. Fine. As Cantor I cited in 1900, end of that, he proved that there are various kinds of infinities. There is one absolute infinity which matches God if you want to explain God, and that cannot be treated mathematically. That's the thing I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a fellow mathematician, so we speak the same language. And it's true that the infinities are a problem. Okay, they're a problem in mathematics. What I think GAGUT has done was to transform infinity in a way that you can work with it. You can work with it.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Countable infinity. In that sense, countable infinity.
Yes.
That has been the base for all these equations.
Yes.
But not the otherwise.
Yeah, well, see, in other words, okay, it all begins with the following statement. What is the universe? The universe is a large space. Large is relative. See, you know, there are all kinds of things that are coming as a result of that problem of infinity. Okay, for example, the whole concept of expanding universe. When I explain it to an average person sitting down here, they can see clearly that there's no such a thing as an expanding universe. Okay? So it's all ears. Let me tell you why. You said, and that is Newton, the big guys now. I mean, talking about Einstein, he died. Talking about, I mean, Caltech have been studying heavily, expanding it. You understand? All right. You want to talk about the expansion. First of all, you talk about the boundary. Okay? So let's say this is where your boundary is. And now you say that it is expanding.
Indefinitely.
Yeah. So what do you call this place that it is expanding to?
This is the steps which these equations deal with, that it will be countable infinity only. It goes to infinity, but the steps are countable. Countable means isomorphic to set of natural numbers.
Right. Well, the bottom line, though, is you must have a definition for an instantaneous space that is left out here that this is expanding to. What would you call that?
It's part of the universe.
Absolutely. Therefore, there isn't such a thing as an expanding universe in reality. Now, I know. See, the concept of expanding universe came from eta sub 1. It came from eta sub 1, which has no regards for these other ones, okay? And when you look at the characteristics of eta sub 1, yeah, you can have expanding radii of the characteristics and so on and so forth, but not the totality of the universe. The universe can't expand. Where is it expanding to?
Because it is the limit.
See, that's what I said, that the concept of God Almighty has been taken as absolute infinity, which cannot come here, because that cannot be treated mathematically. No. All other equations and things are dealing with countable infinity.
Well, no. Well, see, all right, but this does not lend itself to what you said. Okay? No. This already says it's a large space. That does not leave out any portion of that space. And of course, by definition, it's got to be infinite. See, because
absolute infinity.
Absolute. It's got to be. Yeah,
it's not this infinity. This infinity is countable.
No. This equation is valid in the absolute infinity. That's what I'm saying. It's valid.
I don't know.
No. You know what? Listen. Let me tell you the dynamics. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. You need to see two mathematicians argue. That is awesome. What? The question is, what is the universe? The universe is a large space that is full of motion. He didn't say that it has to be finite. That's number one. If you pick a point anywhere in that infinite space, absolute infinite space, you pick a point. It's an arbitrary point. It can be anywhere. It can be inside the electron. It can be inside the sun. It can be the furthest distance ever that you can possibly imagine. Any point, you will see the flow of the force field. A unit that is coming to that point, arbitrary point, some will move past it. Others will be absorbed. Others will be swirling around it. When you do the bookkeeping like the 1,000 naira, it will satisfy this equation. That's the point. And therefore, absolute infinity is covered thoroughly well. Because there's no restriction as to the location of that arbitrary point.
I'm sorry, has your question been answered? Okay, ask it again.
Okay, what? Yes.
You see, holistically,
what's the name
the GAGUT. My name is Dr. A.S. Ahmed from Chemical Engineering Department.
Okay.
Yes. I want you to expatiate on the time element.
Okay.
Holistically, we agree God is ever same, not changing, everlasting.
Yes.
But the smaller components of the universe, for instance, we agree that the earth, the believers believe that the earth will one day be disturbed by the relative motion in our position. So please, can you explain how this GAGUT can be?
Yes. Now you got to broaden your view. See, this is the absolute time in reality actually gives you a sense of the Almighty God. And that's basically what the believers deal with. But, I want to caution us also to not become so scared, okay, about the hugeness of the Almighty God that you freeze. That doesn't do God any good. You want to get a sense as clear as possible of what the Almighty God is. You know that it's infinite, okay? In fact, when you talk about infinite, which is kind of similar to what he was talking about, I'm sorry. But you see, this is a reference point here, okay? You say 1, 2, and so on, down the number line, okay? Do you realize that between 0 and 1, that's, if you count the real numbers there, that's also infinite?
Okay?
Larger infinity.
Absolutely. So that is infinite, this is infinite, this is infinite.
Number of points between 0, 1 is infinity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you can get that kind of thing. But when you reduce it to space, and now you're talking about an arbitrary space, you've covered everything. There's no space that's left out. Because you didn't say, oh yeah, it's got to be within the solar system. No, that is not stated. So there's no point that is left out. Okay? That's what makes it cover. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Prof, just 1 minute. It's a big question. Space is, as mathematics does it, subject to certain axioms.
Yeah.
It is not conceiving everything.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
No. What do you mean by axiom?
Axioms are human constructs.
Yes.
It cannot be absolute. Therefore, after 2000 years, geometry has changed to Riemann. Euclid has gone in that sense, but Euclid remains as absolute geometry or real geometry, whatever it is.
Okay,
axioms change.
Yeah, well, see, but the axioms are human stuff.
Yes.
Yes, okay, but what we're saying here is beyond the human stuff. Picking up, yes, it's beyond, way beyond the human stuff, because you look, you know what the space is. This room is a space, it's a subset, okay? Now, just imagine yourself, okay? You know where the sun is, for example. You know where the solar system center is located. You know the farthest galaxy. Try to imagine. Get your imagination right there and beyond.
These are intuitions.
Sorry, yes.
Mathematics is afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that is the point that we're talking about. Okay, let me deal with the person over there. Now,
Your name, please.
Dr. Ahmed. Okay, now, this is also, see, this space here, mathematicians have no problem saying that this goes to infinity. Okay? They have no problem. All right. We have to deal with the realities that something that we can't count, we can imagine. See, the human mind, in other words, Einstein was in error right away when he says the speed of light is the limit, because the speed at which the human mind processes things is much faster than the speed of light. And therefore, if you think God's process to be even much bigger than that, then we're talking about the speed of light being a midget speed, okay? It's a snail speed, if you will, okay? So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. But you see, if the space in geometry can be imagined to be infinite, okay, and all the qualifications, we're talking about one that's unqualified here. Therefore, time, what is time? And that's one thing Stephen Hawking did, a short history of time. It's more like a long history of space. A long history of space. Time is space. What is time? Time is a reference point in space. That's what time is. That's what time is.
Does it have real existence?
Oh, within the space concept.
For example, space is thinking that space doesn't have real existence. As the professor said, it is an absence.
No. He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
For example, if you finished if I fold my arm like this,
yes, yes,
I'm encompassing time and space with it.
yes.
But is it space transferable from one place to another? Because I'm moving my hand and there's space in. Am I moving in space?
No, well, moving is constant, as we just discussed before. You're moving constant. See, in other words, here's what I'll give you an example. If you didn't have a reference point, you can't measure anything in reality. You can certainly not measure space. When you say Kaduna is 40 or something miles, you have a reference point. You have a reference point. Which is why Albert Einstein emphasized the concept of relativity. It's relative. See, when you draw this geometry, okay, this reference here, you pick up this zero here. It gives you a bearing for you to now look at what you're talking about. Time gives the essence of that. Time, in other words, but it's independent.
It's an independent variable in that respect, okay? Because the reference point can be chosen arbitrarily, okay? You choose the reference point arbitrarily. You want to measure Kaduna from here, you say here, okay? All right, once you fix that, you now can say Kaduna is so much miles. But there are zillions of points where you can make that measurement, you see? So what time does is like gives you a reference point in your location of the geometry or your reference point. That's basically what time does. You got to remember, our time, we said that mother and does this, okay? Which is where we get the night and day. You know, if only what we're saying was night or day, time will not have the kind of dramatic impact that it has on us. But what are we talking about? We're talking about this. The oscillation, the rotation. That's what we call time is. We divide this into components. We divide it into 24, and we call one of those an hour. It is this space that we divide it.
Yes, thank you. Please, somebody has the microphone.
Yes.
Go on, go on.
It's me.
Yes, sir.
Please, let's get back to your equation there, the eta n. Etas of n, the whole equation of the etas of n. Not the whole of the large equation there. Maybe you have to clean all of those.
Okay. The etas of n, right? Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I put a dot is
I'm sorry, my name is Dr. Tijani. I'm a mathematician, functional analyst,
okay.
Quantum statistical mechanics, a follower of Hawkins, whom I met many times at Cambridge. Cambridge is my second home.
Okay.
Finished from Imperial College.
Okay.
Graduate of Imperial College, London. So,
okay.
My question here is what is that n? What are the values of your n? What are the ranges of your n?
Did Professor Hawkins send you on this?
This is just the beginning. We will gradually go to what I really want to say.
Well,
just let's know what the n is first.
Mathematical n is a parameter. It's a parameter that describes the differences in the characteristics of the solution of the equations. That's what n stands for. If you pick a value, describe a particular class of characteristics of the solution.
So suppose we pick n to be minus infinity. Okay. What does that mean?
Okay, you have n equal to minus infinity. Okay, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, the same thing that your infinity means on the number line. This one. What does that mean when you go to minus infinity?
No, but in the equation, can you fit in the minus infinity and then describe something physically? We are not talking of quantum mechanics.
Well, you see,
if n is infinity, then what is n plus 1? Tn plus 1?
That's it. That's what
No. Okay, well,
yeah. We are coming from a mathematical background.
No, fine, that's all right. But you see, I want you to tell me what minus infinity is here on this number line.
What the minus infinity is saying that on the left of 0,
yes,
wherever you pick a point,
yes,
there's something beyond that. That's what it's saying.
Okay.
That's all.
That's exactly what this is saying too.
Sorry, I cannot see from the equation. That's what I'm trying to say. Because you see, the problem here is that your g's, your t's, and x and y's explain something there.
Yes.
Now, those apart from functional analysis, we want to know, because whether you are talking of variables, operators,
yes.
If you are talking of variables, are
Yes.
they random?
Yes.
Not random. Operators, bounded, unbounded, linear, non-linear. You see, all these things are very important in those equations. Now, and then those equations, you must have made some assumptions. Now, are those assumptions?
No.
Yes.
The n is from your number line. So, since that's accepted, n is automatically accepted. Now, it may turn out that when you actually do the analysis in terms of when you're looking at the limit of as n approaches infinity, plus it's an open, it's this kind of, we're talking about, say, n is this, not that. Okay? I didn't say that per se. It's this. Okay? Minus infinity to plus infinity, which is consistent with this here. So in that case, in as much as you agree with this, you agree with them on that basis. Now it may turn out that when you draw the geometry, you might be reaching some kind of limited situation. Okay.
So it's limited. It's limited.
No.
Because then you have to take the n, including whether that's what I want to say.
So excuse me, I didn't say that, that automatically is real. I didn't say that it's limited. I didn't say that. I said if you take a limit, okay, a limit of this as n approaches infinity, you might get something, okay? Yeah. But that is already done within your, within the number line, okay? You do that. What about when x approaches infinity? So that's not introducing anything new in that respect. But the generality of this equation is the fact that the point in the large space that you call the universe is arbitrary. That is the bottom line. That means it can be anywhere, including inside you, including inside your mind, including the farthest star. There's nothing that excludes any of that point.
Correct. I get it. But what I'm saying is those who are x, t's, and g's are either operators or variables. Now, they explain something and you base on assumption because there must be some underlying assumptions.
No. Okay.
What are those assumptions? You see, these are very important crucial points there. We want to know the behavior of your g's and t's as operators, bounded, unbounded, linear, non-linear, random variable. These are very important factors arriving at those so that we know, because you are n, as you are now saying you are n, this mod n must include minus and plus, so that minus infinity will be less than or equal to n, and n must be less than or equal to plus.
Yes.
Then there we don't have problem there. Okay, that one is clear. Now we come back to the variables that are in there in the theta sub n.
Yes.
This is the question.
Yes. The variables, according to relativity, time, x, okay, the Minkowski's variable.
Yeah.
Now,
ladies and gentlemen,
just 1 second.
Yes, no, I'll give you 1 second. I'm just trying to make an announcement.
Point is the dimensionless.
Huh?
And with this dimensionless,
No, he won't go anywhere.
you are talking. Space is very large.
Please ask your questions. I will make your questions.
I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Point is dimensionless. With this,
switch it on.
It's on. Point is dimensionless. With this notion, how you can say this space is large? And second thing, first thing is this one. Second thing is, you talking about reference point. Point is also dimensionless.
Yes.
Without this notion, with this notion, how can you measure the position of any point particle in a space?
All right. Let me address the dimension part. You can see this quantity here can be any dimension that you want it to be. Yes. This quantity can be any dimensions. If you take this to be second, you can adjust this to be any other thing. So it unifies the dimensions. Okay? Now, but what we're talking about, you don't need dimension to say this point here. You don't need dimensions for that. Dimension is arbitrary, something that people set up for convenience. That's what dimension is. So therefore, but when we talk about the point, we know what we're talking about. We don't need to put, we don't, yes, but we don't talk about units when we talk about point. Point is a location. You are there, and of course, we know that point has a problem in terms of, being and limiting and all the other stuff, but we're talking about a location within geometry. If you draw this here, you can say this here without talking about dimensions. Okay? Yes? And if you put, okay, well, see, when you come to practical point, you know what the practical point comes in? It comes in the material part. Okay? Then we can deal with that on a separate point. The guy that has proven that the material thing is a function of the space. That is, very clear from the concept of matter. What is matter? Something that explains space. That's what we're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, this can take place. The professor will be available to continue to interact with you on these issues. He may not satisfy you, but at least have some interaction. So, Professor, we thank you very much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we designed the visit of Professor Oyibo, we had no illusion whatsoever that everybody will agree with him. If we had that illusion, there would be no basis for bringing him in the first instance. Two, as I indicated yesterday, this is not going to be the only sport or university. We have 6 universities. We covered one, this is the second one. Our train moves to Makurdi on Sunday. The point I was going to make, really, is that people who want to interact with him, almost on one-to-one, will be given this opportunity during this break, so that those who do not want to take part at that level of true professional interaction, in terms of critiquing the whole concept of the theorem, can take a break. We'll be back here about 2:30, during which we'll finalize our interaction, so that you benefit from the expertise that is available here.
I'll see you later.
Let's go out. Let's go out. No, now.
You have done is the parts of quantum theory is still valid. Like, I know that Einstein did not like the probability, the probability part of it, which Max Born introduced. Is it still valid, the uncertainty principle?
No, there's no such a thing as an uncertainty. What appears like uncertainty is our inability to Okay, can I? Okay, so let me.
And well implemented together.
Let me get your opinion on the forum this morning and the impact it had on you.
Well, actually, it's
first
very...
identify yourself.
I'm Dr. S.K. Musa, the Director of University Health Services, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I am very much impressed, and I have gotten good knowledge, now so far so good, on what I am aware of about atom, about the miracles in atom, and the whole concept now has brought light into the subject matter. He had produced mother of all equations that explained most of the theories in various dimensions. So to me it's very enlightening, and I think it should be given optimal support towards his ambition about the Nobel Prize. Africa, all Africans should put hands together to see that this mission is achieved. That's my sincere opinion in this issue.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
What about you? Can you identify yourself and give us your opinion?
Okay, my name is Dr. P.F. Taylor. I'm Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering and at the moment ICT Coordinator of the university. I was very impressed with Dr. Oyibo's lecture. And in fact, I think he was robbed of the Nobel Prize. So his lectures should be supported, and we should pressurize for him to be given a Nobel Prize that is merited. So what his theory is well-founded and is based on facts that maybe Einstein was not able to realize. So I wish him all the best.
Thank you very much. So I have it. Is that for me?
I'm a Dejo Ruben, Department of Political Science. I'm at Bello University.
Yes. And what impact did Professor's lecture make on you? How would you assess it?
It's wonderful, and the idea is very unique, and he has tried over time. I feel he should be encouraged. Winning the Nobel Prize is worth it.
Yeah.
He's working hard, and that is the essence of literature. I see no reason why there shouldn't be a Nobel Prize for mathematics, physics. It should be given. Oyibo is trying. And then thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Most especially visiting the Ahmadu Bello University, the seat of knowledge. We are equally grateful. The interactive session is very encouraging. The turn up is okay, and brainstorming. Thank you.
The G component, which is before B. See, the question actually takes into account dimensions.
Those look like
time is the dimension, and space is there in the equation. If you get what I'm saying,
yes.
There is time.
So far as to the impact that this session has had on you, identify yourself.
What is your name?
I'm Professor Sam Adefila, Professor of Petroleum Technology Development Fund in Chemical Engineering here in the university. I've been a lecturer here for about 32 years or so in chemical engineering. This lecture, this interaction which I've had with Professor Oyibo has been very useful. In fact, I believe it's going to affect the way we redo our curriculum in such a way that could be more efficient. You see, he's rounded up so many things into one thing, and now gives you the opportunity to now break down. You know, normally you have a big thing, you break it down to pieces and re-synthesize into what we want, just like we do with our food. You eat big muscles, carbohydrates, and you recombine it into your own protein. That's what this thing is going to do. Right now, for me, I'm looking at thermodynamics, and I see thermodynamics as a mother of all other courses in chemical engineering. So I'm looking at that now to try to see how I can formulate equations which I can use, which I can apply universally. So that's, you could see how this kind of concept, this universality universalization of themes in one area, so useful to some of us. I hope we can have the opportunity to be able to interact, with him a little bit more, either if he's able to come later, or if some of us could be given opportunity to send our students just for 1 or even for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
That concept is a concept that we want. I'll use it in my own way. I think you understand me. Because that's what I think I am as a professor. I should be able to use any concept anywhere. That's it. It's been really wonderful, and it will take. This thing will continue to digest it for a long time. I hope it's not. This is not the end of it. In your sleep, think about it, rethink. But definitely it's going to influence the way many of us do the things we do. I can't. If we sit down here, it will take us 2-3 days, for me to be able to tell you everything that is in my mind. I can give you examples of some things which I've been doing in a particular way, which I have confirmed with what he has given here. So it's really been very wonderful, honestly.
Yeah,
very, very wonderful.
Yeah,
and this is the kind of thing we really should be doing here. The depth or the highest point, of academics to me. To me,
absolutely.
To me,
This is important. This is excellent. Thing we'd be looking for.
Okay.
Yes, you were saying that.
Petroleum.
First I want you to identify yourself, and then give me a commentary on the impact this lecture has had on you, your assessment.
Yeah, the lecture so far is very interesting.
No, who are you?
My name is Dr. Tijani, in the Department of Mathematics. I'm at Yale University of Daria. I'm the acting head of the department there. The lecture so far is very interesting.
My name is Mohammed Abakar Gulma, Faculty of Engineering, Ahmad Bello University, Zaria. And this is Barrister Ogu, the faculty officer, ABU Zaria.
Yes.
He is
the Dean of Engineering. And how has this lecture impacted you? Please don't go, give me a minute. How has this lecture impacted upon you?
No, I think that this coming has widened the horizon of the university and the faculty. You can see from today's interaction, there's a lot of interest. And how a lecture is interesting, it depends on the response. Almost everybody, including myself, wanted to ask a question. But the time just wasn't sufficient, it wasn't adequate. And I think it's very, very interesting. The gentleman should continue to predefine his work. Like
question. What does the formulation of the unified field theory propose to Africa if in fact this equation is valid?
Wow.
What would it mean to Africa?
What it means to Africa?
Yeah. In terms
it's a big achievement for Africans because it came from an African. It's now going to motivate the scientists in the Africa to wake up if they are sleeping, to do researches, to be first-class scientists in Africa, in the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In the world. Yes. It's only now, before now, the Africans have this kind of inferiority complex that whatever good they do may not be heard from the other side of the wall. But now this theory has brought us a goodie, a confidence that we Africans can achieve what the white man has achieved. And we can now wake up and do a first-class research and be equal to any white man in the world. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Heat energy, all kinds of things.
Yes.
So, and just like I was saying, there is, it takes me to application now, say aeronautics or something of that nature. Yes. So, and you now have some small impellers, which are, like small volumes, and start passing. So this is how I'd like to look so that the student can now grasp and be able to apply.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
And it was very interesting to me when you were saying that everything can be described in terms of geometry. Oh, I said, that's it. No wonder then, that makes sense. You know, to define energy that way.
That's right. That's absolutely right. That's the beauty, see. The academia, the research, especially, has broadened so wide that specializations are multiplying out of bounds, you know. And yet they all have this underlying common denominator, which is geometry.
That now brings us to how do we now sit down and reformulate our curricula?
Yes. Well,
that's the next question now.
The next question. That's the next question.
That's the next question. Next question.
Yes.
For me now, it's not a boast. Yes. I've gone through all these things. I've learned all these things. So anywhere you start from, no problem, because I already know them.
Amen. See, that's the next question.
Somebody who hasn't, how do you build him to that point?
Yes, yes. Well, okay. So
I think that's what the curriculum is working on it, but today they'll end up.
Yes. Now, yeah, what they're going to do now, Professor of Education, I'm sorry, the Minister of Education has put a position that says they're going to revise the whole curriculum consistent with the findings that you're finding here. So geometry is going to be put up forward as the central subject, and people will branch out from that. Okay, geometry, because you see, geometry is first to begin with in the sense that it gives you a bearing.
Yes,
it gives you a bearing.
It does. That's
you see, all the thermodynamic quantities can be defined in geometry.
Yes.
See, when people concentrate on the quantities themselves in terms of what we call material quantities, you know, whether it be pressure, whether it be force, you know, usually when you define one of them, you can define automatically the others.
Exactly.
When you define the pressure, for example, you can walk back to get the force and all that. But people get caught up with that they forget the fundamental. The fundamental is the space. Okay, see, when the pressure came, the energy moves a space.
Yeah.
You see, you measure the space there.
When you mention,
yes. you see, you know, so it's the space. That's what exciting. That's what you know is getting your attention. Is that space? Okay, and everything else that you do is about space.
Yeah.
You know, and the space, if you can get a common denominator, there's a whole lot of agreement that would be exposed in terms of bringing people together. And, you know, energies can be put on really solving real problem, because usually the same problem is being tackled from two different points of view. And even though that can help.
If I can ask this question, please. How do you help? For example, the question I was asking. Q. Quantity of energy.
Yes.
Thermodynamically is equal to rho Cp delta T. Thermodynamically. Mechanistically is equal to mu A delta T log mean temperature difference.
Yes.
That's mechanistically.
Yes.
This is thermodynamically. Right. So, is it possible for me now to get out of the idea of unified? Because this shows how this thing happens.
Yes. Yeah. See, when you think about temperature, you think about space immediately.
Yeah.
Because you look about the distribution.
No, I know, because what from PV is equal to nRT. So I can, you know, as a function of
exactly.
You know,
there you go. So it's space again. That's it. Space. You're talking space. You know,
I'm going to just sit down and reflect thoroughly on this thing.
You understand? Whatever complication you go through, it will return you back to the space. And that in reality. Because when you actually studying it, you are going into functional analysis, which is nothing but geometry. Even if you deal with it, because this thing here, you're going to draw
the space things.
Okay, rho, you know, will have a distribution, and tell you that to have a distribution. If that's not enough, even deal with this space alone. You're going to have a Q versus, say, T.
Yeah.
This is space.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Even, let's say, P.
Okay.
V.
Yeah.
And yesterday you drew some set of graphs, which was very, very interesting to me.
Sure.
You know, this is how I look at that alchemy thing. Because I know I can have PVT, PS, pH, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely.
And I know I can represent gold here. Let's say that.
Yeah.
I can represent wood. That's it.
Right.
And so on and so forth. This is where my next question now comes. That mechanistic. How do I get this wood into gold? How much does it cost me? I need this mechanistic principle to be able to know that. Because perhaps I look at it that way because I am a chemical engineer, a process engineer.
Yes, absolutely.
I process whatever to what you are asking me for.
Absolutely.
Whatever I have, my business is to process it to what you want at the minimum economic cost and with minimum or no damage to environment.
So it's, again, like I said, once you get into the concept, because when you draw this, you're going to get a shape or something like that. This is a geometric entity. That makes this geometric. All this becomes geometric, okay? Because anytime you draw this is from a functional analysis, which is a space concept. Now, you have called it through your own definition something else, okay? But bottom line is a space. And, you can call this Y and X. You might as well. As long as this is a functional analysis, it fits in that and it's space. You can't get away from space. All of it is space. When you're talking about dependency, you talk about space because this came out of a functional analysis, which is a space, that is geometry. So it is that the entire universe is about space. And all the surfaces that you can possibly imagine, which is covered under functional analysis, is all that the universe is about. Now, you can go into secondary quantities and so on and so forth. It's still space. It's still space. Even the letter Q, okay, if you draw, you draw, this is a curve, this is a geometric. So you can't get away from it at all. So, but once you realize that, then you want to find out what are the real independent quantities, okay, the real independent quantities. While there might be interdependence, say, between the quantity of heat and temperature and all that, they themselves are functions of space. That is the common denominator. And you can eliminate some of them to get to the space. Directly or indirectly. Indirectly, if you plot it, you'll see the space. That's a functional analysis. You can perceive them in all kinds of what they call material things, but when you look at the picture, it is a space. It's a space. It's a functional analysis. It's talking about shapes, and surfaces. That's what you're doing. So once you've reduced everything to spaces.
When I saw this, you see, when I saw this, it brought to me a few things. Immediately I remembered E.
That's right.
For example, because that's something I've been trying to deal with. This natural law, that was the thing I saw, immediately. And, this is a very powerful
indeed.
Very powerful concept,
Very powerful.
in engineering. It helps me to do so many things, which I'm trying to do now. I'm trying to get across to my even other staff in the department so that, because very soon I think I'll leave the university seminar, but I should be able to grasp
Were you
it.
at the research and development fair in Abuja?
Yes.
No, I wasn't.
You know what? Now, what's
Well, some of us don't hear about this.
What's happening with something like this, for example, is some of the physicists are not familiar that you can get this stuff, okay? And so they come up with something like, well, did God have a choice in creating the universe? Because they see things like this and they say, well, can this be determined? But you just determined it. You just determined it. Okay?
And I tell you, this, I got from a book history.
Absolutely. So this is it, all of them can be determined, which says that God did have a choice. But because of their own limitations, They didn't think that, you know, mathematicians have determined all these things, okay? The pi's, the e's, the, you know, we computed GAGUT, we used GAGUT to compute pi, exactly. And, you know, and we tell people, and they still want to believe the old things. You know, God is so mighty that God provides answers to all the things that God wants us to know. We just need to be open-minded and be respectful, you know, and understand how mighty God is in terms of, you know, really big and the purpose of our existence, that kind of thing. You know, because when we misconstrue that, you know, it creates a problem in terms of, you know, this fighting, especially the fighting is so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate and so silly. It's so silly, yeah, but see, so, but then you can't be involved in that kind of thing and then turn around and say, well, you're about righteousness. That's not righteousness. You're killing human life that you can't reproduce. He says, one day if you can reproduce, they say, oh yeah, I did that as an exercise. You cannot reproduce a human life. And there's no way God is going to be happy with you slaughtering another human that you cannot create. There's no way. Okay? And so why don't you, you know, try to follow what God has said, which is glorify. There's no way you glorify God by slaughtering another person. Okay? Because if you can be so unforgiving about another person because of whatever you consider them doing that's so bad, how do you expect God to forgive you? You do bad things too. Right? You do bad things too, and you see, that's not fair. You're not being really righteous at all. It's easy to take somebody's life, you know, boom, you know, kill them, okay? And get them out and leave their family suffering, okay? It's easy because, oh yeah, you're doing God's work. What kind of God's work is that? Doesn't that sound inconsistent? Yeah, it is. You see?
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
It's good to be here with you at OFAPIT Institute of Technology, the campus. I would like for you to deal with the surrender of the Europeans, because a lot of people don't understand when you say that the Europeans have surrendered, have passed the baton to the African world. What do you mean?
Yes, what I am talking about is the God order called GAGUT. That's God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, which is an order from God that revealed all the truth, all of reality, called theorems. A reality is a theorem, meaning something that is infallibly real. You can touch it and you can see it, you can, you know, feel it. All of such realities, which is the totality of the universe, come out of one invariant, GI, defined as God, because God is the totality of reality. With orthogonal components, defined and proven to be God. With orthogonal components, Gij, and a divergence of Gij, comma J equal to 0. That's what's the God order. In human history, or any creature's history, the whole focus or the whole thinking is about how do we fit in in God's creation? What are our ranks? You know, are we stepchildren, or are we the favored children, the most loved children? That is the concern of every creature. And it is summarized if a segment of that creation is identified, a group of them identified to be more blessed as a group than other groups, then that group will be considered as being closer to God than any other group. And they become the chosen group. And they become the most liked group, the most favored group. And so every creature would like to, every group of creatures would like to actually feel they are the chosen group.
Are you talking about human beings? Are you talking about all creatures, animals, dogs, birds, cats?
That's correct. The totality of creation. You know, because we come in groups, you know, or species, which is why GAGUT Revelation that says also that productivity is critical to the survival of every species. You know, because then if you're productive, then you keep the species going. But within those, you know, species, groups, you know, including human, and within the human, there's always, you can always divide, you know, do a subgroup, okay, within a larger group and so on and so forth. Even when it comes to a human being, for example, you could even subgroup, because you might say, gee, what about my head compared to my legs and hands? You understand? There's always one comparison of one to the other. So I'm talking about the totality of creation, or totality of reality, which are all pieces of God. So God is, the essence of God is the totality of all reality. So now God revealed this, but in terms of determining, you know, how one can claim or reach a conclusion as to which group is the chosen group or the most beloved group. Human beings and other creatures also have arrived at the conclusion that you have to prove that through your intelligence. And intelligence is further viewed as being demonstrated by how sophisticated your war tools can be designed and built. And without war tools, just like you could do a wrestling or boxing using your physical strength to decide who is stronger, it was assumed that you could extend that through your creativity in terms of use your mind to develop tools that will help you prevail. In other words, when you can use your fists and your physical power to prevail over another person, that would be one way you could say to the person, you are superior. And then if you're superior, that means God created you better, created with more power to prevail. So they've extended that to say, okay, if you can prevail with the natural human physical attributes or blessings, you also could use that same, your mind, to extend your physical capabilities in terms of designing a gun, building a gun that will help you, not only, engaging the other party at a distance, but you could actually, force him to accept you as a superior. in that process. Now, although that's not really geometrical in terms of being real, because somebody could say anything, to protect their lives, okay, to avoid their lives being destroyed. That does not mean in reality they're inferior to you, because they could go ahead and actually design a gun themselves and come back at you and catch you when you are least ready and do something also, So in reality, though, that's what has been going on in the last 2,500 years, is people thinking that they could extend the natural boundaries, immediate boundaries, by enhancing their ability to prevail over other people. And they use that, therefore, as a basis of determining they are the chosen people or the most beloved people, because once you prevail against another person, if you're able, just like we put, if we can get hold of a tiger and put the tiger in a chain or in a zoo, then we've subdued the tiger and we can now feel superior to the tiger. A human mind have really been trying to function along that line, especially the non-blacks. The non-blacks always believed in that kind of violence. The black believed that, much less than others. So therefore, in terms of a surrender, therefore, it's about surrendering. Surrendering is your admission of a defeat or inferiority or being inferior to the other party. That's what surrender means, okay? Although it may not be genuine, it may just be a temporary thing or whatever, but the moment you surrender, you've accepted the superiority of your opponent. Mm-hmm. So, from the pharaonic days, the pyramid days, the days of the pyramids, and even before that, the Ma civilization, which came before all that, the world had known us to be the superior, the most superior of all races. And they described that with the word civilization. They called us the cradle of the civilization, cradle where civilization began, meaning we showed intelligence. Civilization in the real sense means a display of intelligence in terms of practical and even non-practical in some cases, that convinces your opponent you are superior. Your mind works better. In fact, the military is supposed to be an aspect of that, because if you could design a gun that will force the enemy to, for fear of his life, surrender, to say, look, you are better. Although it may be temporary, but for that moment you have prevailed, okay? Because of your mind. You have a gun and he doesn't have a gun. Now, for the black people, their mind is so superior that even when without the gun, they still prevailed. They still prevailed, which is the model of God. God doesn't need a gun. God doesn't need a bomb, but God prevails. So that's the model that the black people had pursued, but it's modeled after God now, which is the ultimate, really. So the victory, what appeared to be a victory over the last 2,500 years for the non-blacks, was one that was based on this gun victory. Gun victory that would, for the moment, make them look like they're prevailing and they are better. They overran our land, the Kemetic land, and threw us out. Those who could not stay to be run by animals moved away. That's how my people moved down, and so on and so forth. And allowed them to have the land. knowing fully well they cannot do much with it because they have no brains. They're not in any competition whatsoever. And they pursued, from the north and the south. And so, because we have been pursued from the north and the south, most of our concentration of our original stuff, at least in ideas and language and all that, were concentrated in between the north and the south, maybe in the middle, which is where, the Gaga kingdom is, and other kingdoms in Ghana, and, all the way to the west and all the way to the east, east, and so on. So the reality within that, terrorism era was concentrated in that area. So, because prevailing over other creatures is an indication of not only victory, but also that you are superior. And because the non-blacks believe in military techniques to accomplish that goal, a physical military techniques. But then again, the mere fact of the military techniques themselves requires intelligence. The intelligence is transmitted or translated into the sophistication of the military weapon, as well as its destructive power. But the black people have known that in spite of that reality, black people knew one thing, that if you become too destructive, you defeat your purpose. Okay, see, if you take a gun and you say, look, I'm going to shoot you, you better say I'm superior and do what I tell you. There are at least two choices. One has, the person you're talking to has, in the minimum, two choices, which is, you could say, okay, I surrender. And that happens every day in our lives, where you see a police can put your hands up. Okay? The person who is being asked to put hands up has more than one choice. He may decide to not put their hands up. And so therefore, you might be forced to shoot him. And even when you shoot him, you might still ask him to, but you may still refuse. So if you carry that along, you might be forced to kill the person. But after you've killed the person, you've lost your victory. You can't tell a dead person to carry out your orders anymore. So what have you accomplished? Nothing. Therefore, the power of the weapon has a limit. It is, therefore, the destructivity of the weapon has a limit. So, which is why the Africans refuse to concentrate on the destructive power of a military system. So instead, they use the God's approach to indicate to you by looking you in the eye and give you a theorem that says, I am your superior, because not only can I do what you are doing better, I can destroy you, quicker than you can yourself. So therefore, and because I would like you to not only know that I am superior, but that you continue to see me as your superior forever. And you have to do things my way. That's the African approach. It's not always totally successful in a given little time space. But because the statements themselves are correct, the actual theorems, over a period of time, it will play out like it was stated. That's what Göttingen and surrender did. 2,500 years ago, they came on our shores, the Greeks and all, and overran our land. The goal was to steal everything we have and then say, well, you know, they are the superior, they're the chosen race. So what we did was an equivalent to a retreat in a military strategy, in a military language. We retreated to get ready for them. We taught, you know, non-blacks the God's way of proving that you are superior. But obviously they couldn't comprehend it, so therefore they used their own method. For the moment, it looks as if they are conquering, so-called conquering. Kind of like a tiger conquering a human being. What does that mean? A tiger conquering a human being is what non-blacks did in so-called conquering black people. So then you have to analyze what a conquering tiger does with the entity he conquered. There's only one thing a tiger can do. Eat it. You destroy your people you conquered, your entity you conquered, or the second choice, which is, you know, which negates the whole process, is you let them go. You go sleep and the people walk away. That's the bottom line. And so people who you claimed you conquered will come back with the tranquilizer and they'll pump you with it and they'll diffuse or clip your claws and take out your teeth. You know, the tiger's teeth can be taken out, or you know, the fangs and all that could be actually, you know, do you understand? The claws can be clipped. You could reduce the tiger to, with all the power, you could reduce the tiger to nothing, to be ineffective totally in attacking anybody, because you take out the tools, the physical tools, and that's it. Okay, if you don't want to do that, you just inject with a tranquilizer. He sleeps, and you understand. So you're in charge. So the brains, the intelligence, is the actual superiority. So it wasn't the gun that was used, or the horsebacks and all this. Well, we conquered. You conquer. How many times do you have to conquer a place to you know, when is it going to end? Because people are going to rise up. Okay, after you conquer them, they're going to get better guns. Or even a small gun, they will challenge you again, you know, especially if they feel you are no match for them in intelligence. That's what has been the story of the black people for the last 2,500 years. You know, and all kinds of techniques were used that were not utilized in gun, which is really the mind, which is the best of the guns. Okay? So therefore, the Indians were attacked, although not to the level there, you know, but they were almost, you know, they became extinct. They almost liquidated them, they destroyed them. But black people, because of their brain power, could not be, you know, could not be eliminated. That's a challenge. Not only could they not be eliminated, but because of their superiority, just like the tiger story, the tiger cannot do anything. So the Europeans can't do anything with the black people other than bow down to the black people. So what happened then, after all these 2,500 years, in 1990, a revelation, which is what we call GAGUT, the God order, came around, and it says, all right, it's time for us to now go and tell the non-blacks, you know, the God order, which is that the black race are the chosen people, the ones that must prevail. That's what happened in 1990. And it came so loud and so clear and so powerful. Not a single, none of the bombs, individually or collectively, in all the silos, and both here in Russia and Germany, and none of those could take on the revelation and demolish it. They wanted to, they were desperate. They wanted to use those, but they were totally ineffective. They couldn't touch the equation. The revelation came out in the equation G(I)J, comma J equal to 0. And once that came out, and it's verified infallibly to come from God as a God order, declare, in other words, God spoke through that equation, declaring who are the chosen people, which is the black race. Once that happened, then, and there was no way any bomb could touch that, it became clear to Jim Crow it's time to surrender. So the surrender began really with their overall ruler, the President of the United States, Clinton, pumping money into Yale to study the impact of that revelation, G(I)J, comma J equal to 0, in terms of how do the non-blacks rank. It wasn't a question of whether the black people are the most intelligent race anymore, the chosen race anymore. Is how close are the non-blacks to us? So they pump money into Yale to determine that. And in effect, the formula, the solution to the formula was in effect, unbeknown to Yale, unbeknown to Yale, was in effect used to determine how close the non-blacks are to the black people in terms of the love of God for the black people, in terms of intelligence. And so that was what came out in that search for how well other people, the non-blacks, compare with black people in terms of the love from God. Okay. And so the result was consistent, a little conservative but consistent. It proved that the black race, of course, are on top of the list with the 28 intelligence strands, and the non-blacks having 19.
But they interpreted that all Europeans have 6 DNA series and Africans had 9. How do you get your figure?
Yes. What the interpretation comes from a ratio of 19 to 28 comes out roughly to be equivalent with 6 to 9. That's where that came from. And the common denominator, in other words, when you're comparing things, you can always take a ratio of the numbers you're comparing. And it's what is called proportionality or dilation. It's called dilation. You can dilate things into smaller shapes, provided that it's consistent. That's what was done. Because if you divide 19 by 3, you get 6 and a third. If you divide 28 by 3, you also get 9 and a third. That's where, and 9 and a third can be roughly estimated to be 9. And then 6 and a third can be also estimated to be 6. That's where the 9 and 6 come from. So that is, where the 9 to 6, comes from. But the original raw data was 28 intelligence strands for black people, and then 19 for the rest, the non-blacks. And so from there, a lot of other things were done. The question was not whether who is the most intelligent race or the chosen race anymore, is the implications of that. And in 2004, a cryptic message came out that based on that reality. Can I?
Keep going.
Oh, okay. That reality, which says, a cryptic message were talking about, well, what happens now that black people are the chosen race, because the God order says a black man, God ordained a black man with the ultimate intelligence, eta sub infinity. And where eta sub n exactly represents intelligence. And the n is the level of intelligence, which in effect is consistent with the measurement in Yale. The level of intelligence is what the DNA intelligence strands represent.
Professor Oyibo, we were discussing the Nottingham surrender and how that symbolically represented the passing on of the baton from the European race to the white race, or to the African race, from the European race to the African race. How does Nottingham selecting your work, the unified field theory, Gij, J equals 0, how does that symbolically represent the European surrender to African people?
Yes, and what I was trying to say earlier was taking you back to on a chronological path and geometry, so you could get a sense of that. The Germans have been in the forefront of the European supremacy since the German takeover in the 1700s of England. And they ushered in a German royalty, replacing the original English monarchy. Among those was the royalties, the kings were King George II in the early 1700s. And they took over England because of what happened with Sir Isaac Newton in terms of a formula. And then colonized England so as to take control of the formula GM1 M2 minus FR2 squared, FR squared is equal to 0. It took control of that because they were searching for the same formula themselves. So, and since they had partial success because Johannes Kepler, found the path which is mathematically important in terms of determining. Because if you could deal with emotion either by finding the force behind it or the path of the motion. Okay? So, because they're related. So Kepler found the path, elliptical path, in the Kepler's laws. Kepler was a German. But Einstein found the force, which is the formula, GM1 M2 minus FR squared is equal to 0. But Germans wanted to be in total control of that dynamics, the force and the path, and so colonized England. But once England was colonized, this is extremely important for those who like to understand what casually is referred to as the so-called European supremacy in terms of the geometry of what is referred to as European supremacy. So because the German took over England, the capital of European supremacy had to move back to England, Germany.
Can I interrupt just for clarification?
Yes.
How did that formula enable Germany to take over, to defeat England?
Okay. Yeah, well, the one with the formula is the one with the revelation. That's a symbolism of formulas. Formula contains information, as in revelation. That's what formula does, it reveals. If you have a formula for a straight line, y minus at, or y minus 2t is equal to 0, is equal to gij, for example, that's a formula. That tells you a path. You know, it predicts you, it's a revelation on a path that something, you know, can be on, which is a straight line. You know, to be y is equal to 2t. And every time you can tell where the projectile that's on that path is going to be. If you specify the time, you will know exactly where it's going to be. So that's a prediction, that's a revelation. A real revelation is specified by formula, as opposed to a claim that is not proven. That's what differentiates GAGUT from, you know, religious prophets. I'm a God's prophet, not a religious prophet, because my prophecy is absolutely precisely correct. There's no guesswork in my prophecy. But the other types, and that's the ultimate, the next after that is God. God self actually speaking. You understand me? God has spoken through me. In other words, for example, God says, I'm on a straight line. Yes, you'll be able to verify that every period, because you will plug in the t and you'll find me, you know, 2 times t, I will be there. Do you understand me? There's no guesswork. Don't say, oh gee, I miss it by 1 inch. No, you get it exactly. Do you understand? So that is what a formula represents. A formula represents a revelation from God in geometry, that you can see the verification in real, in the transformed space-time. You can see it. Now, other people can come and claim they have a revelation from God, but without a formula. Only GAGUT has a revelation. Of course, the other science is wherever their revelation comes from God, they will have to determine that from experiment. But experiment can be never-ending kind of situation. It's not quite same. Do you understand? So back again, the formula is the ultimate way to prove. And if the formula is wrong, of course, it disproves. But if the formula is correct, then it is the surest verification. The revelation contained in that formula comes from God. Do you understand? All right. So, therefore, if somebody is endowed and blessed with a God order giving that person or a people a revelation that can be represented by a formula which is proven to be correct, a revelation that was not known before, but proven to be correct, as in it came directly from God, it came from God, then that particular individual is understood to have a special
relationship
with God and a special connectivity with God. Do you understand? In other words, you're not just doing a guesswork, you have a precise revelation from God, and it's not just based on faith. The world can see, even people who don't understand mathematics can feel it is an absolute truth. Just like in KTL, after they listen to my presentation, their soul can feel the vibrations of the revelation. And red pill got on the show and he said, I can feel it in my soul, as demonstrated by the sheer exuberance of your presentation, verifies it comes from God.
Mm-hmm.
Now, once that is certified, nobody has any doubts anymore. Anybody that has been able to certify a new revelation is coming directly from God or coming from God through the messenger, then that verifies the messenger's position as having a very special relationship with God. Do you understand?
Yes, you're saying only God can bring about in an individual this revelation, because God speaks through the individual in mathematics. Mathematics is the language of God.
That's good. That's right. So if God reveals you that mathematics and it precise what you say come from God exactly like the formula says, then you are a symbolism of God.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other people are not able to do that. So you are translating God to the other people, the masses. And all you need is one particular member of a group to be privileged with such a connectivity with God. One is all you need in your group to testify that you as a group have a special relationship with God.
Can I ask you, how is it that one says mathematics is the language of God? Can that be proven?
Yes. 2 + 1 - 3 is a statement by God. Because as 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 0, that's God's order. That's a God order. Because you know that 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 0. The 0 is the symbol of God. 0 means where it came from, the reference point. Got it? Where it came from, the 0. Anytime you have something on the left that's equal to 0 and it's proven to be 0, that's infallible proof it came from God, because it's 0. That's 0. That's why you have the Gij, comma J equal to 0. And it's proven to be perfectly correct. That means it came from God. But the ultimate difference in terms of GAGUT is that not only does that come from God, is the totality of reality revealed through that formula, and it all came from God. That's how God endowed me with the ultimate intelligence. There's nothing beyond that. And that's important for you, so you rise up to higher level. So that then you're not talking to, you can't compare me with Einstein with a few formulas. You can't compare me with Isaac Newton with a few formulas, or Gauss with a few formulas. That's what happened in Göttingen. The celebration of Gauss really was an excuse to celebrate GAGUT. Because that's what Gauss was looking for. And sure enough, he accomplished a lot. You know, he could be considered as a polymath because he had contributions in various directions, okay, of applied mathematics. In other words, there is geometry, and then the rest is application of geometry. Geometry, God's understanding, God's learning, God science, God information, God. So therefore, geometry. Therefore, now geometry is mathematics, or ma, we call it ma. The Arabs add the teeth part of it, ma'at, ma'de. You know, they got to be actually ma'de. In other words, that's intelligence. The Arabs will call it ma'at. The ma'aticos. The ecos part is what was put in by the Greeks. But it's our word, it's our original word. Okay, now, so therefore, now, So
my art is our original word?
No, ma is our word. Ma means intelligence or knowledge or understanding of an absolute truth or proven truth, which is understanding of reality. You are a proven truth because you hear, you have your boundaries, everything that constitutes you as Minister Clemson Brown. You hear, you are a theory, you are a reality. Okay? But you come out of GIJ, you have a GIJ. Do you understand? And GIJ for you is Minister Brown minus Minister Brown is that reference point. You came from God. That's why you're a reality. Zero, Minister Brown minus Minister Brown is a zero. Just like 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. Just like Lady Brown minus Lady Brown is equal to 0. Do you understand me? Only realities are described by such things. That's what part of the revelation through GAGUT. Only realities obey that law. A lie will be 2 plus 1 minus 3 equal 5. That's a lie. That's not reality. That doesn't come from God. There's no way you're going to do anything with that to arrive at a reference point that is 0. It's absolutely impossible. If you bring the 5 to the left-hand side, you will never get a 0. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah.
The only thing that is a 0 is when it is reality. And that's a piece of God is reality. So therefore, because you come from GIJ, comma j equal to 0, and God has endowed in my brains the eta sub n, which is the solutions, all the fundamental solutions to the GIJ, comma j equal to 0, every reality comes out of GIJ, comma j equal to 0, again, God. And because God has given me the solutions in terms of eta sub n, the solutions then becomes intelligence. That's the fundamental solutions become the measure of intelligence. It is that intelligence that I can understand you with. I look at your demeanor, I know critically what's going on in your head. I know everything about you because I have all the intelligence to do that. Because I have all the eta sub n. I didn't just have 1 or 2. I have the totality of it. So where I'm reconstructing what's on your mind or your system, and I run into difficulty, I use additional ones to really construct. So it's like you're sculpting. What do you do when you do sculpting? You take a piece of clay and then you try to construct a reality. Do you understand me? Yeah, but by and large, you are not. You see, what you construct though is mostly external.
Correct.
You don't do internal. I do internal. And yours is eyeballing. You know, do it. Oh yeah. See, the beauty, the specific gift of an artist is their sync with reality. Do you understand me? It's an extraordinarily brilliant blessing from God that you could, visualize reality and actually try to reproduce it. Do you understand? But your feel for that reality in terms of reproduction of it is approximate. Many times it's way off in terms of its geometry. But your presentation you could create an illusion to make it real. You understand? My Polish technical drawing teacher, I used to call it, he had the terminology, says, private job. He calls it private job. In other words, where you understand? Because in technical drawing, we draw reality. Do you understand me? You draw reality exactly through projections.
Yes.
But when an artist does it, a freehand, you do a free-handed, okay? You try to bring out but you are gifted in doing that. Other people, I can't do a fine art like you would do it. But I can do a technical drawing, what you do, No, but GAGUT is much higher than that, because even a technical drawing, although you can always do every internal part, you can project it, Do you understand me? Technical drawing. Einstein had difficulty with technical drawing. That's why he had difficulty getting admission into Zurich, because that's a standard. You have to pass that test to get into any technical field, okay, especially in very advanced areas. But anyway, so the bottom line, therefore, is all of realities are inside of GAGUT. The only way you could verify it's a reality is if you take an entity from itself, because it's a reality, it's a piece of God and comes from God. The reference, God is the reference point. Before anything, there was God. In the beginning, there was God. As he said, that's one part of the so-called holy book that is correct. So, therefore, if you subtract everything that God created, you will get God. You subtract it from themselves, you will end up with God.
You end up with zero.
That's the reference point. See, the zero. Good question. The zero, see, in other words, the zero is a reference point. When you left your house, you made your house a reference point. So you started counting the mileage on your odometer from your house to know how much mileage it is from your house over here. Do you understand? The odometer, the actual odometer that was on your car started when the car was released to you when you purchased it, okay? It was zero. So it started from the time of this giving you the car, okay? If it was a parking lot, that's where it started. So you call it that's when it was zero, okay? Zero, and then you began counting. So, but you see, the zero there, like in any other case, is actually your reference point where you began. Do you understand?
Yes.
Reference point. And if you're counting a distance, okay, so you counting that distance where you started from as a reference point. That is the zero. Do you understand me? So zero is not what you've been told by Jim Crow, who do not understand better, as being nothing, because there's no such a thing as nothing. Zero is a reference point. Let me go over that again. A zero is a reference point. Now, when you're counting chickens, suppose you want to count chickens around here right now, you will say, well, there's no chicken here. So you say zero. Do you understand me? So, but you see, guess what? You're not really precise in saying that, because chickens eat the grass. And some of them have eaten this grass already. Okay? In as much as there's grass here, which is part of the Constitution with chicken, there's chicken here. So therefore, all you're saying, there's no chicken here right now, the ones that the form you're looking for is not here. That's what you're simply saying. So, but it's not here means the reference point right now is here. It's not the one that you know. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
Keep going.
Okay, so therefore, now, so that's dynamics of zero. Zero, therefore, is God, because that's the original reference point. When no material thing existed, there was God. Okay, just like, when you say there's zero chicken here, you really mean the thing you're looking for is not here, but there are other things that are here. There cannot be nothing, at any point in time, because in space-time, there's no such a thing as absence of space-time. Space-time always exists. So anyway, so it is within that context that every reality is demonstrated by, when you subtract such a reality from itself, you get where the reality came from, which is God. So therefore, that is the proven dynamics. And because GAGUT, through the revelation from God, says, okay, every reality away from itself, subtracted from itself, is zero. That's a universal law. Now, And if you take a change of that reference point, which is God, that's a change in God, is 0, which is what the Gij, comma j equal to 0 is. Now, but because that's an absolute truth, a proven truth called a theorem, verifies it comes from the only source of an absolute truth, which is God. So therefore, GAGUT not only represents every reality, but because it came from God, it represents all of reality absolutely, in terms of being infallibly representing absolute reality. So now, the Germans, when they saw the scare from Newton, they weren't even thinking Newton was going to be competitive with Kepler and the other Polish guy, Copernicus. They were, competing and all that. German, Polish, and an Englishman. And so they colonized England. They took over England.
And how though?
Well, how? They marched in England and through the cooperation of the English people, throughout the royalty that was in existence before that, says it's time for you to disappear. And the Hessians, Hessians moved in and they said, okay, now from now on it's going to be German royalty. The royalty that existed before, the stewards or whatever they were in England, were deposed, were thrown out. And the Germans, foreign entities from different countries, came over and took over the royalty in England.
Militarily?
Everything else you can think of. They just walked in and took over.
Okay.
Oh yeah, man. So therefore, now as soon as that happened, they took over the control of the formula and then shifted the capital of the country to Germany. They marched in Queen Elizabeth's family, the King George the first and the second and all that, from Hanover, Germany. Hanover is a few miles from Göttingen University. So as soon as King George II, was confident about the takeover of England, colonizing England, they didn't want Cambridge anymore to be the headquarters of learning, certainly no headquarters of mathematics, because mathematics is the ultimate, just like what I went over. The ultimate level of knowledge, or the highest level of knowledge, is mathematical knowledge of things. Ma'at, okay, intelligent, proven. And the ultimate level of knowledge is GAGUT. It's the ultimate. You can't go past that because it has everything there. So therefore, he founded the replacement university for Cambridge University, which is Göttingen University. It has his name on it. King George University, or King August George University of Göttingen. So they invested heavily in the mathematics department, since the mathematics is the ultimate, way to acquire any knowledge. And Gauss was on the horizon, just waiting to be called in. Boom! And gave him all the resources, everything. He surpassed Newton in pure mathematics in a very short period of time. And then, of course, by applications of his dynamics, he became a polymath, just like Newton himself, and way before them, the first polymath is Imhotep, way back when, okay, a black man. Now, so England was taking over, Germany becomes the headquarters of the European supremacy. The university is the bottom line. The administration, the seat of the administration is not as important. Göttingen became the #1 headquarters, the headquarters of mathematics, edging Cambridge out. Okay? Since Gauss replaced Newton, in his base, Göttingen replaced Cambridge University, or Oxbridge. So therefore, now, every development, the Second World War, the First World War and all that, where Germans were in the lead, they declared a war or set up a situation where they're ready for the war before everybody else, was being masterminded from Göttingen University. Professor Prandtl, Ludwig Prandtl, I think that was his first name is Ludwig, last name is Prandtl. Prandtl did the boundary layer theory, and before that there was Molenbroek with the hodogram that you did in your previous dynamics. They all worked towards getting into aerospace, how to overcome the distance barrier by flying, okay, and flying at the speed. So you could see the enemy from the air, and you bomb them, you do all kinds of things. The rockets came about. But the Second World War, some of the first rockets were fired from not too far from Göttingen, and it landed in London and killed a few people. And as a matter of fact, there was some kind of rumors that the English had no idea what the rocket was, and they were trying. You understand? When they landed, they thought it was some kind of toy, so they ran close to it and got blown away. They come and see the German wonder, that kind of thing. There were things like that, that were, So the bottom line, they were very sophisticated because they concentrated on using Göttingen as a base of human intelligence to, prove and sustain not only the European supremacy, but the German leadership of that European supremacy. Okay? It became the intellectual headquarters of the European supremacy. Berlin, of course, was higher up also, Berlin, but Göttingen was more so. Berlin was the seat of the German government. But once you're in charge on intellectual level, then you're in charge of everything. So the German was a symbol not only, Gauss was a symbol not only of the European supremacy, but also of the German leadership of that European supremacy. They took over literally everywhere. In America, they were in charge. Without Göttingen, there's no NASA. Without Göttingen, there wasn't anything, And so, now, what happened then was, in 1985, first of all, in 1983, the AIAA journal that's the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics journal, is the most prestigious aeronautics scientific journal in the world. It still is. But they were mostly developed by Germans and everything else, and a lot of money from America. But it's based here in America. In 1983, I published research journal papers more than any other human being in that journal. That's the most prestigious, very most prestigious. I published 4 papers in that journal, more than any other human. There was no tie.
1 year?
In 1983.
1 year?
That's correct. 4 papers. That's public record. Yeah, all you need is go to the libraries. You could even do it on the internet. You might do for money. And you go into the December issue of the AIAA journal, You asked for the December issue. The last page, or second to the last page, is the tally of who published, and that goes to tell you. Of the 12 issues, they can tally everybody that published in the journal. That gives you a sense of how prestigious it is, right? 1 or 2 pages can list every person that published in the journal in the whole world. That's how strict the reviews are. In 1 or 2 pages, they list everybody that published in the whole year will be listed there. And then they will give the numbers of their papers. And if you go against my name, you see 4 papers. Not a single other person from Harvard, MIT, Göttingen, Cambridge, Oxford, Johannesburg, everywhere, Japan, do you understand me? Match that record. The next number or highest was 3. Nobody on the 4 level. That's 83.
What kind of review qualifies you to publish in that paper?
Because the most rigorous, definitely one of the most rigorous reviews. That's why there's so few people publishing in it. There are very, very few. And very few can get in. In other words, what I publish in 1 year will make a professor famous in MIT for all of his professional career. If you're an MIT, big professor, your whole life publications in terms of actual paper publication in AIAA, do you understand me? If you have up to 4, that will be incredible. That will be very, very recognized. And usually, it is done in terms of groups, people bound together, the whole department literally can come in and 1 paper and so on and so on, because all you need is just to say, I have published a paper in the IAA journal, and people have a lot of respect for you. And in part of the recommendation letter from Professor Livio Librescu, he will give you a sense of what it is, you will need to read it,
I have.
Okay, yeah, well, you read it and he will tell, he said, look, this guy has published in this journal, and he can give you a sense of what the journal means. But in any case, so that got a global attention. That was the preliminaries before GAGUT showed up in 1983. So now, everybody noted that in the scientific community, especially aerospace scientific community. And in 1985, I was invited to Germany. And it's one of the most, how can I say it, most memorable, most spiritual trip for me in my life. One of the most, for sure. That was when I met my father for the last encounter on the physical plane. But I was invited. Right from, even when I was preparing for my lectures, I could see the glory of God almost everywhere I turned. The Department of Defense were playing a role, everything. In fact, when they were sending us, that was still, the Cold War still, supposedly, in fact. And the Department of Defense had to, they had a delegation that followed us to Germany. And they were watching everybody. It was very difficult to socialize, actually. But anyway, as I was going, I paid for what you call economy class. But again, mysteriously, I ended up in the 2nd class.
You mean 1st class?
No, I didn't know. It was 2nd class. That is the business class. Okay? They upgraded me. I don't know why that happened, but again, and they were serving champagne and so on and so forth, and it was a party. So I saw a lot of, and I was listening to music by Earth, Wind and Fire. The lead vocalist there had something with some English thing, and that was being played and brought in a lot of memories and so on and so forth. And then arrived in Germany at the University of Göttingen, the 2nd most popular school. The 1st is Göttingen. I was in the 2nd most popular, which is the University of Aachen. Aachen, Germany. That's where I was, the conference was taking place. And I was asked to deliver 3 lectures.
Was anybody else asked to deliver that many lectures?
No, absolutely not. It matched the IAA record. As a matter of fact, the guy who was interviewing me was Professor Otto, O-T-T-O. And and he said, he came in and he said, well, Oyibo is a noted American mathematician, and I jump in and try to get some little humor by saying, well, I'm an African, I'm an African mathematician. And I turned around and there was no laughing. People look like SS. With their faces, grim faces, like, and I was hoping I was getting a laugh, but it didn't happen. So anyway, so I let that slide. And then he went on to say, well, the same person had published more than any of us in the AIAA journal in 1983. Otto said that, and again, they were getting more furious than ever, Then he said, well, guess what? He repeated the same thing again in this conference because he has more lectures in this conference than any of us in this conference. At such a point, I thought they were going to lynch me now. We're the hall of about 500 presenters. Do you understand? And I'm the only black person in the crowd. I said, sure, I'm gone for today. You understand? But it didn't happen like that. In the crowd where Librescu led the delegation.
Yes.
Yeah, Professor Librescu led the delegation from Israel. Now, he was a Holocaust survivor from Romania. And some people talk about their family members, their parents being Holocaust survivors. No, he himself was a survivor from Romania. And then ended up in Israel. And what he said to me, if I remember correctly, was so touching. He said, after my last lecture, they came over and lined up. I was still on the podium and they came over and lined up. And that's when I really felt I was going to be lynched. In fact, when they turned off the light, it looked so dim. I said, wow, this is going to be technical. I'm going to be lynched right in this way, and nobody will even know, because nobody knew, no black person that I knew I was there except my family. And a similar thing happened later on in Copper Mountains in Colorado. So they walk over to me. I didn't know what he looked like then, Professor Librescu. He led a delegation from Israel to come and meet with me, because they had invited me to come to Israel so many times, and it wasn't possible. The authorities won't allow me to go. And so they decided they were going to catch up with me in Germany. But he said to me something like, well, since my experience as a Holocaust survivor, I vowed never to visit Germany or any of the Nazi-controlled areas ever again. But because of you, I not only changed my policy on that issue, I brought in a delegation to come and welcome you in Germany. I think that was one of the greatest honors I ever felt I had, at least from non-blacks. And I was simply overwhelmed, totally overwhelmed. But anyway, Otto was particularly, he spelt, he just gave these SS-looking Germans and the other Europeans exactly what they didn't want to hear, but he told them, because he introduced me, and of course I gave my presentation. Ironically, one of my presentations was on photograph, and I can't begin to tell you, it was such a high spirit. You understand, it on so many levels.
What is the holograph?
The holograph is a transformation of an equation from what is called the physical space. What you see here is a physical space of space-time. That's a physical space. You have 3 space dimensions and a time dimension. That's called a physical space. Most of the equations are written in that physical space, how things vary with the space and so on and so forth, so space-time. Because of mathematics before GAGUT that limited the development of so-called mathematics and modeling or application of mathematics, equations in a physical space for a particular phenomenon like a flow field could come out, or many times came out, as a very complicated nonlinear equations. And when it's nonlinear, it simply means you really can't do much with it. Even if you find specific equation solutions, you can't do any generalization. You can't do much. It's so highly restricted. So nobody wants equations that are nonlinear. On the other hand, most of realistic equations describing reality turned out to be nonlinear. So if you're successful in coming up with equations that made sense, you are caught up in a situation of trying to get solutions out of that equation because of their non-linearities. You can't solve them. So what Hodograph did that brought Germans into real limelight at certain stage was they have equations that were needed to understand the flow field around an environment where you could fly an airplane, to model a wing and all that. The equation was called the potential flow equation. In the physical space, the space-time, it is non-linear. However, you can transform it into a velocity space. Just like space-time are orthogonal. Orthogonal means they are independent of each other. The space, both the three space dimensions and the time are orthogonal, meaning perpendicular, they're not dependent, they have no relationship with each other. The same way the velocities can be orthogonal. And later on, GAGUT will generalize that everything can be fully represented by the orthogonal components, everything. But during that time, they were trying to see how they could solve this nonlinear equation they need in order to design an airplane wing, an aircraft. And then Molenbroek in Germany, Professor Molenbroek, came up with the transformation into the velocity space, the flow field velocities or speeds, orthogonal speeds, and transformed that nonlinear equation in a physical space into a linear equation in the Hodograph space. The Hodograph simply means velocity space. Hodograph space means, Hodograph in other words means velocities. That's the real meaning of Hodograph is velocities. So Hodograph space means velocity space. So Molenbroek did that, and hey, Germany was well known. That's in addition to Gauss. So there was a build-up that overwhelmed the rest of Europe in terms of German superiority and leadership. So the Hodograph became big. One of the German trained scientists called Sir James Lighthill. Sir James. He was knighted. He sat on the Newton's chair before, I think there may have been one between him and Hawking.
Stephen Hawking.
That's right. Lighthill sat in that chair maybe 20 years before Stephen Hawking came up. But he was from Germany. And the contribution to science that qualified him for the Newton chair was the Hodograph.
Two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional, that's correct. He took the photograph beyond Molenbeek, but he was German. There were rumors that he was a German Jew, but he was German. Okay, last Lighthill, Sir James Lighthill. So because of his contribution to the photograph, he was knighted Sir James Lighthill, and then was bestowed the highest chair in the European world for academics, or one of them at least, was the Newton Chair of the Location Professorship. So professorship, the Einstein Professorship or the Location Professorship went into a person who made contribution for applied mathematics to aeronautics. That's Sir James Lighthill. And so German had a long history of reverence to the photograph as an application of mathematics. And so when in 1985 they reviewed my abstract and asked me to deliver a lecture on photograph, that was definitely, and God was taking the photograph from the days of Molenbeek to the Light Hills to any number of other legendary contributions, but still stayed within the two-dimensional. I was coming back 102 years later on after Molenbeek's. Because Molenbeek was in 1876, around 1918. Anyway, roughly, I was there over 100 years later. And I was taking Molenbeek's two-dimensional photograph to the next level, which is three-dimensional. And it was reviewed and understood to have enough merit for me to present it and have a further scrutiny. That was a biggie. If that was all the paper that I was presenting in Germany, inside of Germany where photograph originated from, do you understand me? And in the the top university in Germany, that was some big dynamic. So after the introduction, I gave my lectures. God.
No. Going from that two-dimensional photograph to the three-dimensional.
Yes.
What could you do with the three-dimensional you couldn't do with the two-dimensional? Why was that such a big thing?
Yeah, it was a big thing because the two-dimensional is too restricted in terms of a real wing is three dimensions. So you're designing with two dimensions that needs to fly in a three-dimensional space. That's a restriction that was forced on scientists because of their inability to understand the mathematics and get it in a three dimension. So three dimension was a giant leap. In other words, although what I presented in Germany was adding a time dimension, which is still the three dimension, okay? Later on, I will do the three space dimension. So it gives you an ability to design a more realistic wing. That's what the three dimension, because the real space is in the list three space dimensions and a time. Four-dimensional space is what every human can relate to. Okay? That's, in other words, say, if you pick a point, there are three orthogonal coordinates I can describe it. This is one, and then, if this is on the ground, and there's one that goes out of my hand. That's the third dimension. Now, that's as much as we could actually visualize. We have two, plane, this and that, and then one that comes that is perpendicular to all two of them. Okay, both two of them, but perpendicular to their plane. That's a third dimension. Okay, I can't actually. It's more. This would also do it. Okay, this would do it. Okay, you see, this and this are orthogonal, 90 degrees between them. But this one is orthogonal to both of them. The third one here.
What that represent?
Well, that's another dimension. This is a dimension, this is a dimension, and this is a dimension. These are the three spatial dimensions. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, in addition, there's a time element, because where you put their origin is arbitrary.
Mm-hmm.
And time kind of, deal with that arbitrariness, because you could put it anywhere, really, So anyway, so there's three space and one time that we can visualize immediately. Now, technically, the time, which is a reference point, can break down into any number, possibly, once you begin to realize certain other dynamics that might be there, and even the space could be expanded. But in the minimum, we have a three spatial and one time. So if you have equation that only is two-dimensional, that is very highly restricted. Do you understand? Because when you design that plane, and it is you can only see the physics in two dimensions, when it begins to fly, that physics that was two-dimensional becomes three-dimensional. So that messes up everything that you've done. Therefore, there is a need to have a three-dimensional photograph. And that's what was revealed as a prelude to GAGUT.
Now, Professor,
yeah,
what can a three-dimensional wing design do that a two-dimensional wing design couldn't do? I'm just trying to get the dynamics in terms of
importance of the three dimension.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, a two-dimensional drag, when you put it into an estimate, that means, for example, you use the two-dimensional photograph to estimate the lift and the drag. That is, those are parameters that are needed in aircraft design. The lift will give you a sense of how many passengers you can carry, or how many military load or war weaponry or bombs you can carry. Do you understand?
Yes.
And fly safely. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So when you use a two-dimensional theory to make that estimate, but because when you fly that airplane, it's going to be three-dimensional, the additional dimension, and time, the additional dimensions are going to bring in additional physics, which was not incorporated in the original estimate. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And by and large, such an error tends to be non-conservative, meaning that it will mess up your design. The actual lift may not be able to sustain the flight. The flight, what you design may not be able to carry through in this real space environment. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And you could endanger lives of people. Do you understand? So, no, there's a safety issue. There's performance issue, because performance, you have to overcome the drag in order to be able to do performance. Okay.
Right.
So if you have an underestimated, drag, the drag gets very big. You will be unable to maneuver your airplane. You cannot do any real performance.
At speeds that.
And of course, speed is part of that performance parameter. So that is what makes having equations that are accurate in a real space-time is important.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is therefore, it is for that. Yes, go ahead.
No, I was just trying, and see, I had heard that you were responsible for wing design and the most sophisticated aircraft in the American arsenal of fighter jets. I was trying to get you to articulate that so that you can see it and understand what it is that you did that brought about the most sophisticated wing design in the American arsenal of fighter jets.
Well, that comes from the history of the Germans. With the photograph, the Germans were able, get themselves ready for transonic flows, especially transonic flows, meaning flying airplanes that are around near the speed of sound. For you to really, participate in a military operation using aircraft, a military operation by the Air Force, you have to be able to not only fly, but fly at very high speeds. And the higher the speed, the bigger the challenges of the design. So one of the most serious reasons for glorifying God for the holograph equation is that the equations that are being transformed into linear space using the holograph are for high speed speed regimes of design, transonic flow. So a military can boast of their speed, air military. It's their speed because the faster you can, the faster you could outdo the enemy. You want to bomb very quickly. You want to attack the enemy very quickly and maneuver around them so they don't get to hit you. Okay? So speed is extremely important. So therefore, to design a plane that is not only safe but maneuverable for the military, therefore, requires your use of this holograph. And the transonic is a particular challenging. You're going from subsonic flight speeds to supersonic. And in the realm of, in that region is the weirdest kind of region in terms of the design. Okay? You have to, go past the sound barrier. And people before used to think, boy, if a human being goes through a sound barrier, they will never hear again. There's all these mythical things about, going. So, and the same, sure enough, the equations are that complicated. They defy all kinds of treatment. If you try to simplify it, the thing breaks down when you reach the speed of sound. That's why Sir James Lighthill can score so much to be highlighted in the highest positions in academic chairs in Cambridge University. You understand me? Because of his contribution in the holograph. So you have a black man coming in direct into the realm that barely, you understand me, the Southern Europeans were not even really allowed to make inroad go into that kind of realm. And you're nice and black and you come and you bust it through and you're recording paper journals and having paper reviewed and people are saying, yes, man, we haven't seen anything like this before. Yes, it's right, and all that. And you're giving a lecture in the original, where the holograph originated. You're giving 3 papers, one of them is the holograph. That's the dynamics. And that's what led my father to the high spirit of saying, well, my creator, I salute you. You've done a beautiful job for me, not only for my life, but on the next generation, to have a young black person go to teach the Germans, to remind the Germans where mathematics comes from. I'm ready to go. That, you know what that did with me? I was extremely in a lot of pains when I came to see my father. Now, I didn't have a physical condition, but mine was a bond with my father and understanding he had, this prostate that was not getting any response whatsoever. And GAGUT hadn't come out with the truth of a prostate then. And so I was just helpless and taking in his pain and adding to mine and having to try to deal with that combination. And thinking about what's going to happen eventually, especially after I had asked him to come on to the Sloan Kettering Center. you know, and he said, hell no, he wasn't going there, you know. And, and I done that earlier, you know, I think it was 83 or 84. I had come and I said, Dad, it's time to go to Sloan Conference Center. And he tried to ridicule me and say, and that is owned by some brothers over there. And I said, no, not likely. So I see, and you want me to come over there? And he just ridiculed me, and you know, but in the process, he got me to see what he was saying. You know, I couldn't come in there. You know, he saw the hospice idea before I did, obviously, because mine was overwhelmed by my pain to hear about this condition. When they announced, I saw his diagnosis way before I was told. I was here in Farmingdale, you know, doing research for Fairchild Republic, where I was helping, you know, build a warplane called the A-10. Okay. And then I was doing research and publishing papers, and a guy, Walter was the name of the individual in charge of the graphics for the whole, you know, airplane company. And and they did my artwork and everything for my publication. They helped me accomplish the feat of publishing more than anybody else in the IAA journal.
Was he a brother, Walter?
No, it was English, I believe. You know, it was non-black.
Yeah, any of those designs, anything, can we put our hands on them?
You mean the papers or?
Yes.
The paper, oh yeah, we could have reprints, you know, reprints from the IAA. You know, a lot of them were burnt during the firebombing of our campus facilities. But, so Walter, I was known to them because that was the graphic section of Fairchild, what the other word was known as Republic Aviation. Republic Aviation built A-10 and F-11 or something. The earlier versions, you know, the statues of their airplanes in the Bowling Air Force Base and so on, they were well respected. They built some of the biggest, most sophisticated warplanes for America. And so now Walter was in charge, was the director of the graphics for the entire company. But because, you know, I was very, very involved with the publishing, they saw me very frequently. As a matter of fact, they were detached from the main building of the company. They were on Route 110 near the airport, okay? And so I had to come out of the facility and walk to where they were located, okay? And so then Walter knew me very well. And one day I came in to see them, and he would delegate and give me the staff members who would do the artwork for me, you know, drawings and plotting of the graphs and copying and all that. So Walter then called me and says, you know, I have prostate problems. His was not cancerous, his was benign, but he had prostate problems, and he was in a lot of pains.
I can hear you.
Okay, and then so he began relaying the message to me, and you know, and said, you know, yes, he had prostate problems. And then I said, gee, I feel awful and everything, and eventually, you know, and I asked him, what exactly is the prostate problem? Okay. And he explained to me, that is my first experience in terms of finding out what a prostate is. I never knew what a prostate is, you know, before then. So he explained and said, well, prostate, you know, gave me the anatomy of prostate and so on and so forth, and how it can get enlarged and everything. That was the very first time I learned anything about prostate, at least in that dimension. it turned out, as Walter was introducing me to the prostate, that my father was being diagnosed as having a prostate cancer. Almost exactly the same time. So I was thoroughly amazed. I was, you know, when he was telling me, I had no idea God was using Walter and his condition to tell me my father was being diagnosed as with a prostate problem.
Okay, John.
And so God was able to reveal that to me. And later on, when the information would actually come formally, that in fact he was diagnosed with that condition, I inquired in terms of when the diagnosis occurred and so on and so forth, and from what I was told, it was exactly during the time, or very close to the time, where I was getting the information from Walter. Yeah. So anyway, so that, you know, set up some things for me. But so anyway, back to Germany. I internalized the news. I remember there was another colleague, you know, whom I told about my father's condition, especially because they said it was cancerous. And he looked at me and he actually wept himself. He cried himself, you know, because during those days, prostate cancer, this was in the early 80s. Prostate cancer diagnosis was like a death, you know, a very serious thing and so on. So with that, I began to explore the way. I think the same year, of course, it must be the same year, 83, 84, I went home and tried to get my father, and it didn't work. So in 85, when I came home, he was really getting, you know, much sicker and so on. And the pain and the fear of the possibility of him transforming on was overwhelming to me. But the lecture in Germany alleviated the depth and the weight of that, you know, that burden on me. Because when I arrived, and it was a surprise, and it was in April, okay, I think maybe April 7th or somewhere there. And so I met my father, and once I gave him the story, and his spirit were skyrocketed up and everything. And when he made this statement, I said, well, you've made my life in terms of what you did in Germany. And so I'm no longer afraid, just like Reverend King. You know, longevity has its place. I'm not concerned anymore. That's basically what my father was saying to me. You know, so that Reverend King's piece was what my father was really saying. He said, no. He says, the goal has been accomplished. Okay? You know, as a people, we're going to get to the mountaintop, the promised land. But I'm not concerned anymore, because that is guaranteed. That's going to happen. You know, but in my father's case, he said, that is done already. The mountaintop was telling the German where mathematics came from. You know, and he said, with 3 papers, you've done that, son, so I'm ready to go. Now, that took so much load off my chest, because the feeling of having my father feeling the pain of death, not only the pain of the sickness, but the pain of death was minimized, was alleviated, was highly reduced when my father says he was prepared. He was now ready to transform on. That was quite a bit of accomplishment. The spiritual upliftment that occurred during that 1985 with what happened in Germany and what happened with, even on the flights, and what happened with my father, and coming back here and a lot of other things. So in '86 I'll come back to Nigeria to bury my father, and a lot more things were happening. I moved on to Brooklyn Poly, you know, and then yeah, it's gonna be we're gonna move again. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, so you're gonna. But well, okay. Now, so we were talking about the photograph and the trip to Germany and the impact on, you know,
develop over time to the surrender.
Yes, that's correct.
But there were other things that happened that also brought you into the kind of leadership that led to your being nominated for the Nobel Prize.
Right. First I was, so after '83, that automatically set me up for the award that will happen in 1989. Because after that was established, like I said, very notable MIT professors will, in their whole career, will brag about having 4 papers in the IAA journal, which is something that God did through me in 1 year, you know. So it just was godly. Now, and especially with the German involvement in 1985. But before you see, in other words, the journey had many stages. And I'm glad that my mother was able to grant an interview where he actually reported what happened in the beginning in terms of the revelation that my older sister, who my mother was working very hard to keep her alive, and when the prophet saw her, actually, first of all, he was blind, so he couldn't see, but he could see without seeing physically. So he had a revelation that my sister was going to survive the problems, and then told my mother that the one that is coming after her will be bringing the God news to the world. My mother didn't really believe that, because, you know, what her focus was her daughter. But after GAGUT was ordered, it didn't take too long, you know, before my mother had to acknowledge it was a play out of the revelation she was given by the prophet. And so that was also part of this whole dynamics. The revelation was done. In other words, the prophet said, I was going to be sent with a God order to the world. But they didn't elaborate too much more beyond that. And that was way before I was even conceived. So then I come into this world a couple of months. I began to walk without crawling. And then my mother still didn't see anything. She saw it even more, almost like in a negative sense. Say, what kind of a weird child is this? Why is he walking without crawling? It almost, you understand, it was something to be, celebrated, but my mother kind of took on a negative, the other side of a, reaction to it. And a lot of other things that I did that were strange, or quote, considered strange. And kind of, at some point I had to go and stay on a ranch, because, well, especially when I began to explore what was going on in the river Niger, on the riverside, downtown and all that, where those days, that's what I was telling you, missed. If you brought in your camera, those days where the ship was coming from Liverpool and arriving in that port, I mean, I can begin to tell you, when you went in there, everything was in a different mode. That was the time I was growing up, and I was actually going there and meeting people. You understand me? Talking about 4 years, 3 years. I could go downtown, and by myself, and communicate with people from the diaspora and non-blacks and everybody else. It was really. But after the Kainji Dam, where the River Niger was no longer navigable, we lost that status. We were a big port on the River Niger. And so anyway, so my mother saw all that, and then the elementary school incident, I could feel something, but I wasn't so conscious of it. I could feel something in my system. Like I told you, the sculpture that I did, maybe at 2 years old or 2.5 years old, I still remember it. I could communicate with the sculpture of human beings and so on. I could communicate with them and all that. Then move on to elementary school and dealing with the elders, and so on, and hearing the history, and then moving on to St. Augustine. And there were a lot, every step of the way there were things that were very strange or very different from the norm. And then came on to Rensselaer, again, the whole thing continued in terms of uniqueness and, strange and different, and, But in 1985, that Germany thing was very, very, very highly spiritual. And I don't forget, almost every minute on the plane I still can remember today. Like I remember the music I was listening to. Part of it happened to Michael Jackson's music on the plane. But also a guy from Earth, Wind and Fire and some English act. I remember all those music, and having Easter in Germany before going to Nigeria. I remember all that. And then in 1986, of course, I had to go back to bury my father. Was another, one of the most painful points to me up until that point. And then move on to Polytechnic University, and again, another phase of different encounters, similar encounters. I remember the president of the school, Professor Bugliarello, going down to Washington, that's Brooklyn Polytechnic University, going to Washington for a president's meeting with the Department of Defense or whatever, and he came back with a photograph paper, one of my photograph papers. Actually, that came in later. And with a different print, a print that I think is the intelligence community print. It was different from the ARAA print, and he handed it over to me and did not say much. I knew where it came from, Department of Defense, intelligence, and so on. So all that were happening. But in 1989, when I was awarded the fellowship, the associate fellowship, things began to, switch gears at such a heavy, powerful, godly rate. I had to cope up. I had to, reach out to God to gather enough energy and spirituality and godliness not to deal with it, because GAGUT was on the verge of announcement in 1989 when that was, and I think they knew that was coming, at least spiritually, in terms of the scientific community in general. So come 1990, I began to get involved with communications with Cambridge University in terms of the review of the preliminaries of GAGUT, like turbulence solutions, things that people never thought was going to be possible. And that was part of how a very violent, not physically, but mentally violent encounters with Cambridge. The early 90s. I remember Stephen Hawking had just made an announcement in a brief history of time in 1991 and said the search for unified field theory was an absolute impossibility because he doesn't see God permitting a creature to go into God's mind to see what was on God's mind when God was creating the universe. But the GAGUT had already happened in 1990, 1 year before the brief history of time in 1991. And in the middle of that, in the review, because I had to send out some of this work. In 1992, for example, I was in Copper Mountains, where the first open review of GAGUT really occurred. It was 1992. And there were a lot of legendary mathematicians there, including one from University of Amsterdam. They're called Diega. I used to call him Dijaga, but they pronounced it. I didn't realize the name was spelled. It was pronounced Diega. An older guy, a math professor, and so that, and then the Russian delegation, just like the previous generation, the delegation from Israel, they had a similar setup. And they came over to me and overwhelmed me again, just like happened in Germany. This time it was here in America at Copper Mountain. And invited me to Russia and all that. So I knew something was happening. Eventually, in 1994, a conference was planned. We were planning, and one of my helpers was my brother, the medical doctor, Dr. Musa, and he was supposed to be helping me coordinate people from Nigeria. I wanted to invite one of my teachers, really, from Rensselaer, a black man. I had mentioned him before, Professor John Amazigo. Professor Amazigo was a professor at Rensselaer while I was there, but had left just before I left. He had left for Nigeria because he was giving the chairmanship of the math department at the University of Nigeria at Nsukka with a full professorship, something he wasn't able to get at Rensselaer, where I was, because he was black, because he had a PhD in mathematics from Harvard University, so he can't do better than that in terms of credentials. But he was still an associate professor. So when they offered him full professorship in Nigeria, he took that on and ran with it. So by 1994, he was located in Nigeria. And I wanted my brother, Dr. Musa to actually connect with him and try to invite him to attend the briefing. You know, there were only very few black people I could invite to the briefing in Troy, and he was one of them. You know. But the pain and the sadness was my brother's condition had gotten so bad that I could feel it, even though I wasn't there looking at him. I could feel it that he wasn't well, you know, because I could see from his emotions, his, you know, lack of interest, you know, apparent lack of interest, which really was. Otherwise, ordinarily, he would be so delighted and so on, but the sickness wouldn't allow him to express that. So I was feeling all that pain. Eventually, it wasn't too long before they assassinated him on the 30th of November, 1994. We were in the middle of planning the conference, which I was dedicating to one of my teachers, Professor George Handelman, the guy who was credited to have introduced applied mathematics to America from Brown University. So I had to stop that process, the planning of the conference, which Musa, my brother, and my Leslie, and I really coordinated it, you know. That brought in together the big legends in mathematics that were alive then in Troy. And GAGUT was presented, you know, in their presence and challenged them to actually, you know, but it happened in March 24th to March 25, 1995. And I think that played a major role because with a former head of math department from Stanford University, another former head of math department was Caltech in attendance, and people like former head of math department from Brown University, and then Lee Siegel, a legend in mathematical biology, and a PhD from MIT in mathematics and all that. All these legends, and then I've forgotten the guy from Caltech, you know, currently. So there were all these legends in there. So what ordered GAGUT presented. If GAGUT had any problem, those ones will see, including my own teacher, Professor George Handelman. All I remember them was they were holding their jaws watching the GAGUT presentation in Troy, New York, in a big hall. And Professor Luchins was there. Professor Lebresky was there. They were all, oh, definitely, they were in the conference. Everybody or somebody was there that we could get hold of in a short notice. So the loss of my brother translated into that encounter. But it was, up until that point, the most painful loss I've ever had. I remember coming back from his burial on Christmas Eve. In other words, I left December, actually, I left, December 3rd or so for his burial, and I returned December 20, I was in a plane for the Christmas, really. But in Nigeria, it was December 24th, Christmas Eve. And I remember walking, into the airport, and people were in a party mode and everything else. And I had my brother drive, my younger brother, but older than my one that had just transformed, drive his car. His car was an old Peugeot. My brother's car was a Peugeot, but he was planning to buy a Mercedes just before the incident happened. And so anyway, drove, and then we entered the airport, and everything was happening, and I could barely grasp in terms of they put a chain on the car, And then but as soon as I walked in, there were women who were celebrating the Christmas Eve, partying and dancing and so on and so forth. And one of them, or a couple of them, looked at me and they read my pain right in my face. They read my soul right in my face, and one of them not only was taken by that, but almost to the point of being angry at me by what she saw and read in my face. That she confronted me. And she said to me, he says, what in the world can make you this sad? She said, you see everybody partying, and how could you be so deeply sad? What in the world can possibly make a human being sad like you are? And I looked at her and I said, wow. I had no idea she could read me that much. They gave me a form to fill out, and you understand me, I began filling the form out. And I realized I'd made a mistake, and I squeezed up the thing and put it in my pocket. Okay, ah man. And so anyway, after she said this to me, I kind of took notice and I said, wow, I had no idea the world is. And she wasn't even in the burial, she really didn't. And I simply, the only answer I gave offered that was, I said, if only you knew what happened to me, perhaps you would understand. And I left it like that. So then what happened then was, I squeezed, I began to fill out one, I wrote everything, and I reached a point I realized there was a mistake, so I put it in my pocket. When I arrived here, after maybe a couple of days or a week or so, where I had kind of, began to, withdraw from those horrors a little bit, just a little bit. I read what I wrote and I couldn't believe. If you understand, if anybody told me I wrote it, I wouldn't believe it, because it did not only did it not make sense what I was writing on the paper, it was so disjointed and so disconnected. And so again, it gave me a sense, beside this woman reading me what was going on in my system, I read me through what I wrote in those pages. It was a form I had to fill out. Anyway, but 1994 was a tremendous year in terms of the loss and everything. But it was also, at the same time, the dynamics of GAGUT was going on. It was during that time, after the presentation, 3 months later, after burying my brother, or 4 months later, Clinton, obviously, they must have consulted all those who were there live, all the mathematicians that were there live to witness the thing. I remember Leslie and children walking past Professor Lee Siegel and Professor, I think it starts with a G, from, anyway. They were discussing about my presentation, but they didn't hear the details, but they heard my name and so on and so forth. So the thing became a talk for every mathematician. Eventually, the briefing the presentation was published and so on and so forth. But Clinton came to a realization that the implication of GAGUT was a revelation of the understanding, total understanding of the total totality of the reality, automatically was God endowing me with the ultimate understanding as sin, ultimate intelligence that cannot be surpassed. And that the people who did immediate evaluation are the people who attended this briefing. So they came to a realization, well, it's footless, futile kind of exercise to do it. There's nothing that could be done because it's an equation. That's another way. An exact equation is a God order, like 2 + 1 is equal to 3 is a God order. You can't touch that. You can't. That's how GAGUT came out.
Now, we were talking about reviews, and I wanted you to go over the reviews because people have said that those reviews are not really reviews. Those are just automatic reviews, something to that effect, that they are automatic writings done by a committee, which means that they read them, but it's not a review.
Yeah. Well, you had given me a package earlier, and I think somebody must have taken it, but I would have shown you some of the names of the reviewers. You could focus, you could put them in later probably. Yeah, there was Yom Karo. There was, quite a few of them, all of them legends. There was, Russians, Konkin, for example. Konkin was a Russian who rubbed shoulders with people like Sir James Lighthill that I told you earlier about. Konkin is in that class because we have a conference where Konkin, be careful. Konkin was attending the same session of a conference with Sir James Lighthill, so he's in that class. He reviewed it, but the one that, in terms of pure mathematics, was the most legendary of them all was Sagas, Professor Professor Gregory Sagas. And the review was very consistent with the kind of elegance that only God can provide in that kind of environment. Okay, you want me to come further?
Yes, you can. I just want to make sure you're out of the rain.
Yeah. Because the rain was
up
here.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, it's a lot better now. Okay. Now, so before you understand what the review represents, you have to understand who the reviewers are. That's absolutely correct. That, as a matter of fact, that single-handedly tells you whether the nature of the review. Corot definitely is in the very, very high class of pure mathematicians, or people they call geometers, and Konkin might be called applied in the sense that he has turbulence and aeronautics leanings. But the one in terms of pure mathematics that is in a class in pure mathematics by himself is Gregory Sagas. That underscores the classifications of GAGUT as being the ultimate mathematics. because Gregory Sagas has the credentials that, you understand, is so, there are very few people who can match it. Here is a man that has been reviewed over 200 times by the American Mathematical Society. In other words, he has contributed research work in his lifetime that were considered significant enough to be reviewed by the American Mathematical Society for over 200 times. That's Gregory Sagas. And he's a geometer. As a matter of fact, he was the president of the Balkan Association of Geometers. Balkan, the Greeks and the countries in that general area, Serbia and all that. Which is a very prestigious position. But when you look up the American Mathematical Society reviews called MRs, Mathematical Reviews, they're supposed to review math work that is significant enough to get attention of the top mathematicians. That's what is reviewed generally. Now, in his case, he has had over 200 of that kind of work. The only other person, who is much older than him with that kind of, that I know, was Albert Einstein. Okay, and so, I mean, Albert Einstein is old enough to have him as a grandson, maybe, okay? Anyway, now he was the one that was selected to review GAGUT. That says it all. Later on, the guy who sat in Newton Chair in Cambridge, the other Newton Chair, meaning the Master of Trinity College, Professor Sir Professor Tia, once he found out GAGUT was reviewed by Sagas, whom he knew to be a legend in mathematics, he asked to see it because he couldn't believe GAGUT was reviewed by Sagas. And once he verified it, he was amazed. So all you need to know in terms of the integrity of the review of GAGUT, integrity and the review of GAGUT, is that Sagas reviewed GAGUT. That's all that you need to know. And on that note, you can go and do your own research on Gregory Sagas. Now, in addition, Yom Kuro also reviewed it, and Yom Kuro took my abstract. Usually, a review is supposed to determine, normally, first of all, before you review it by the American Mathematical Society, AMS, you have to have gone through so many layers of reviews before that. You have to be published in a journal before you review. And to be published in a journal means you have to go through very rigorous reviews, okay, for you to be published. Now, it is only after you have been published in a reputable journal, that means you have gone through a lot of reviews, and especially if you're dealing with a big claim, you have to have gone through that already to be published. Now, it is after that where the committee of the American Mathematical Society will go through those journals and find out which publications are likely to even attract any further review by American Mathematical Society. And so if you are picked up as one of those, it is after that you would then be looked at and reviewed again after the formal reviews to be published. You will now go through a review by the committee. And the committees, although they're not all experts in any particular field, they have a fundamental basic understanding of things. And if your contribution is either understood well enough, okay, or they happen to have an expert on the committee in your field, okay, that expert within the committee would certify your review, and they will summarize how they feel about the review. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Now, if they do not summarize their review, and what will happen is, if your claim is not outlandish, okay, and they're convinced what you wrote in your abstract is okay, do you understand? Mm-hmm. But on the basis that, yes, what you said you did is not a large claim, but you are correct in your claim, okay? Mm-hmm. And there is nothing they could add to your abstract. If they agree totally with your abstract, they will send out your abstract. That is the greatest honor you can ever get. In other words, that what you claim in your abstract is accepted whole scale, wholesome. In other words, totally. That's the best you could ask for. Because most people usually will go beyond, they will exaggerate. If you exaggerate, the job of a reviewer will be to take out your exaggeration and then concentrate on the part they can verify was true. Do you understand? Yes. So they isolate the part they believe is true out of your exaggerated version and put it out as their review. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So therefore, if they take your total abstract and paste it as their position, do you understand? Mm-hmm. Then that's the greatest review you can ever get. Mm-hmm. Now, but then the next thing will be, it means they have certified that you've told the truth about what you did. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Now, by and large, such reviews are reviews that are, you know, not very substantial claims. Do you understand? They're not big claims. So they will say, okay, you said you take the current status of things and you push it by a few inches. And that's what you said in your abstract. We agree that's what you did. That will be the nature of that review. Now, if you had exaggerated or, you know, put anywhere, so they will extract what they believe is the essence of what you've done and put it out. That will be another kind of review. Do you understand? Now, so therefore, in my case, it went past the committee. They actually delegated Yom Karo, which is a top expert in the field of differential geometry.
What was he reviewing?
He was reviewing GAGUT as a topic in differential geometry. Mm-hmm. And he looked at all that the claim, which was embodied in my abstract. You saw it. Mm-hmm. You saw it, so that's what you were showing me earlier. He took that abstract and left it verbatim, but signed off his name on it. That means not only did they agree, see what was done was perfectly correct, but the statement of what was done, he also totally agreed with it. He didn't alter any word in the abstract. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. And as I said before, that's the ultimate review you can expect from a reviewer. Now, but in the abstract was indicated what was done in the work, which is the generalized proof of Einstein's theorem used in the new group theory. Okay? But the generalized proof proved Einstein was right in terms of concluding that mass can transform into energy through a transformation. I would call it transformation. What that had a consequence. In mathematics or mathematical physics, people will write conservation equations. That will be a conservation dynamics. You know, that mass can transform into energy. So if you write, in other words, if you know the geometry of energy, that means automatically by transformation you know the geometry of mass. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. That's what the transformation implies. So the new group theory was used not only to verify that mass can transform into energy, but it also verified that mass can transform into momentum, and that energy can transform into momentum. It's not just energy transforming into mass, but also to momentum. And mass can transform into momentum as well as energy. And thereby, Einstein was able to reduce the conservation equations, as was known in mathematical physics, from 5 equations, which is, you know, in the 3-dimensional space, you have a mass conservation, 3 momentum conservations, and 1 energy conservation. That is traditionally known to be the number of conservations that come out. But there were 5 different equations. So when Einstein unified mass and energy, Einstein was able to eliminate one of the 5 equations, because you can make your choice between energy and mass. Once you've written one equation for that, it automatically takes care of the other. Do you understand? So instead of 5 equations, Einstein was able to reduce the equation from 5 to 4 with the unification of mass and energy. What happened then after proving Einstein's theorem or theory using the new group theory was that energy could not only transform to mass, it can transform to momentum and vice versa. So therefore, equation went from 4, where Einstein left it, into 1. Equation becomes 1. And because it's 1, it becomes a unified equation, because that one speaks for the rest of the 5. And the physicists had always thought within those 5 equations, mass, momentum, and energy, you've captured most of the physics world. Therefore, and Einstein managed to transform that into 4 equations. By reducing it to 1, you've unified the whole physics in that 1 equation, and therefore it becomes clearly what Einstein was looking for, the unified field theory. But that phase of it, in terms of physical application, was not focused on, because it was done purely, even though momentum and masses and terminologies were used, the focus was on the geometry, what is called the invariance, conformal invariance of mapping, which is part of a differential geometry, where Sagas and Yom Kuro and others were the top experts. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So once that was verified, means that the unified field theorem and its less accurate version, theory, has been verified mathematically. Once you've verified a theorem, a theory will have to fall in wherever it is supposed to be correct, or it becomes totally unnecessary. Who needs a theory when there's a theorem, right? So once you've done a theorem, that's an additional unbelievability of GAGUT, where people were looking for theory. God came up as expected. That's how you know it came from God, is because it came out as a theorem. Theorem is the only language God speaks. Do you understand? God does not speak theory, okay? So that was the proof it came from God, because it came out as a theorem. The truth about everything came out as a theorem, meaning it was God, the God order. That is what we're trying to articulate right now. So with that proven, Jim Crow had no choice but to deal with it. In other words, that was another way of saying God's self ordained me with ultimate understanding of reality, all of reality. Which is another way of saying God ordained me with ultimate intelligence, etas of infinity, mathematically. And therefore, and that because black people share my genes, it's another way of saying God have reordained the black race as the most intelligent race. And since everything we buy is a product of intelligence, if you are the most intelligent, it means that you could produce everything that we buy. And thereby, you become and sell all that, means you are the richest race. And because intelligence is the biggest part of any military operation, the guns and the bombs are designed by intelligence, and in terms of logistics and the operations of the military system, it is intelligence that, takes care of that business. Therefore, for you to be a military power, you have to be extremely intelligent, or have people that are working that are intelligent. So therefore, being most intelligent is also associated with being the most powerful race. Do you understand?
Yes.
So therefore, this was what Jim Crow woke up to in 1990, and a few years beyond that point, and came to a conclusion with the President of the United States and giving money to Yale University and asking Yale to check what that means in terms of its implication for the rest of the race, or the races, rest of the human race, which is the non-blacks. And so they were giving money to test out GAGUT. Since Oyibo's intelligence infallibly correct as being ultimate intelligence, what does that do? What does that mean for the rest of the non-blacks, or the rest of the races, the non-blacks? And so they went into the lab. Unlike the previous attempts before GAGUT, because of GAGUT, they couldn't allow Jim Crow to play a role in that experiment. They have to, in their own words, eliminate Jim Crow in terms of eliminating the so-called European bias. European bias is another term for Jim Crow, that obstructs the truth in order to keep black people suffering or misrepresent their reality. So after that was done, they went into the lab and measured, something that is basically a dilated form of N, which is the level of intelligence. The N, in other words, etas of N is GNJ. X to XJ to power N to plus 1. That is the formula for intelligence. That's the exact formula for intelligence. And my N is the level of intelligence. My N is infinity. So therefore, that's what makes it ultimate. So any mathematician can see that. Maybe not any mathematician. Brilliant mathematicians can understand that. Because that's a mapping. That's what intelligence is. Your eyes map a picture. Your camera maps a picture to be snapped. That's how you see the reality that you map. So intelligence is mapping. So when you have etas of N, is the totality of all mapping possible. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. With N being the indicator of the level of the mapping. Mm-hmm. Even you that are not geometrical in terms of you really understand, you can get a sense of what I'm talking about. Because you could perceive your camera as mapping my reality into the picture right now. That's how you know, get a sense of my reality. That's what intelligence does. Intelligence maps reality onto the brain to be interpreted so you can understand it. So therefore, intelligence is about mapping. You can understand that, can't you? Okay, now, eta sub n is all the possible mappings. Eta sub n is a mapping formula. And the n is the degree of that mapping. As in, if mapping is represented by eta sub n, and mapping is intelligence or act of understanding, and then we indicate the level of that understanding or the level of intelligence. Do you understand? All right. For me, the n is the totality, that is infinite. So therefore, that's where the ultimate intelligence, you can't go past that. So without pieces of intelligent units, I can understand everything. Now, that's what was clear to Jim Crow in the middle of the 90s as my brother was being assassinated. 1995. But it became extremely clear. Now then, Jim Crow and company were already reviewing the GAGUT already. Because his review came out, I believe, in 1997. They were poring over it from the early 90s and finally reviewed it in 1997. And 1998 and 1998, all the reviews were going on. Anyway, and Sagas did also. So it was this infallible nature of the God order ordaining a black man with ultimate intelligence, etas of infinity. And because the rest of the black people, his race, shared his genes immediately with him. That is how God redeclared the black race as the most intelligent race, the richest race, and the most powerful race. And as therefore as the chosen race. So it is that order that became clear, the God order, that knocked out the whole idea of New World Order and all the other BS. It became the final order, the first, the only, and the final order. So now they went into the labs to test out N. They didn't know the formula of intelligence before GAGUT. So they were using the DNAs and all that, trying to correlate a few things. But the DNA, in effect, was measuring that level of intelligence, how much the level of intelligence, N in the eta sub n. So they were woken up to the real definition of intelligence in eta sub n, and that N becomes the level of that intelligence. And if you understand geometry, we will show you that nicely and so on. And just like you can get the sense, the camera, your eye is like, it's like a camera. So it transforms reality into the brains through the lenses and so on into the brains. That's what the camera does. So therefore, what the brain sees, therefore, is like what you capture on the camera. That's how the brain understands reality. Do you understand? So therefore, you then get a sense that if a camera transforms and the eye transforms reality to be interpreted by the brains which constitute understanding, then you can see how a transformation formula is a measure of abilities to express intelligence or show understanding. Yeah, because, see, you share your understanding of reality by the pictures you're taking right now with somebody that's in thousands of miles away. When you meet with them or send them by post, they will take, because you will help them see reality and understand reality through the picture that you're taking. So anyway, that was obvious. So they went into the lab and they measured an equivalent of 28 for the black race of the level of intelligence for black people. While for them, the non-blacks, they measured 19. And the question that you were asking before is, that is, they say, in other words, we in GAGUT, in this university, have to give you those figures. But somebody can interpret it because everything is relative, really. The only entity that's absolute is God. Everything else is relative. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Now, in that relative term, 28 intelligent level for black people as compared to 19 intelligence level for black people.
For white people?
For the non-blacks, yes, white and non-Asians and company. They have 19 level of intelligence, and it's equivalent, and will be 19. That is a raw figure. Now, because it's relative, you could say, okay, what you're really interested in is how does non-blacks compare with black people? That's really what you're interested in. So their comparison is 28 for black people to 19 for the non-blacks. That's how they compare. So their relativity is 28 compared to 19. Do you understand? It's important that you pay attention because you were asking a question before. All right.
Yeah, the question was in terms of the University of Göttingen surrendering for symbolically for the European world and passing the baton to them. I'm getting to that. I just want to clear the point about how did they, because we're still in Yale. Yale happened, ironically, before Göttingen. Although Göttingen was behind, was way ahead of everybody. But we're Yale, meanwhile. And you need to see, because the figures you hear from Yale seem to say 9 to 6, a ratio of 9 to 6. The key word is a ratio. Mm-hmm. A ratio can be presented in more than one form. Mm-hmm. Everything's relative. A ratio is a relative measure. Mm-hmm. Okay, so therefore, the raw figure says 28 compared to 19. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Or 28, or divided by 19, or 28 for blacks, 19 for the non-blacks. That is equivalent. You can multiply that number by any number, and it will still be all right. That's part of the conformal invariance, because you're giving a relative figure for both things. Do you understand me? It's the same basis. You could print the picture that you're drawing on any scale, provided everything is proportional. Do you understand? Right.
You could print it on 8.5 by 11, or you could print it on smaller figures, 5 by 2, for example. You could do that, or on another side, 100 by 100. If you could spread that kind of way, you could do that. If every bit of it are proportionate, they will still give the same picture. Do you understand?
Right.
That's what relativity means. That's what comparison is about. So think of it as, on a larger scale, it is 28 compared to 19.
Right.
On a smaller scale,
6.
Or 9 compared to 6. That's what that is. But how do you prove they are proportional? The proportionality comes in 6 or 9 to 6 is equivalent to 28 to 6, because you could divide the 28 not to 6, 28 to 19. You could divide both the 28 by 3. If you divide 28 by 3, you get 9 1/3. Do you understand? Okay. If you divide 19 by 3, you would get 6 1/3. Do you understand? So the figure that you heard people use come out of that, dividing the figure that I have by 3. If you divide 28 by 3, you get 9 1/3. And a third is 0.33. So if you round it up, it will become the 9 1/3 becomes 9 if you round it up. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's where you got the 9 for the black people from. It comes from the 28 divided by 3. Do you understand? And the 19 is also from there, divided by 3, you also get 6 1/3, which is also rounded up will be 6. Do you understand? Okay, but I have to give it in the raw figure because that's given directly in the abstract. Do you understand? And I know how it was obtained in the abstract. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so but I can reduce it to your reading as interpreted to you by a presenter or whatever. Do you understand? But the original way it came out in research is 28 compared to 7. So it was GAGUT and the verification of GAGUT as coming from God that forced Yale to come up with that conclusion. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So then, less than 8 years later, less than 7 plus 5, actually, that was done in 1996, 1997. It was published. So 7 years later on, a cryptic message will come around, which is important. Okay. Cryptic message came from an intelligent American group called Life, Liberty, and Pursuit of Happiness.
Right.
Which is a big player. The intelligence community is a big player in what goes on in America. They are the ones that maintain all German presidents up until GAGUT. It was the intelligence community because they have to convince the world they dictated to by intelligence, which is the biggest attribute of God. They do business here on the basis of intelligence, is the impression they give to the world. What's important, before I go on, what I was saying was, it's important that you all keep in mind that it's critical to spread the word. Each one teach one. That's been the historical story of our survival.
I can tell unbelievers.
In terms of, those who are caught, teaching others, and so on and so forth, as if teaching is a crime, So it simply tells the importance of information, especially this information. This information is like a medication for all ailment. That's basically it, without any exaggeration. Of course, we say it's theory of everything, right? This theory of everything, it means everything that you can think of is in there. And as I challenge you all the time, you tell me an aspect of the universe that you know of that we cannot explain here. Just give us one good example. Not in terms of giving you the formula to undo or do, for example. We're not there yet to tell you that you can resist gravity. Okay?
I'm betting we will go.
Well, by the grace of Almighty God. NASA and Quebec, while I was being interviewed on the coast to coast, one of the guys that seemed like he had a contract from the government, was asking me a question about that. What do you deal with? How do you deal with gravity? Okay? Is that, you have something in your ear?
Yeah, that's what knows it.
Oh.
That's an old Jamaican thing.
Is that right?
Yeah. And it works every time.
Yes, okay. So, so they asked me a question about, well, how do you deal with gravity? Gravity is the one, as I told you before, for example, that keeps us moving. Even when we don't believe we're moving like now, we're still moving under gravity. So the thing is, how do you actually deal with that? Well, one of the reasons why all this attention on that particular field, okay? Newton, okay? Einstein, Lorentz, all these big guys. That's the reason.
Not only that, but for humans to exist in space without losing a lot of bone mass, they have to have artificial gravity.
Which is another extension of that application base. I mean, it is so, because if you can understand gravity, then you understand the universe in terms of the motions in the universe. Okay? You know, the stars and their formations and so on and so forth. And we're part of one group of, just one star system. And as I told you, there are 10 to the power 23 of such stars.
Star systems or stars?
Just stars. You know, star systems, okay? You know, the sun and the planets. Another one and the planets. Another one's on the planets. Another one's on the planet. There are 10 to the power 23 of them.
How do we know that?
That's an excellent question. That's an excellent question indeed. It's like, how do we know the number of atoms, okay, in a given compound? Okay, how many atoms or even molecules, you know, there are. There's something called Avogadro's number, which is kind of similar. I think it's also 10 to the power
16.
6.02
times 10 to the 23rd or my 23rd?
23rd, somewhere there. So that is, how was that done? Well, counting on that level brings us back to the whole concept of infinity again. Okay, people have asked questions about infinity, and I've only told you that infinity is simply a large number. What is large number? Large number is relative, which is another reason why relativity is very important. Okay, relativity. You can only use relativity or relative concept to really get a sense of things. When you deal with absolutes, you have a problem. On an absolute scale, the Earth will be nothing in the universe. Will be nothing. It's as if it doesn't exist. In fact, our solar system will be nothing. Okay, because our solar system will be like 1 out of 1 over. Okay? 1 out of 1 6 point something. See? Our solar system is 1 compared to 6 around roughly 10 to the power 23. So if you're looking at this system where you have just this one, which is ours, and the sun is incredibly large, okay? So you say you want to look at 1 over 10 to the power 23 of it. That's the portion of this system that this occupies.
Almost nothing.
It's got to be insignificant. Because this is, and this is also tells you what would your computer consider that to be?
Zero. That would be zero.
That would be 0. Now, what does that mean? That means we're nothing. That's what it means on that level. That's doctrine of absolute. We're nothing. Now, not just we here as human beings who are so tiny compared to our own planet, but the entire system that we're part of is nothing. So you know you're way below nothing. Way, way, way below. Which is interesting in the sense that here humanity claims that they're the most important thing in the universe. How come? How is that possible when your system is nothing? Your system is absolutely nothing.
Arrogant.
Arrogance, there you go. Arrogance, and of course that you're the only one that exists in this phase, in this mode, this intelligence. So that's how, so when you view things in terms of absolutes, you could lose a lot of things, which is like an absolute in this case is compared to getting a broad view, okay? A broad view of things, okay? You look at the larger picture, you forget about the details. Our solar system will be part of the details of the universe. See, the detail is not, there's nothing about it that you can say, you know, from the size situation that will make it significant at all. So on that basis, then you deal in terms of relative terms, relatives. It sounds like this is confusing. This is relative view here. But that's what gives you your overall picture in terms of looking at everything. So what you do is you got to narrow it down to segment by segment, okay? Rather than looking at this, you just look at this here, which is the solar system, okay? Our own solar system with the sun, okay, and the planets around it, okay? Okay? That's what you look at that one, okay? And then even zero in on Mother Earth, okay? Okay? Zero in on that. So get the overview here, get the overview there, okay? And then zero in on this one here, okay? You might need to sit straight, okay? So you don't fall asleep, okay? Sit straight. Sit straight. And get your book. I know you're not feeling well, but you still need to sit straight. In fact, sit on that chair there. You might be tempted to fall asleep. Sit on that chair. No, sit there. And where's your pad? Go and get your pad. So we're talking about relative terms, okay? But within the relative terms, and the relative terms allows you to, take a good broad look and then begin to zero in on some specifics, okay? Specifics would be like the Earth here, okay? You just zero in on it and you look at it. Now, you go from there and you take a section, okay, of the Earth, and then you do another zoom up, on that, okay? You bring that out, okay, and you look at the particular position, okay? And then you focus on that. You zoom on that. Because if you don't zoom on that and you zoom in on this one here, these other details don't exist. They're so small, okay? But what that does is it gives you a sense of the dynamics, the importance, the awesomeness of the universe, okay? The universe is awesome. And it's in a dynamic state. Dynamic means motion. It means it's moving constantly, just like before. So one wants to understand, of course, as we've proven, it is that motion that actually was responsible for the various stages of the, I don't want to use the word evolution because it will be misunderstood. I'm not talking about evolution theory. I'm talking about evolving, evolving process, not a specific evolution theory, okay? Whether you call it creation or whatever, it's an evolution process. One time it doesn't exist, or one time it's in certain form, and another time it's in another. That's evolution. Changing, a transformation is probably what I want to do, transformation, okay? So it gives you a sense of the transformation, because transformation is movement, okay? Movement from one point to another, okay? Time 0, time t1, okay? You're moving along that direction, okay? This is what we talk about evolution in this sense here, which is actual transformation. I have a point here from where you're moving to another point. Now, you're familiar with that because in your own life, you came into this world, you don't even know where you were before you came into this world. You have no clue, right? After you came out of your mother's womb, it took you some time before you began to really get the sense. Because even after once you're in the world and you have eyes and everything, when you go back, you wonder, at what time, do I really begin to understand certain things or see and comprehend things around you? Okay? I remember an instance with my uncle, taking a walk in the city of Vida. The earliest that I can remember, it's such a vague kind of thing, but I saw a picture, I can remember a picture walking on this street, and maybe my first outing with him, to look around, just to stroll around. So I can, kind of remember that. Most of us will remember, In other words, what's the earliest thing in your life that you can remember, especially moving around and looking at things and trying to. Hello. Hi. Okay. So we have those kind of. In other words, when you remember that, it gives you a sense of what we're talking about in terms of the transformation, okay? The evolution. So, if you took a snapshot, okay, at that particular point, like in my case, I still, it's not something that I can say, but I remember we're walking from the house, because, I was staying with my uncle, and he took me, I visited him, and he took me and, we're going to look, and I remember kind of vaguely the path that we followed, the streets and so on and so forth. But it was fascinating because I saw buildings, okay? I saw, cars and things like that moving, okay? And so I kind of saw what was going on, and it's very fuzzy, I guess, going back in time, okay? But that's the key word, going back in time. okay, going back in time, which is, you made a journey from here to there, but what I'm doing right now is journeying back. I'm going back in the opposite direction to, remember, okay, or try to activate my memory of this particular point in time. Okay? So that's how everything in the universe goes or transforms. Okay? And that is real. That's everything that lives, grows, So you grew from that stage, like my case, from that point, of course, way before that. But before that, I couldn't remember so much, but from that point, I knew that, okay, next time of a significance to me was, and school and all that. It's transformation. And so transformation then becomes the basis for understanding where we came from. Transformation. We could look at transformation back to our mother's womb. That is real for everybody. Okay? Yeah. So the mere fact that you didn't know where you were before that point becomes the next part of the puzzle. Where were you? Where were you before you were in your mother's womb? Okay? You got to be somewhere. Or, whether you like it or not, okay? Now, you could think of, in terms of abracadabra, even abracadabra had to, abracadabra does show something, so, shh, and the bird is coming out. Well, it's from the hand, somewhere where the bird comes from, he may not like to share that with you. It came from the back somewhere. It's a little trick he did. The bird was there, was hiding all the time in his hand. So the bird didn't come out of abracadabra, you see.
How about where we're going?
Okay, it's tied to that.
Okay.
Where you're coming from is related to where you're going. Okay, in that sense. Okay, but first you got to know that is that trajectory, and that's it. So now, so clearly it's an issue of motion. That point needs to be very clear. It's an issue of motion. Okay? Emotion has something called distance, S. Speed, velocity, velocity, okay, V. And then time, which is the time that you measure. Okay? You measure the time. Okay? Now, when you have a velocity, is speed over time. Okay? Velocity is speed over time. Sorry, velocity is the distance over time. Okay? And so what happens is here is that ordinarily you say, well, you're sitting down in one place, like you're sitting right now, and time passes. Okay? And you say, I don't have a velocity, because you don't believe you move. But you have moved. You have motion. You just concluded that. Mm-hmm. See, if there were night and day, you could argue that. Okay? If there weren't seasons, you could argue against that. The fact that there are nights and days, and the fact that there are seasons automatically, indicates that you are moving. So you do have a speed at all times. Speed, various speeds. So that speed or space-time, that's distance-time, is what actually determines where we came from. It's all about motion. Where did we come from? Okay? Where did grandpa come from? Where did the great-grandpa come from? All of us have been journeying. So, GAGUT presents it along that line. The universe is about motion. And for you to have motion, you got to have a force behind it. And so then it's about force field. Okay? It's about force field. And what we're saying here clearly is part of the theorem, which means these are facts. Facts, facts, facts. Math is the only subject that anybody studies, although it's not seen that way. Math is the only subject there is to study. Simple because math is about facts. Facts. Okay? Math's about facts. 2 plus 1 equals 3. That's a fact. Fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. Isn't it a fact? Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you're studying biology, what are you doing? You're studying cell, which through the cell, the chemistry, science of the chemical people, will bring you back to fact, a building block of fact. But when you're dissecting the mammal or the frog, what are you doing? You're searching for what? A fact. That's what you're doing. You are looking for a fact. You know, what's the layout in that part that you're cutting? The truth about that system is what you're looking for. The truth. The fact. Fact. And fact is mathematics. This is a fact. So in biology, same thing with psychology. When you study psychology, you're looking for a fact. In other words, the behavior of a human system, the biological system, actually. Facts about the behavior of a biological system. You're studying history. You know, put aside the revisionist history. Okay? You can take facts and still, you know, destroy them and manipulate them. That doesn't change. You know, I like it when the elders used to tell me that. Your perception of the truth doesn't change it. You can mispresent, and that's a theorem, really. Okay? Your perception of this fact here doesn't change that fact. You say, well, you know, I don't like 3. It's tough. It's tough. Okay? 2 plus 1 is 3. And this is provable. Okay? This is provable. Actually provable. The proof lies in the fact that this is a mathematical operation. Okay? A mathematical operation, that's, what does that mean? The proof lies in the definition of the term plus. Okay? What does plus mean? By definition, plus says, when you're adding 2 numbers, or, you know, have a number plus another, it says you count one of them on one finger. That's the definition of plus. And then count the other one on the other, not on one hand, on the other hand. And addition says count them together. And what do you count? 3. I said, that's the proof. That's a mathematical proof. That's a solid and rigorous proof that this is a fact. So, in history, okay? Pharaoh Shabaka, okay? Got his people together, okay? And they created a theorem of creation. The universe came out of the roaring water waves of none. Right? That's a historical fact. And they wanted the world to know that. So what did they do? They inscribe it in a stone like this. Okay? Stonework that you see here. It didn't just start yesterday. You see beautiful things here, and that's an awesome. When you look at the thing in the back over there, okay, that tells you immediately that there has been quite a bit of experience. Okay? There's been quite a bit of experience in terms of our people. This didn't just pop up. You cannot have the thing pop up and come out that great, okay? Or what you see here. So, they put it in a stone called the Shabaka stone to demonstrate credibility and factual nature of the material and to protect the truth. The truth. Truth is preserved. So every subject, therefore, is mathematics. When you go studying and you're a little impatient, or you don't have time, or you have this pressure mentality that tells you, listen, just get the A's and get a job. So, as soon as you come into class, all you need to do is look for the ways to get A's. That's all that's important. Now, don't get me wrong, the A is very important, but that's not everything. A is very, very important indeed, but it's definitely not everything. There's something equally important, or perhaps even more important, which is, what do you get from that course? The person that got the A most of the time was definitely not the best in the class. He or she just knew the way, to make the proper selection. It's good smartness, but it's not necessarily the most determined, because the part that if they bring on the test, the part that you didn't study or focus on very much, you're not going to do well on that. It just happens that the person that gets the A was either lucky or has a permutation system that picks on those parts that turns to be the ones that come out on the test and focuses on those. He didn't study everything, properly. In fact, he didn't study the most important part per se. Okay? So you come in, and like the other day I was talking to the students in the class, in the other class, Bridgeport, and they tell me, well, we've done some statistics, okay, and the permutation, which is a way you arrange objects, okay, given an object you could group them or put them in subgroups and so on and so forth, okay. If you have any of them, okay, you permute them, arrange them, taking n at a time, okay? The formula is n factorial, okay? Every student that went in class of probability statistics will probably remember that. Yes? Oh, okay. You haven't started studying that yet? Statistics? Not yet. All right. You probably remember n factorial. Okay, wonderful. So then my question is, and you're the one that got the A in the course. So I said to you, what does that mean? Well, it's, it means, one of them was able to tell me n into n minus 1 times n minus 2, okay, times 1. So, well, wonderful. Beautiful, so you do that. So then the next question is, what does this mean? I can tell you, I can get you going. Okay? I can get you going. Because if I didn't go beyond here, GAGUT won't be here today. Certainly not in this room at this particular point in time. Okay? Mr. Brown could have been friendly with Stephen Hawking, and if Stephen Hawking had found it to get him over here. But not at this particular point in time. Okay? Yeah, another time. Okay? Maybe before or after. Okay? I had to go beyond here. And if you don't go beyond here, you can't find GAGUT. But the A does not necessarily go beyond here. All you needed to know was this, and your A could happen, because you need the crunch number. Question is posed, and the students have a way of these days of, arm wrestling with the teacher to make sure that, they're given basically the questions first before they appear in the test, so that they know there's nothing, that amounts to a surprise, So eventually they go through and they crunch out the computers, the answer comes out, and then they get the answer. So, hey, some are not so, they don't waste that much time. They look for other ways, either steal the question or do something else, or have somebody take the test for them. One way or the other, they aid the word they're looking for, what they think they're looking for. But to go beyond here, to find out where did this come from, that's what Ofapiti's approach deals with. And that's the story of GAGUT. I'm standing here challenging everybody here. You give me a concept that you've thought about, that you've seen, that you've experienced, that you've heard about in your life. Throw it out and see if we can deal with it with GAGUT. Yes, sir.
Well, I have a couple things that I want to tie in since you put that challenge out there. Not that I necessarily want to challenge you, but I do want to get a better understanding.
Sure.
I'm not quite clear on how you come to the universe being the power of 10 to 23. But that's not the question I want to ask you, because I know you'll come back to that. But when you talked about last week relative zero,
yes,
and I think it was real zero, yes, relative zero, yes, real zero.
Yes.
I thought about that during the week, and you were talking about the European system of math gave, I think you pointed out that it gave different sums doing your calculation. I think one was 4. What was the number you were calculating?
4 divided by 3, divided by 3, and you did get 4.
Okay, now, you were showing us the difference between this system,
yeah,
which this number, yeah, that you're getting here, yeah, is not a final number, because this system will give you more than one finality.
Yes.
Where GAGUT will give you a unique sum.
Yes.
A unique sum.
Yes.
And you will get that
every time.
Yes.
Now, so what I wanted to ask you,
yes,
when you began to explain the difference,
yes,
because he said that it didn't matter once you got that far into infinity, that being off that little bit wouldn't really make a difference. I mean, you go into 99,
yes,
you know, into infinity,
yes,
it doesn't make any difference.
Yes.
And you pointed out, when you look at it relatively, just like you just did, I'm small in the size of this room,
yes,
but there's room in the size of the block,
yes,
and in the size of the country,
absolutely,
and in the size of the earth, and so forth. So finally we disappear and we ain't no more.
That's it.
But with GAGUT, when you're dealing with figures that are that small, which would be us,
yes,
in relationship to the universe, we can measure with accuracy so much further into infinity, which means then that we can go further into infinity. Which means that since we are engaged right now in war, this is the way out, because this mathematical system as it stands cannot go into infinity the same way that GAGUT can. GAGUT can go into infinity, because if we were looking at things on a scale of relativity from the universe to this size, then that system, just being off that much, means you can't calculate a thought, because you can't measure a thought with that system. But GAGUT can measure a thought. Then our ancestors, and this is the question, I just wanted to lay that foundation now. I want to ask you the question, sister. They had a way of healing, where they came together. They didn't use the kind of medicines we use, and they used music, they used vibrations. They had a whole different system of bringing about change, of bringing about healing, even a system, different system of warfare, because they put on amulets and everything. I wanted to ask you, did that system have an accuracy to it or realness to it? Because we lost the war. That's the only reason why I'm asking this. So we supposed to have known all this, and I don't know what happened.
What happened?
But what happened?
That's a question.
Okay, if the system, this is an African system now.
Okay.
We're talking about us.
All right. That's a beautiful, boy, that's an awesome, it's not just a question, it's more than a question. What you just presented it's a lot of teaching, it's a lot of expression of facts. And see, so what GAGUT is about now is really picking up those pieces and unifying them and bringing them together. Which is why the concept of knowing where you're coming from, relating to where you're going, is important. They all connect them. There's geometry that connects them. If there are 2 points, you could draw a line through, or any number of curves through, between those 2 points. So there's a connectivity. See, and that's why GAGUT is able to explain everything. There's a connection, because it's about geometry. Pick 2 points. So what went wrong? Okay, what went wrong? Here you talk about people who invented gunpowder. What are we doing here, fooling around? And frankly, the most serious point is the loss of one's mind. Yeah, that's the most serious problem. Okay? And you can tell we've lost our minds. Okay? Hey, we got to face the facts. You understand? We've lost our minds from the results of, if you can step back and look at yourself, you know, and look at some of the things that you're involved in, you will boldly say to yourself, yes, although it's very hard to do that. Okay? Because there's so much other pressures and so on and so forth. But the loss of one's mind is the most serious part of the casualty that we've gotten, the most important part of the problem. Okay? And that is important because, you know,
in our lifetime, you've seen the episode in the Middle East, for example. How is it that somebody gets kidnapped in the Middle East? And the authorities here are so hyper, so concerned that they will send a plane, a set of plane to Germany. And if they can get to the Middle East, they will get it there, pick up, do whatever they have to pick up this individual, put them in a particular confinement, and give them tons of therapy. Tons of therapy. In Germany, that will be done. Then they will transform them here, and they will still stay in a medical care, or mental care, whatever, psychological care, for a while. That's to have an ordeal for maybe 1 week or a couple of weeks. Why? Because they know that when you are under such pressures, such stress, you can lose your mind. Only for a couple of weeks. People are scared about that for a couple of weeks. So think about a couple of centuries. A couple of centuries. Without the kind of care, the kind of support system, the kind of psychological care, the kind of therapy that is given to somebody who was under captivity for 2 weeks. So when you visualize that, when you think about that, it gives you a sense of the seriousness of the situation. Okay? The seriousness of the situation that we're talking about. So in the process of 500 years, of course, we all live under 100, most of us, okay? But you pick up, from one generation to the other. So it's in your system, obviously. So that amounts to a losing of one's mind. Yeah, so, believe me, you don't want me to start going into some of the details. It brings him back, some system. But at the same time, we've got to be realistic and say, yes, that's real. So then the question is, how is it that the people that invented the gunpowder became victims of their own invention? How is that? And that's such a very critical point. Because you witness in GAGUT that can repeat itself. If you thought that gunpowder got us into this position we are today, which is our own invention, another era has come. GAGUT, except, GAGUT, I told you, is going to lead to something like that. It's going to lead to something more serious.
Didn't history say that Chinese made gunpowder?
Whatever history you...
Or no, that's a rewritten history.
Yeah, very much so. If you understand the concept of Kemet, then there is no question. Who can argue that? If we created chemistry, that's it right there. That's it right there. So then how is it that you invent something, and just like somebody might say, oh yeah, we didn't create geometry. Check the pyramid out. It's done. You can't find somebody else to bring a more serious proven fact than this hard data that we have. Okay? All right? So that's it right there. So
they found gunpowder in mechanical jars in some of the pyramids. In the jars they found gunpowder. So, and that was centuries. Those are hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years before Chinese civilization.
yeah, that's factual. That's absolutely factual. And they will find that. If they haven't, they need to look some more. Okay? When they found this Shabaka stone, they didn't know what to do with it. The Arabs specifically. Okay? So, and they couldn't interpret it, so they decided to destroy it. And they scratch it, they beat it up, they wham, it's still, somebody still has it. It's still there. Okay? And so, but, so facts are facts, and so how is it that we have a history of inventing things that turns around to become a tool of our persecution? The reason is very simple. We're godly people. Not godly in terms of the modern Bible concept. It's like a whole system that you have. It doesn't mean that you cannot fight wars. You can fight wars. But there are times when you're so absorbed with doing great things, okay, that you're not ready. You have no time yet. See, the time that I was going through GAGUT, okay, I experienced a lot of persecutions, my life was attempted on. You just left it to the bigger power in the most serious sense, not in somebody else's words, but okay. And I tried to capture a brother and sister actually giving a true testimony in a Pentecostal church or a Baptist church, or one of those churches, where they're completely uninhibited. Okay, and the word just come out, because at that point they don't fear not even the master. It's not master can go to places at that point, because they will just tell it like it is. Okay, now that's the kind of mode that I'm talking about, where the truth is allowed to go. So most of the times we operate, not most of the time, but a good part of the time when we want to create something, that's the mode that you're in. If you're in a foul mode, you can't find the truth. It's impossible to discover the truth in a foul mode. The foul will only get you lies. You cannot visualize the truth in a foul mode, in a negative mode. It's impossible. So, according to GAGUT, we can theorize or propose the basis on which we lost that war, which is that we were in the middle of an intense thinking to unfold some serious things. And 1400s, it didn't really start in 1400s, 1300s, okay? Started earlier, okay? They've been making attempts, okay? And so on and so forth. The Arabs, of course, 641. I mean, that's all part of it, right? I mean, when you talk about slave trade, you don't talk so-called slave trade. I don't use the word slave trade, by the way. And I explained myself, very clearly. POWs is what we are. If somebody else, after we've been captured, lost a war, you become a prisoner of war, and they talk in numbers on you. You understand? Say, that's not you. I mean, you, as far as you can say, you're in captivity. That's the bottom line. You lost a war. You became a POW. no different from the MIAs or the, in Vietnam, right? There's no different now. If sexual Vietnamese people are taking the individuals, the missing action folks, and selling them, hey, they are in charge, they have the guns and they're in control at that point. That's not the MIA themselves doing any trading.
The MIAs aren't called slaves.
Right. They're not the ones selling. They have nothing to do with the selling at that point. Right? We never have anything to do with the money part of it. First of all, there are no indications of it anywhere in the black world. I didn't see any bank in Africa where the money that was so-called gotten from slave trade was put. Did you ever see one there? No. Does anybody? I mean, I don't know. The bank will be there, and the money, or just the money that was gotten in the process of selling slaves. You don't have anything like that there. Here they are, but it doesn't belong to the POWs, right? So the POWs never had anything to do with the money part, which is the trade part. We didn't do anything. We were busy trying to be creative, and people invaded us, and we lost the war because we were absorbed in the thinking process. The African man believes in the awesomeness of, talking about the normal African mind, the awesomeness of creativity, the awesomeness of productivity, the awesomeness of finding things new, and the awesomeness of being grateful to the Almighty God. Okay? That's the African mind. Now, that same mind, okay, in other words, it isn't about, well, we're just peaceful people or what do you call them, passive people. No, we're not passive people in that sense. It has to be clear. It has to be very, very clear. It's not about passivity, being passive. You see, it's about looking at two things and saying to yourself, which is more awesome? Destroying life or creating life? Which one is more awesome? Exactly. When you want to flash glamour, where you show the cowboy and the cowboy is blowing this up, punching here, so sounds exciting. But that's not the real deal. The real deal is if the cowboy could bring a human being, or one that he had just punched out dead, and bring him up alive. That's the real excitement. That's the real excitement. That's the one that's real. That's the African mind. And that's what we're talking about. We have never had that to show. Okay? That's also, so it's a matter of choice. Okay? It's a matter of choice. But the other side? The other side is also that, you're still here though. That's the also side. That's right. You're still here. How come?
Mind is strong.
You see, so you're not as passive or as soft as it's thought, obviously. How come? How come you're still here? Huh? How come?
Because you're always struggling.
Well, so you have a power base. You have a power base that is stronger than the destructive forces. That's what it means. So you are winning. You are winning, not through the gunpowder, but through something else that's more awesome. Well, you have to be more awesome than the gunpowder, and your mind has always been more. You created the gunpowder, so you're more awesome than the gunpowder. And every bomb that has been created was created by a human being. So the human being, the human mind is more powerful than the bomb. It's gotta be. You see? And that's what this is all about. So now, in other words, there are two ways to accomplish something or some things. There's a destructive way and there's a constructive way. The ultimate goal of, most powers is control. Right? Yeah, that's the ultimate. Ultimate goal is to control. Now, there are two ways to that. You could use absolute terror. If you don't do what I say, your head is going to be blown away. And people say, well, listen, for dear life, I'll do exactly what you say. You've accomplished control. That's the destructive way. And of course, people will see their heads blown away if they didn't. Okay, so I mean, it's not the you're not selling any wolf tickets or anything like that. It's real, okay? like Brother Pryor's, piece, where he does, says, yeah, brother, come right, but shoot me, man, shoot me, okay? But if you think you're cool, shoot me, okay? And then say, bam, say, brother, you shot me. So you're not throwing any, you're not selling any wolf tickets or anything like that. You're real, okay? So what we're talking about is the other way is the African way, which is through a creative process, through a productive process, you're able to provide what people need in such an amazing way that people say, wow. You know what they will think about you? They think about you just a little under God. You provide food, you provide hospital, you provide all this, you provide all that. So wow. Hey, voluntarily, people will accept you as a leader. Voluntarily. You can tell them to do anything. Exactly. You're able to provide all those things. Wow. They will do exactly. So you can control them. Okay? You can control them that way. You could, in other words, you would accomplish your goal of controlling through a constructive approach. And that's real.
Not too fair.
That's right. But you know what? That is real. That's what. And I remember a history where that was proven. For example, the Gala kingdom, where the Galas of the world come from, the Gala kingdom, okay, or empire, became a kingdom. An empire at some point. Okay, that's Gala, and all that, but it's the same thing. There was a time, during one of my great grandfathers called Atamaga, okay, was the Ata, ATTA, or ATA, of the Gala kingdom, or Ptah, actually the word comes from Ptah, okay, right, of the Gala kingdom. And he had developed the kingdom so well, roads, commerce, all that, okay, that the neighboring kingdoms began to send emissaries, to him and say, what you've done in your kingdom is so awesome, okay? It's so awesome. We want to be part of your kingdom. There was no pressure. There was no, if there was any pressure, it was coming from the opposite direction.
You want to get in.
There was no gunshots. There was no excessive persuasion. They just saw. It's so great, man. People are having fun, eating and partying and working and being productive. They said, listen, we like this so much, we want to be part of this. So they automatically brought themselves into the union because of what they saw, because of constructive. Because of the constructive. Basically our focus. Okay? That's basically our focus. Right? have seen his father's picture, okay? Which would be like the earliest days of photography.
You mean it's kind of available for public viewing?
Yeah, his father's, yes, his father's. If you go to Ida, actually 16 miles from Ida, his picture is there.
What about his picture?
His own picture, no, that had been stolen.
As he battled with the Europeans.
It's not available for public viewing.
No, actually, that doesn't mean, we just know that they took it.
Okay.
Yeah, but, they will not admit that they took it, so it will be, there are so many layers, many sections of the royal libraries or set systems and so on and so forth. So many of them, Some, a sister was here once and she was saying how in Oxford, you could go into one library and you're not allowed to carry a pen or a pad.
Miss Beckford.
Miss Beckford. You're not allowed to carry a pen. Whatever you get from there is what you see. And you're able to remember. That's Oxford University. This sister was here. But the one in the palace will be more sophisticated than that. So where Amaga's picture would be, because Amaga, actually his son, Akwaga, had a plantation where he actually had, white slaves there. Yeah.
How did he treat those slaves?
He was more humane. He was more humane than what we got here. That I can assure you. but he made a point. The time he was doing that, believe it or not, coincided with the time of the proclamation. So nobody, as far as I know, has made any connection yet. But that was his main point.
It was the Emancipation Proclamation.
Yeah, Emancipation Proclamation was proclaimed at the same time that he established that plantation. So you said to yourself, with that connection, in his objective was, yes, he wanted a connection. He wanted the people to come around and see what it feels like. That was his message. So if they felt it was bad, then they would dismantle the system over here and elsewhere, and even on the continent, and so on and so forth. They would dismantle it and use another route. Yeah. So so it happened that the proclamation was made at that particular point in time. So who knows the connection? But that is the main reason, because he was the author. His son had a little palace, not a little palace, a beautiful place, which I've been to, called Kefi, or actually, A-C-A-P-A. The other name is Kefi. Okay? There was a plantation in this city. Okay? And it's a very fertile land, so people work the fields, very nicely, so anyway, so there's a whole lot of transformation. So, and the whole issue of good and bad, and of the whole idea of using constructive means, okay? Yes. Constructive. Using constructive or non-constructive methods to accomplish a goal, okay? So that's why we give these examples, okay? Now, so we lost the war, like I said, basically because we were not prepared. We were absorbed in creating great things, okay? So that is the answer to that question, and it took a little follow-up, yes.
Are you saying then that the understanding that the spiritual components that we were able to put together, whether we was mixing different herbs to create different vibrations, to effect different changes, to bring about healing, adding with music and so forth, are you saying that those things actually worked?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely works.
You might want to tell them the chicken story.
Okay, remember, just give it again. It is real. Remember?
Well,
give a gist of it.
When a child would come with a broken like a broken leg or something, what old ancient the healers used to do were to break a chicken's leg, and it would help the person's leg heal without any medicines, or it's sort of, into the system.
Yes. Yes. Now, follow up. Now, how could that have affected breaking a chicken's leg? How could that affect my leg healing?
Yeah, there's something called synchronicity. It's a unified field. It's a unified field.
So they take the chicken from the breed.
Yeah, there's a way that you can connect the vibes from the chicken with the human, because within the unified field. We're all connected. We're all connected. It's how to find that connection, the connecting link. See, and that's why, in the transformation, when you look at, if in my class of relativity, for example, relativity is presented within the GAGUT setting. Okay? You have space 1, space 2, space 3, space 4, and space 5. Okay? These are different spaces. And the space within that concept could be the chicken and the human. Well, listen, it sounds.
Say that one more time.
Listen. That's why you need to gather people here. We're dealing with the bottom line here. So, if this sounds, different, maybe strange, okay? Then you need other brothers, you need other sisters, you need everybody else to get involved. This is our story. And this is a story of what God gave to the world through us. Okay? These are different spaces. They can be connected, and they are connected. You just need to find out. Would you mind taking notes? Okay? And I'm going to prove to you right now how GAGUT presents relativity theory. Okay? Which will make that point. Albert Einstein's theory says that there are spaces like this where there can be equivalence in terms of physical processes. There could be equivalent. Okay? Different spaces, but equivalent. Okay? That's the whole concept of relativity. In the special relativity, the connecting rods are connections are straight lines. Wake him up. Yes, he needs to be woken up.
I'll get you something.
Yeah, some cheers like that. Okay?
What did you say, different spaces?
These are different, S1, S2, right to S4 are different spaces.
What you said something else?
They're connected. These are connected with straight lines. So they would tell you tell people, listen, you're studying GAGUT and you're learning relativity theory, and say, yes, that's right. Say, right, you're learning who is in the world is going to teach you relativity.
You haven't even got a bachelor's degree yet. No, you got a bachelor's degree. You have a master's degree in study relativity. How many people understand relativity in the universe? You know, when it started, there were only 3 people. Well, first there was Albert Einstein. Then later on, there were 2, picked up 2 more after a few years. Yes, and of course, the Eddington, you know, from Cambridge or Oxford, one of those, was being interviewed and said, "Is it true that there are 3 people that understands, you know, anything about relativity?" And then he began to scratch his head. He said, "Well, Professor, why are you scratching your head?" He says, "Well, I'm still trying to think who the 3rd person is." You understand? He said, I'm still wondering who the 3rd person. He knew Albert Einstein and himself are the only ones that understand relativity, but there's a 3rd person, he didn't know that. Okay, that's Eddington, Professor Eddington. Okay? But within GAGUT, this is what relativity means. This is relativity right here. You have different spaces that are equivalent physically.
That reminds me of the diagram for a state machine.
For a diagram for who machine?
State machine. State machine, different states at different times.
This is the blackness, the Africanness, which points to the origin of things in reality. It's quite a simplified way to present relativity. You can deal, at least you can hear what is being said here. You have different spaces that are connected. They are equivalent. Albert Einstein gives the example of 2 trains. Okay? 2 trains moving relative to one another. So like you're a subway and they're moving, so on and so forth. Or could be going the same direction. And it says, if you know what's going on in one train, because of this connection, you can find out what's going on in the other one. Because there's a connection.
Why is S2 connected to S4 twice?
No, they're all interconnected. You know, every system is connected. Oh, I see this one here? Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. It's just one. Just one. But this goes to all of them by straight lines. Now, that is special relativity. In the general relativity, instead of being straight lines, these things are curved lines. I just presented to you the concept of relativity. Okay? And yet, you were told you could never understand relativity. Here you are. That's a summary of relativity. That's summary. If you go to Harvard and you present what I just told you, somebody will listen to you in the physics or math department. They will be astonished. If you think I'm joking, try it. So if that is true, why are there only a couple of people here? And why were you sleeping?
I haven't put you on TV before, but
now
I'll put you on there to keep you awake.
I'm here too.
I'm gonna really put him on, because he was really sleeping. I don't think you were too sleep, but he was really sleeping. You ain't gonna sleep no more, right? Okay, great. I got you a cup of tea on the stove.
You're going to tell your principal that you got a lesson on special relativity. Okay. You going to do that?
Hello? Pastor, how are you? I'm the pastor. Let me leave the restaurant.
Okay, would you please continue?
Yeah, right.
This is really bad.
We just finished a lesson on both special and general relativity. Okay? Now you can take a book on relativity and really read it. You're going to be deterred by the tensor calculus and so on and so forth. That's the bottom line. Both special and general relativity all covered here. All right. So now, now back to the issue of your ancestors.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
This is modern physics here. Modern physics. Math has known this for years, although most mathematicians don't necessarily, get back into the real, into the physical space. These are, within the mathematics, these are called mathematical spaces. You can transform a problem to any mathematical space you want. There's no big deal in this with the math. This is no problem. Now, but back to your ancestors. This is the chicken. And this is the man and the human.
Which one is the chicken, S1?
S1 is a chicken, and S1 is a human. And there's a connection between them. That's why they're able to heal.
What is the connection? I mean, we have air that blows through. You say a spiritual connection.
With both the animals. It's like any connection a person develops with a pet or something like that. Something similar.
Although chickens don't make the best pets.
Oh, you say it's like the relationship between the human and the pet.
Similar, not exactly. It's just like I'm saying that since chicken is an animal, so are we.
Right.
That there are similarities which would allow the healing process to begin.
I was reaching for something maybe even more deeper. And that's why I was talking about a thought. Now, I want you to go back to this. And I said, and GAGUT, and you're working it out.
But the point is this. If this is the model of relativity, and your ancestors are doing this, what does that make them?
Jesus.
Way back when. Way back they were doing that.
Thousands of years ahead.
Thousands.
Millenniums.
Thousands.
Relativity will not work if the chicken and the human connection here wouldn't work. If relativity worked, this works or had been working. And like the young man said, he kind of made up for slipping a little bit by bringing up that point. but he actually stated it that, no, that wasn't just a gimmick. It's done and you get a healing for the two parties. I have witnessed it.
Both the chicken and the man?
Yes, because the chicken will be healing and the man's leg will be healing. They will heal at almost exact time, the same time. Yeah, that's real. I mean, you can't fool around. That's real. But because you don't see pills, because you don't see the injection gadgets, because you don't see a Harvard-trained medical doctor, okay, because, in terms of uniform and so on and so forth, because you don't see that, and more importantly, because your mind has been, turned. Okay, you telling it. You being more, I'm trying to be literal, you understand? But you're telling it like it is, okay? Your mind has been a little twisted.
Is there any, is there a question of distance between the human and the chicken for healing process to take place?
In other words, what this says is that there are tools that can be, there are more than, you can have two systems that are equivalent or that are the same in the physical process. And the chicken provides the equivalent for the human because there's a connection. Okay? There's a connection. This line here connects them. That's what special relativity says. There's a connection. It's geometric. The connection is geometric. And little Usman, and he's little, never mind that he looks big, he's a young man, articulated it and he said spiritual connection. See, when people talk about spiritual connection, what they're really saying is the one basic and most fundamental connections between the entities of the universe, which is the spiritual, called the spiritual connection. But until GAGUT spiritual in that sense was not really defined. Spiritual, what does that mean? Belief? What is that? It was abstract. The GAGUT puts a mathematical definition to it. Waves. A wave. Just like when you use a telephone, you're connected by waves that make you hear. This line here represents a wave, which is geometry. Okay? So that's what connects the chicken and the human. And once that connection is oriented properly, then they are the same system. So as the chicken is healing, the human is healing, and you get a solution. And there's no confusion about that.
I have a question about that.
Okay.
So are you saying, okay, they're healing, what is is he breaking the leg so that the child, is the leg healing quicker than it would normally heal, or is it healing at the same rate?
The chicken's leg, broken, is meant to heal faster, but that's not precise, okay? What is important is that there's a connection between the healing.
So I'm not sure what's happening. Is it that, okay, the reason he broke the leg is to help the child's leg
heal faster?
So
yes.
It's healing faster.
Faster, that's the whole idea.
It's healing faster.
Yes. See, simply because, and you're getting, I mean, when you get all this information, you need to assure me that you're going to do something with it. And you can't really do something with it as individuals. That's where the problem is.
No race does.
That's why can you make it your business to get in a couple more people? Because what we're talking about is not child stuff.
It's not abstract, and if we want to see it's not true, we need other people to join.
Because you're asking me very important questions, and believe me, you can get me going, and I can go in and give you to the last details. But then I ask you a question: what are you going to do with it? That's my problem.
May I suggest an answer?
Yeah, please go ahead.
We are, I don't know, maybe I'll cut the camera.
Yes, I think you should. My Nobel Prize is being in jeopardy already.
Future. A lot of people either being like, having problems in the past. There are people who are genuinely out there trying to fight, but either got into some problem one another or come to a point where they distrust even our own people. It's sad to say. Or they're just those who don't understand how it is to fight the problem that we are in. This is why we need to explain to them what GAGUT is so it can help them decide how we can pave our future rather than just, as you said, wait to be exterminated.
And I might add, what this does is that it is such a benefit to the whole world that I'm not afraid of it because it is so productive that the world awaits it. So we are like special in the sense that, it's not a destructive force, it's a life force. It's destructive only when it's misused. But it is a life force to help bring peace and harmony and balance. It's a stabilizing force.
And it gives you the responsibility of leadership.
Correct, thank you.
Something we haven't really seen for a long time.
That's the more serious part. Whether the other parties like it or not, it's automatic. However, the problem is, can you wake up to that responsibility?
Before someone else does. That's the bigger problem. Can you wake up to it, or can you wake up to it before someone else does? Meaning someone not in our race. That's the real tricky part. If it was just ourselves, it would be still a problem, but at least there would be at least more leeway. But now we have a problem where it's basically a rat race. Excuse me. The competition, like Jesse Owens back in 1936, and Nazi Germany, where he beat them all by running at what was the rate you said again, Professor? That he ran 100
yards,
100 yards or meters.
100 yards.
But it was a rate he was going like about 10 meters per second.
Yeah, I've forgotten. Something like that. Yeah, 10 yards.
See, it was important. I don't want you to digress, but it was important that Jesse Owens did what he did, because at that time, especially in 1936, where the Nazis were really beginning to come into power, that whole Olympic ceremony was to really discredit our race. I mean, they've been doing it, before that, but that thing was supposed to show the Germans as the so-called master race. It didn't. They failed. And it's important that we do that again here. Because although we beat them in the sports, it's also important we beat them in the academic level as well. Because if we don't do that, we really don't have a future.
That's correct. So the part, I think, the responsibility part is critical. If for 500 years you've been told that the only qualification you have is serving other people, God has a way of telling you very plainly the truth. That's the point where we are. The truth is, you're not supposed to be serving. You would serve, but serve as a leader. But if you don't know that, you don't even know that you were born a prince or to become a king. You don't even know that. That's where we are right now. If, like the young brother, he's still sleeping, if he knew that this is about teaching him how to become a leader. Because how are you going to be a leader? A leader is supposed to be showing example or teaching through examples or other ways. You've been given this material, so like I said, you go to Harvard and teach them. But first you got to know it.
No, actually, first, before you do that, we have to build a faculty before we can teach anybody.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, that goes without saying, of course. You got to build. But if you don't know that that's the deal, and you come and you just sit through and you pick up this thing and those fine questions that you ask, and I feel, very motivated to keep on answering and keep on giving you until you can't give you, you don't want any more. Then I said to myself, but what are you going to do with it? I just gave you relativity and both special and general right here. And it is from that, what I just did was to show that in reality, the reason relativity works is because the chicken and the man connection works. That's why relativity was able to work. Because the man-chicken space connection existed way before relativity. So now you want to go into the details, it's awesome. But if you're just going to hear it and going to give it to somebody else, and you're not making use of it for yourself, then I have a very simple question for you. Why should I bother to give you that information? Don't you think it's a fair question?
Yes.
Yeah, charity is supposed to begin at home, right? Charity begins at home. It doesn't have to end there. You can share with people later on. But I'm telling you, Stanford had those books on such restrictions where you saw with your own eyes where it says, sorry, information about this availability, you can't even get it without a need to know.
Or being
being a member of the staff of Slack. What does that tell you? They would like to get this information. They want the question that you're asking me right now. Okay? They would like that question answered. But only by the grace of Almighty God, the answer is right here. So if you go and voluntarily, even without them asking you, just hand it over to them, what service have you provided for yourself?
None.
Or equivalently, if you have no plans to do anything with it and you just want to know it for the sake of knowing and then go back to the status quo, something's wrong. Because somehow somebody's going to engage you in a conversation and you're going to give that answer out. But they are more focused. They know. They have a system already in place, 24/7. And that will be taken and put into practicality. That's what we're talking about. Why are there such a few people here today? Why? That's a tough question. Why? And getting the answer to that question is connected to that. Because even you're quite conscious of everything that even you by yourself, with all the good intentions, you still cannot make this thing happen. You have a great building out there, but you need more than just one building, for one thing. You need a section that's carved out for little labs, for experiments and all that. Because if I tell you this, you should be able to go and get started with experimentation. To test it out. That's the bottom line. And would end up in a practical situation. That's part of the leadership. That's part of your role as a leadership. Because then when you've done that, you say, okay, folks, are you all going to listen to me or what? Am I your leader or what? You understand? Right. The reason you're a leader in the constructive African sense is that you can do something for them that they can't do right now. The answer to the question that you're asking would provide the opportunity to do that. But that's why we said you have a responsibility of leadership, which you are not aware yet. If you become aware, then not only are you going to be working on the young brother here, because this young brother here, he has friends. Wait until he starts talking this. You're going to be presenting this relativity to the principal? Okay? And your friends, by the time this thing gets, before you know it, it's in the hip-hop.
In the hip-hop?
Yeah.
Freedom's working on that.
Okay? In the hip-hop. Okay? Relativity in hip-hop. Think about that.
And you're absolutely correct. Because that's another transformation vehicle.
Go ahead.
S4. Shouldn't that's what we connected to S4?
Yes, they're all interconnected. Just that. I don't want to make it look not a straight line, or you draw a straight line and you do that. Okay? Whatever it goes. They're all connected. In the scientific process, there are stages. First, you got to get the model. Okay? Of course, before that, you got to create a mental picture theory. Okay? And then from there, you go into making models. And from models, you go into experimentation to make sure that, what you're saying makes whole sense. GAGUT is not, a flashy garbage, where people want just to get popular. So no, this is hard data. Hard data. See? So if I'm giving you information about hard data, I like to be able to ask you a question, just like you can ask me, give me the information, I have the reason to ask you what you're going to do with the information. Let me see how serious you are. And part of being serious is get a couple of, you have friends, your tenants, maybe you don't play with your tenants, but there are other friends, get them. So come on down here. You're supposed to be convinced enough to say that this is real. You understand?
Yes.
Which is why I tell you, you challenge me in anything that I say here. Okay? And if I prove to be unable to answer, we're still going to be friends, okay? You can take that for sure. But if any question that you ask is answered to your satisfaction, okay, or could be answered to your satisfaction, then you have an obligation. That obligation is, what do I do with it? You now have to answer my question. What are you going to do with it?
I have to bring it to my other friends.
That's it. And then with the goal, the ultimate goal, which is you're going to set up a place where other people can come to you to learn. That's what we call the perfection of technology. That's what we're talking about. You want to learn something, you go to Harvard to learn it. Harvard doesn't have this now. They have the book, but they don't have the material. So they can promise you, and you see, that's the other side. With the information that you get in, Harvard can come over to you and say, man, look, think of a PhD from Harvard. You say, that's buying you cheap. You're going to write a dissertation on this one, yeah? And get a Harvard paper. A Harvard paper or the material through the process that I'm talking about, which do you think is more important?
The paper.
The Harvard paper? No. I'm sorry,
What he's talking about.
What we're talking about.
Rather than their paper.
Yeah, no, I was talking about, getting a certificate. That's what I call a paper from Harvard. Yeah, because if you write this thesis, okay? That's what I meant, the thesis. Yeah, well, no, if you write the thesis for Harvard, you'll be getting a PhD from Harvard, and people have to say, this is heavy. This is heavy.
Harvard
yeah.
will do what money did. Before money, we exchanged something for something. I had a cow and you had a goat and we exchanged it. When money came around, paper, they gave us a piece of paper and took our goat. So the paper from Harvard, we will give them the gold and they will give us the paper. It's the same thing with the Bible. They gave us the Bible and we gave them the land.
Well, you should hear in some of our spirituals, some of them when I was younger, I used to sing them, going to, like everybody else went to church. I used to sing them, but when I began to grow older, I began to say, my God, this is mostly about the next world. I'm yet to think about anything that says the current world, hallelujah, but I just say, man, this is about the next world, right? And like you see here, this is the next world, and this is the current world here. There is a connection.
Yes.
So what I've heard is all about this world. I haven't heard about this world. You see, which is why, we just teach, we just keep on teaching. Harvard does not have an institution named after him, to the best of my knowledge.
Booker T. Washington's, all he has is a wing at Tuskegee, right? You might have a wing or something.
Carver? You got a lot of high schools named after Carver.
Yeah, but not a university. And Booker T. Washington's university was messed up, as you know, by the syphilis experiments and other things.
Tuskegee. But in any case, so this is what you need to have a place. We're talking about the whole Brooklyn as a campus of arts and technology, where you can actually teach and use the basic approach in terms of business. Okay? Harvard, I know MIT does business, 20 years ago was doing business with the government to the tune of $2 billion. That's a business. It's not just an institution. A business. That's an industrial park. MIT is an industrial park. That's what faculty means. And believe it or not, MIT has actually communicated with the faculty, Institute of Technology, where we requested them to give us
some information about the connection between Cambridge and MIT. Cambridge representing England and MIT representing the US. In the American-European collaboration, they are represented by institution. Therefore, you being an avenue for exchange of this information shouldn't be by yourself. It should be an institution to institution.
What I have a question about is, okay, I understand what you're saying, the concept there, right? But I don't understand the reason. I understand the reason why the Europeans have and I see the connection as the universities with the Fortune 500.
Yes.
And I can't figure out why we as a people don't have. I can't figure why we don't have our own institution like that.
Good. Excellent.
And I mean, you have guys that are making millions and millions of dollars. You know, basketball players, singers. We have all these people making millions of dollars. But we still don't even have, like we said the other day, an institution where we're, I don't know, producing people with masters and PhDs.
That's correct.
There are several problems, reasons why it is. One, I've been in the institution for some time, and I remember that we had actually contacted some of these actual celebrities. We had contacted Bill Cosby some time ago, and interestingly enough, I should bring up, he did not support our program, but interesting, I want to bring up something, and I think a lot of you know about this, but I believe in the 80s or perhaps late 70s, he was on his way to trying to buy NBC.
Right, at one time.
He had $20 million, or he had enough money to do it
in the 80s,
at the time.
I think.
Yeah, the 80s, early 80s. But they turned him down.
Right. Yeah, I remember. Right.
The point of that is, even in spite of all the money he had, and the name and all that, they still wouldn't want him to buy the place.
Right.
But yet, at the same time, because they don't want him in their institution, but at the same time, when he had a chance to support one that would support his own, he ignored it, or sort of something little. I'm not trying to insult these people, but a lot of the time, the problem is we haven't been actually thoroughly, explained to, or a race has been explained to about the fact that the best institution to go to is the one that you build yourself. There's always this mentality of because someone else has already done something, why bother going even further? There's sometimes where that is good, but there are other, you have the phrase like, don't always have to reinvent the wheel. But in this case, we do not have a wheel. Like, for example, every other, you get into another thing. It's not about the universities, but even when you go on the street, you see cars. The English have Rolls Royce, or Range Rover, anything like that. Germans, as you know, have Mercedes-Benz or Volvo or anything like that. French have the Peugeot. Italians have the Alfa Romeo. Japanese have a Acura or Lexus. We're the only race that doesn't have a car.
I don't understand. Especially
we don't see that as a problem. That's one of the things. We don't have any problem getting an Acura or a Lexus or a Nissan or any of these or a Mercedes or anything like that. But when it comes to building a car for ourselves, see, I think the best way to explain it is, at first the automobiles were made primarily by Europeans. The Japanese could have said the same thing that we're doing, like, they have a Mercedes-Benz out there, why do we need to build a car? But in spite of that, they didn't take them, even though a lot of them do drive Mercedes-Benz, they still have at least Acuras and Lexuses that they build, which people are buying, so there's a balance. We don't have a balance like that. We're just buying from them and then not buying anything from us. And plus, we don't have a car that we even have distributed. And one of the problems is when you bring that up, people look at us like you're four heads or something like that.
I can understand the concept where I understand where that's coming from too, where black people seem to be the consumers and not the producers. And it's, in reference to the school, like I was listening to TV the other day, now since I hear professors talking about certain things, I'll be paying attention, and now like Los Alamos. Now I didn't realize Los Alamos is run by UCLA. UCLA is in charge of Los Angeles, you know. And I don't understand, I just don't get it. I mean, we got all these black people, and none of them, I don't know, we have to start holding people accountable. And to me, that's, you know, I seem like we have to be more focused and more concentrated and, you know, to go step by step till we get somewhere, but we seem to be all over the place.
Yeah.
I think we need to be more step by step. If we decide on something, we'll all come together, okay, this is what we're gonna work on this. If we're gonna say we're gonna try to get on this TV station, let's work, we all work on that and get that done. We say we're gonna get a school, we got to focus on getting that done. What are we gonna be doing to get that done? You see what I'm saying? We can't all over the place, because I don't think nothing's going to get done. We got to be more focused. We say we're going to do something, we do it, and we got to be held accountable for it. It's not good. We say we're going to do it, and we don't do it, and then we don't hold each other accountable for it. Yeah. We have to be accountable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But also I wanted to ask you, talk to you about the schools and all that. See, when MIT produces students, also the reason why the Fortune 500 is important is, once you produce a student, what are they going to do once they learn this? As was mentioned, they have to have a job. That's what the Fortune 500 does.
Which is real.
We don't have that. And even when you want to take a look at, oh, well, you say, oh, well, there are black businesses out there. Most of the time, sadly to say, they are borrowed things from the Europeans or other races and not ours. For example, even Beatrice, which was the original Lewis's in the late 80s, early 90s, he had that supposedly at the time. And he had given a donation, as the professor has mentioned several times, of $10,000.
No, $10 million to Harvard and $1 billion to Howard.
And I think with those types of things, we need to be focusing on if we need some type of donation from some, you know, some of our athletes. We have these athletes, they're giving away money. We need to be focusing on them.
But we have contacted, that's what I'm trying to say. Cosby was one example. We contacted the Jacksons, right. all big names in the thing. This was like in the early 90s, though. But the whole point was, even then, we didn't receive any, like, you know, proper, people either would not respond, or even if they did respond, they would say something cockamamie so they couldn't do it, or they didn't know how. And that's the other thing. There's also a distrust.
They didn't respond to him, so.
Plus, there's also in our race a level of distrust. They see anything that when their cells are featured in it, it's not as good unless there's some European face or some non-black face involved.
For example, specifically, who can we call to fund the summer program?
Right, we don't have anything like that. Well,
the summer program that Florida wants to come, okay, with the, you know, and so on and so on. Now, is there a black person that can write off that, on the right that and say, listen, this is my contribution to this institution? And if there isn't, then that is why we're not moving.
But I mean, you know, I'm just looking at, you know, like I'm watching TV and I'm seeing, you have these basketball stars that have mansions.
Yeah.
I mean mansions where they have all these rappers. Yeah. I mean, we're supposed to be connected with rappers, these basketball players who have these houses, I mean, 30, 40 rooms. Yeah. and they're not even using it. Ain't nobody can even go in there. I mean, I don't know nobody who really visited them. You know, how many, you know.
But that's also the other mentality that you get. A lot of times, when a lot of these stars that come from the ghetto, once they supposedly blow up, they just, and I heard it, even Eve and Beanie Siegel, they had a song sometime in 2001, where they had actually mentioned "We Out the Hood Now." That's the mentality that a lot of our people have. Once you get the money, just forget your people and just go on and just live your life. We're the only ones who do that. When any other race, like, you know, gets big, like, for example, the Jews, when it came to Einstein, they all worked together to pump them up to get themselves up. They didn't see this, oh, it's just Einstein's thing, I'm not going to take part in it. I don't understand it. He may understand it, but I don't, or I'm not going to take sides. They didn't do that. They stood together and they got somewhere. We're the only ones who, we question everything we do. And it's ironic because any other time no one would question what's going on, but when it's us, everything has to be scrutinized, or we don't trust it no matter how many things you show or how many proofs or how many times you show that something's true, they still don't know or they don't trust it or they're uncommitted.
If Bill Cosby, for example, can give us maybe $5 million for summer program, which we could use as a down payment for
a building.
Okay? Plus, it's not like
I'm sorry, yeah, sorry. A series of buildings. That, you know, it will help his tax situation. He's not giving it to me as an individual. He's giving it to the entire race and by extension to the entire world.
Plus, he can come and watch. It's not like we're saying just give us the money and get the hell out. But we're inviting them to come in to take a look, to learn what's going on. They're not doing that.
And until that concept is understood, the war is still on, and we're losing the war. It has to be understood. It's not about individuals. It's about, see, because the African proverb says, you cannot run faster than your butt.
No matter how far you run or how fast you run.
You can't run faster than your butt. The butt is the space that you remember of. It's your race. It's your race. And you can run, you could be, you understand, you could be ahead of everybody else per se, but you still are attached. So overall you have the same speed. Most of our folks don't see that. So it's about the space, it's geometry, not a point. That's what is missing in the thinking of our folks. Okay? You're part of a space, just like that. That's what relativity is about. And that came from the more broad geometry-based principle of our ancestors. The chicken and the human healing together, you know, is an example, a practical example of that. That's a practicalization of that principle. So, you know, so you're a member of that space, you work with that space. And in this case, the space is the race. So, and it's got to be a division of labor. I've spent my family money for 35 years to come up with GAGUT. What's your role in that process? You got to take bold and say, yes, this is my contribution. I'm going to contribute, you know, in terms of getting folks together and say, well, hey, this is serious stuff here. Let's find a building. In fact, come on first so you can hear this information firsthand. So you can see, because it's got to start from somewhere. If I were to be selfish, hey, a PhD from the oldest science and engineering school, a very prestigious one, that's enough. What else do I need? Okay? But I didn't do that. Okay? That was done and put aside. Okay? And, you know, the kind of persecution that I've gone through, if I'd kept my mouth quiet and you know, melting with the stereotype pictures, I would have had more fun. Okay? You know, what they call more fun. But I saw myself as part of a space. Okay? You know, called a race. So, my speed is got to be tied into the speed of the entire race. That is not, that's a matter of fact. You see? It's not trying to be nice or anything like that. That's fact, and it's self, how can I say, it's self-motivation. It's about my interest, you know, to think that way. And that's what, in the larger society, that's what they think. The person that's out commanding the armed forces brigade in Afghanistan, whose life is exposed to danger, to put it lightly, is playing that role. He could be here sipping a martini with his girlfriend and so on and so forth. But he figures that's his contribution. That's what we're lacking. We don't have that. That's what I'm saying. Who is going to come up with the $5 million that we need for the summer program?
Because when it comes down to it, one of the biggest problems we have is we're not really willing to do it, or we're unwilling to help.
Help ourselves, that is. Okay? This young man here, you know, he may be sleeping now. Wait until we give him a couple of weeks. be so different. Because now he's going to be presenting the relativity to his popular principles. Okay? Now, that means you have to think about it. Right? You're going to present relativity, you got to present something that the principal will listen to and say, gee, you're a smart kid, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't want to use the word kid, okay? Young man, right? Is that a better word, young man? Okay, young, okay. Anyway, I call you young man. You see, the principal would like to say, well, this is a brilliant young man. So that gives you a motivation to be prepared before you go to the principal to get his attention. He's a very busy man, right? If you tell him and say, well, principal, I have something to tell you. Don't you think you should be ready and well prepared to present that thing? Now, that's how you gradually get in. And before you know it, you're going to be sharp. This one here, your teacher was sleeping a little while ago because he has not been feeling well.
I'm getting better.
You understand? He started getting better because of the unified field. The unified field makes you whole. When you don't have time for the pain, you don't get sick at all. Okay? When you don't have time for sleeping, you don't get to sleep. When you have to prepare to give a lecture on relativity theory, how are you going to sleep, man? You can't. Because especially your friends, the hip hop, you know, they want to say, man, brother, this brother did this. Wow. So you don't want to go down and look cheap. You don't want to look like you don't know what you're doing. If you want to get them excited, especially. Okay? Because if you present it to them, they're going to say, wow. Before you know it, next time you're going to be able to bring a couple of them here. And before you know it, you're going to have a group there that's going to do some hip-hop on relativity. It's about from one space to the other, boom, boom, boom. In the dad, the doesn't that sound like something that could be done?
Yeah.
That's right. And people get together and they party. And they party on relativity, the story of their ancestors, their own story.
That becomes so critically important because what happens in the school system is that we are taught somebody else's story, and we are taught to see the world through somebody else's eyes, and we are taught to see it exactly the way that they want us to see it, so that we cannot see it the way it really is through our eyes. So from a child, because you come into the world, you're taught that the world is a certain way. And I keep going back to the Bible because, you know,
yes,
it's a great framer. We're first indoctrinated into a spiritual system or a religious system that frames the way that we look at God. God is the ultimate controlling force in our belief system, because you can't go higher than your God. So they
GAGUT greetings. This is John Glover. We're here on this date of May 24th, 2020, going over the God order news that God has ordained a black man, Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. Eta sub n is the formula which represents intelligence. And n within that same formula is the level or the intelligence quotient. God has blessed Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligences, which means he has an n of infinity, hence eta sub infinity intelligence. Since black people, like ourselves, share the same genes as Professor Oyibo, God has ordained the black race to be the most intelligent, richest, and most invincible race. This is extremely critical for many reasons. This blessing that God has blessed Professor Oyibo with has now forced the world to surrender to the Black people through GAGUT. The page that you see on your screen, or the screenshot there, is of one of those surrenders from a very famous German university by the name of Göttingen University. Göttingen University is a German university founded in 1734. It was the headquarters of intelligence prior to GAGUT and the Olfapit Institute of Technology, due to their university having a mathematics department head by the name of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. You see the page in front of you of Carl Friedrich Gauss?
Yes.
Praise God. Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss, as you can see here, lived from April 30th, 1777 to February 23rd, 1855. He was a German mathematician and physicist who made significant contributions to many fields in mathematics and science. Sometimes referred to as the Princeps Mathemacorum. If you translate that from the Latin into English, it means the foremost of mathematicians and the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Gauss had an exceptional influence in many fields of mathematics and science, and is ranked among history's most influential mathematicians. You can see the picture of Gauss in the bottom, the right side of the page. So this is very important for you to understand why this Göttingen Gauss year 2005 celebration and surrender means for us as a people. Gauss is considered to be the #1 mathematician in the European system prior to GAGUT or before GAGUT. He transformed on in 1855. However, in the year 2005, 150 years later, Gauss was celebrated at Göttingen University. This is the celebration list. Can you see the list in front of you?
Right, yes.
Okay. As you can see here in the red under the Göttingen logo, which is this blue logo here, you see in red where it says Gauss year 2005. Can everyone see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. This is the celebration that took place in 2005, about 15 years ago. They selected for each week of the year, there are 52 weeks total in every year, they selected the greatest mathematics works to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. GAGUT was selected to be the #1 work to honor Gauss, the top of the list. Can you see that?
Yes.
In order to understand that ranking, you must understand the runners-up, or the company that Professor Oyibo keeps or was kept with in this particular Gauss year 2005 celebration. In other words, potentials who could have been in that #1 position. If you go to week or NR19, number 19 or week 19, you'll see the name Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, also Daniel Yagonitzer, Fields Medalist Lectures. Who is Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, you ask? Let's take a look. Can you see the page of Sir Professor Michael Atiyah?
Yes, I can see his picture there. The writing is kind of small.
Let me increase it. How about now? Is it better?
Go ahead. It's about the same. You have to read it.
Sir Michael Francis Atiyah, born in April 22nd, 1929, and transformed on January 11th, 2019, was a British-Lebanese mathematician specializing in geometry. Atiyah grew up in Sudan and Egypt, but spent most of his academic life in the United Kingdom at the University of Oxford, or Oxford University, and the University of Cambridge, also known as Cambridge University, another famous university in England and throughout the world, recognized as a very important university. And in the United States at the Institute for Advanced Study. He was the president of the Royal Society from 1990 to 1995, founding director of the Isaac Newton Institute from 1990 to 1996, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge from 1990 to 1997. Now that's the one that's most important. The Master of Trinity College at Cambridge is very critical because Atiyah, for all practical purposes, is a successor to another famous European mathematician. That mathematician I speak of is the person coming up right now on your screen.
I don't see it, John. Okay.
What about now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Isaac Newton.
Yes, Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Tia is a successor to Newton because Newton, who lived from December 25th, 1642 to March 20th, 1727, he was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, theologian, and author, described in his own day as a natural philosopher, who was widely recognized as one of the most influential scientists of all time and a key figure in the scientific revolution. His book, which is translated from the Latin, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, which published in 1687, it laid the foundations of classical mechanics, which is a major part of physics. But what is important to understand is Newton is considered to be in the top 3 mathematicians in the European system. There's Gauss, there's Newton, and there's also Euler, which we'll be getting into very quickly soon after. What's important to understand is Newton preceded Gauss. He came in the 1600s, 1700s. He is given more of, he's recognized more as a physicist, I'm talking about Newton, than Gauss. Gauss is considered to be a pure mathematician. Although Newton did a lot of excellent mathematical work, he is still considered to be more of a physicist than a mathematician. But Gauss had a lot of respect for Newton. So what's important to understand is that Tia, who is a successor to successor to Newton, he is a potential runner-up for that position in the Gauss year 2005 listing. That could have been the listing, the number, the work that, I mean, Tia being a successor to Newton could have easily placed him as the #1 work to honor Gauss. Can you understand that so far?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Tia also is won an award which is called Fields Medal. The Fields Medal is an award which is equivalent to Nobel Prize.
Right.
But it's specifically dedicated for mathematicians. That's why you see Field Medalist lectures. The award was created in 1936, and it's been awarded every 4 years since then. Tia won this award back in 1966, about 54 years ago. Also, if you count up the number of field medalists from 1936 up into this year, up into the year 2005, including Tia, there are 44 of them. So what you have to understand is there are 44, including Tia, Nobel Prize Award equivalents or field medalists. That means that that whole number, week 19 or number 19, Tia with him being a successor to Newton. He's also a field medalist, which is an award equivalent to Nobel Prize, which he won. And he's combined with all the field medalists at that point, which are 44 of them at that point. He could have easily been placed as the #1 work to honor Gauss. Göttingen saw all that and still ranked the work of Tia and 43 other field medalists inferior to GAGUT. That's why you see Tia and the other field medalists ranked at week 19 as opposed to week 26. Can you see that?
Yeah.
They're placed 7 places below. What Göttingen has told you here is that GAGUT is worth more than 44 Nobel Prizes. You understand?
Right.
Praise God for that. So we're going to now also see another example of the company that Professor Oyibo keeps. Let us take a look at number 23 or week 23. You see 2 names here, Alexei Viktorovich Bozanov and Anatoly T. Fomenko. Let's focus on the second name, Anatoly T. Fomenko. Who is he, you ask? Well, let's take a look. You see Fomenko's page in front of you.
Right.
Okay. You have the name Anatoly Timovich Fomenko, born in March 13th, 1945. He's a current day mathematician. He's still alive today. He was a Soviet mathematician during the time of the USSR, but after the fall of the USSR and the Soviet Union, he is now currently a Russian mathematician. He is a professor at Moscow State University, well known as a topologist, and a member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Now, why is this important? Fomenko comes from a very top Russian university system. It's similar, what they have over there, where he's part of, it's very similar to our Harvard or MIT here in America, or the Oxford, Cambridge in the United Kingdom or England. They have a similar Russian university system to which Fomenko is a professor of and a part of. Fomenko is also a successor to another famous European mathematician. As I mentioned before, there's Gauss, there's Newton, and then there's this individual, Professor Euler. Can you see Professor Euler's page in front of you?
Yes.
Professor Leonard Euler, born in April 15th, 1707, transforming on in September 18th, 1783, he was a Swiss-German or German-Swiss mathematician, physicist, astronomer, a geographer, logician, and engineer who made very important and influential discoveries in many branches of mathematics, such as infinitesimal calculus and graph theory, while also making pioneering contributions to several branches such as topology and analytic number theory. He also introduced much of the modern mathematical terminology and notation, particularly to mathematical analysis, such as the notion of a mathematical function. He is also known for his work in mechanics, fluid dynamics, optics, astronomy, and music theory. Now, this is the part that's very important for everyone to understand. Euler was one of the most eminent mathematicians of the 18th century and is held to be one of the greatest in history. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. That's what I mean by him being one of the top 3 European mathematicians is confirmed. So there's Newton, the first of the 3, chronologically that is. Then there's Euler, who came roughly between Newton and then Gauss, and then after Euler, Gauss, obviously. Now, Euler, he spent, now this is the next part that must be understood, which is I'm going to read now. He is also widely considered to be the most prolific, as his collected works fill 92 volumes, more than anyone else in the field. He spent most of his adult academic life in St. Petersburg, Russia. Even though he was a German-Swiss mathematician, he spent his academic life in Russia. In fact, in the same university system that Fomenko is currently in right now. So for all practical purposes, Fomenko is a successor to Euler. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go back to the Gauss year 2005 list. Fomenko is a successor to Euler, who, like Newton, Gauss had a lot of respect for Euler as well. Fomenko could have, and the work at week 23 could have easily been placed as the number 26 or the top of the list as the #1 work to honor Gauss. However, Göttingen ranked the work of Fomenko a successor to Euler, inferior to GAGUT, 3 places below where GAGUT was placed. Can you see that?
Yes.
Again, this is part of the company that Professor Oyibo keeps.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to NR or week 24, you'll see the name David Hilbert. You see that there? David Hilbert, Knowledge and Mathematical Thinking?
Yep.
Okay. Who is Professor Hilbert, you ask? Well, let's take a look. Can you see Professor Hilbert's page in front of you?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Professor David Hilbert, born on January 23rd, 1862, transforming on in February 14th, 1943, was a German mathematician and one of the most influential and universal mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Hilbert discovered and developed a broad range of fundamental ideas in many areas, including invariant theory, the calculus of variations, commutative algebra, algebraic number theory, foundations of geometry, and so forth. What's important is if you look at the right side of the page where his picture is, if you scroll down in that column where that picture is, you will see where it states what was the institution he's associated with. You see the university that he's associated with that popped up?
Okay, yeah. The University of...
Göttingen University. That's the university right there. Okay?
Yeah.
He was not only associated with that university, he was the head of the mathematics department at Göttingen. But even more than that, he succeeded, or he came after Gauss heading the mathematics department at Göttingen. Gauss headed the mathematics department in the early 1800s, up until about 1855 or so. Hilbert oversaw the head of the mathematics department during the turn of the century, from the 19th century to the 20th century, and so forth on that point. What's understood, must be understood here, is that Hilbert is a successor to Gauss. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you scroll down further, you'll see something else that's also very important. You see in the list in the right side of the page where it says doctoral students.
Yes. Okay.
Doctoral students are very important to understand because, as you know, mathematics is a subject most people find very difficult because mathematics really deals with the concept of truth.
Yes.
One thing that's important to understand is that even when you have an affinity for mathematics, it is still very difficult to be able to come up or to be able to get a PhD, which is the highest degree you can get in such a field. You understand?
Yes, I do.
And even if you do manage to get a PhD, there's no guarantee you will be a star in the field of mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Hilbert, on the other hand, has the distinction of having 69 PhDs or PhD or doctoral students under him. And all or most of them were stars in the field of mathematics. As you can see here, the list of the students all have hyperlinks, which means they have their own separate Wikipedia pages.
Mm.
That is very important for us to understand here. There are 69 PhDs under him in mathematics, and all of them, if not most of them, were stars in the field of mathematics.
John,
very few people that, yes.
Can I ask you a question then? Because as you lay out who these people are, these are the top minds in the mathematical world during their time, which is the 17th and 18th century.
Well, these are late 1800s to early 1900s or 20th century.
But these are the top mathematical minds in the world, which is what propelled England and Europe into the Industrial Revolution. Am I correct? I'm just making a comment.
No, it's all connected. You have that's pretty much what you're getting across. That is,
and these are still considered the top mathematical minds in the world. These people that you are talking
with that, we're going to be dealing with that just very shortly in terms of the impact of that in terms of GAGUT, just in a second.
Okay. Okay.
So
but
in the case,
it's all right if it's all right if I interrupt you every now and then and ask you a question, though, isn't it?
There's no problems.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
So what's important to understand is Hilbert comes from Göttingen University. He's a very special son of their university, in effect.
Okay.
He's considered to be the last of the great mathematicians. One of the most, as I stated here, one of the most influential mathematicians of the 19th and 20th centuries. He's also considered, he's also not considered, but he's recognized as a successor to Gauss from Göttingen, as he headed the mathematics department after Gauss had. And he has 69 PhD students or doctoral students under him who all became stars in the field of mathematics. All those points could have made Gauss, the Gauss Year 2005 celebration at Göttingen rank Hilbert as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. Göttingen, very painfully, had to rank the work of Hilbert, their own son from Göttingen, inferior to GAGUT. That's why you see it's placed 2 places below as opposed to week 26. Can you see that?
Yes, maybe you should explain week 26 and why week 26 is the pivotal spot, the #1 spot for the listing of the greatest minds?
Now, we'll do that in very soon. I was just getting to that. Thank you, sir. It's important, as you said, to understand why is Göttingen selecting the work of Professor Oyibo as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. It comes from the understanding of many things that must be digested here. Week 26, the reason why that is specifically special, especially understood as the #1 position, comes from an aspect that is very important for those who have studied mathematics, even if you hadn't, to learn about here. Gauss is known for many fields of research that he's done, or things that he's done that are in many fields of mathematics. One such field, although it's not his most important, it is for this ranking, which is very important, which is the study of statistics. In the branch of statistics, which comes from mathematics, there's a special curve, which is referred to in statistics, known as the Gaussian distribution curve, or the bell curve. To give you an example of it, let me just get an image of it so you can see what I'm talking about. Do you see these curves here in front of you on the screen?
Yes, I do.
These are bell curves, or what's called Gaussian distribution curves. I don't know why it's... Let me get a better picture, because it's... I mean, can you see it clearly, or it's not fuzzy?
It is a little fuzzy.
Yeah, I don't know why it is. That's... Oh, wait a minute. Can you see it now?
Yeah, a little better. Yes, go ahead.
So fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you see the blue curve, or even the red curve?
Yes.
Okay. This is what we mean by the Gaussian distribution in terms of...
Oh, it's good now. Good.
It looks like a bell. But what's important to understand is this peak, or the top point in this curve, or even if you take the red curve, this curve point here. The Gaussian distribution is a curve that is spread out. Usually, when you take the horizontal axis here, it has certain data ranked upon it. And usually, the middle point of the data, or what's known in mathematics as the median point, the midpoint, you reach the highest point corresponding in the curve. You understand? Right. Okay. When you take the Gauss year 2005 celebration, you have the celebration which is 52 weeks long. Do you remember I was going over how a year is 52 weeks?
Correct.
Okay. To get the median point, or the middle point for the 52 weeks per year, you have to take 52, which is the number of weeks, and divide it by 2, which is basically getting the half point. 52 divided by 2 is 26.
Yes.
That's what makes 26 the median point. When you correspond 26 on this curve, on the data point, you will get this peak, or the top here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. That is where GAGUT is placed. Now, in mathematics, although I can't draw it here, if you were to able to draw a line that's perpendicular, meaning at a 90-degree angle, the horizontal axis, that's what's called an altitude. An altitude can also be considered an axis of symmetry, since we're at the middle point, the median point, where everything is symmetrical on each side compared to the other side. You understand that?
Correct.
Okay. The axis of symmetry explains here is that every other ranking, for example, week 23 and week 25, they'll be matched. They'll be paired together. Week 22 will be paired to week 26 and so forth. But all those works will be beneath and below GAGUT. And more importantly, GAGUT has no match. There's no equal, no peer. Can you understand that?
John, let me ask you a question here, because a lot of people will look at this and they may not think that Professor Oyibo, his being placed #1 is that important. I mean, they would, but when you consider that this is Göttingen, one of the leading universities in the world, they are celebrating Gauss, who they considered to be the greatest mathematician of all times, would not have chose any mathematician to be in that list of great works to celebrate their greatest mathematician. There would be no mistake. There would be nothing that they would have chosen, or nobody they would have chosen, unless they were thoroughly sure that that work was
that's
exactly
correct.
what they're saying it is. So for this to have happened eliminates all of those people who want to say Professor Oyibo has not produced the greatest work in his equation for the unified field theory, because this university wouldn't make no mistake like that. They would not have his book rated #1 to celebrate their greatest mathematician of all times. This could not be a mistake. This is the underpinning of the best thinkers in the world, really. So this eliminates all of those people who want to come and have a negative response to Professor Oyibo's work. These are the greatest minds in the world, have chosen his work as the #1 work in the world. I just wanted to put that out there because I hear so many people talking about, well, that don't mean that much. No, that means everything.
Yes, and we're going to prove that, because now that you understand GAGUT is the #1 work because it's at the very top of the peak of the curve, and you have to understand, like I said, there's no peer, and the only entity that can go higher or be higher than the work of GAGUT is the Almighty God. Everything else is below GAGUT, as you see from the curve. So now comes the matter of now proving that. I've said it, but now let's prove why that's the case, why GAGUT is the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. And it comes from the understanding that GAGUT brings about. First of all, GAGUT is the acronym for God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Okay. GAGUT is defined the subject of mathematics. This is GAGUT's definition of mathematics. This is something even Jim Crow had not really properly explained, but GAGUT has defined mathematics to be the study of theorems. A theorem is a statement of infallible truth, like 2 + 1 = 3. 2 + 1 = 3 is a theorem because you can prove it. You take one hand, you can't put up 2 fingers. You take up the other hand, you put up 1 finger. The operation of addition recognizes you count the sets of numbers together. So if you have 2 fingers in one hand, 1 finger in the other, and you add the fingers together, you have 3. That's infallible. It cannot change. It doesn't matter where in space you are, what country, where you are, even if you're on another planet or another solar system or universe. I mean, another part of the universe. You can't have that theorem change. It doesn't change even in time either. The past, it is true. The present, it is true. The future will be true as well. So that's a theorem. Theorem supersedes experiment, where if you have experiment, you're only dealing with experiment when you don't have a theorem. And any experiment that does something where you get if you do an experiment and say 2 + 1 isn't = 3, then you have done that experiment incorrectly. But there's no reason for an experiment when you have a theorem. A theorem is infallible. So mathematics is the study of theorems or infallible truth. That's what GAGUT has defined mathematics to be. The next point that must be understood is the following. Once you recognize GAGUT is, or defines mathematics to be the study of theorems, then the next step is now going into the acronym itself of God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. All the words of that acronym are important, but the last 2 words for this proof are very important, which is unified theorem. Unified theorem means that you contain all theorems. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have two statements now. We have the statement, first statement, which is GAGUT has defined mathematics to be the study of theorems. The second statement is God has also said through the definition of GAGUT, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, that GAGUT contains all theorems because it's a unified theorem, meaning all theorems are embedded in it. We're going to now take those two statements to now deduce logically that because GAGUT has defined mathematics to be the study of theorems, and because GAGUT from its own definition contains all theorems, we now can infallibly deduce and conclude that GAGUT contains all of mathematics.
I follow you. All of mathematics.
Exactly. So this is now the infallible proof of why GAGUT was selected to be the #1 work above all the other works in this celebration. When you recognize GAGUT contains all mathematics, that means the works of Atiyah and the other field medalists in week 19 are all reproducible out of GAGUT, since GAGUT contains all mathematics. The works of Fomenko at week 23 are all reproducible from GAGUT. The works of Hilbert at week 24 are all reproducible from GAGUT. It means also the works of Newton are reproducible from GAGUT. The works of Euler are reproducible from GAGUT. The works of Riemann, who we'll be getting into later, are all reproducible from GAGUT. He also comes from Göttingen, Bernhard Riemann, professor there, but we'll get into him later. And even the work of Gauss, who this celebration was dedicated towards, are all reproducible out of GAGUT. This is what forced the Germans, who before GAGUT did not want to see themselves equal to anyone, forced them to recognize the work of a black man, a Gagutian, the proper name for Africa, who Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, with an African surname or Gagutian surname or last name. This is what propelled them to put that same black man as #1 at the very top of the list in the celebration. They have also done something else which you must understand and recognize. The Germans, by declaring at Göttingen University, by declaring Professor Oyibo as the #1 or the greatest mathematician of all, being blessed with the greatest mathematical work of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future infallibly. They have now handed the baton over from Gauss, who before GAGUT, before 1990, when GAGUT officially came out, Gauss was considered to be the greatest mathematician. After 1990, and especially after this 2005 celebration, the Göttingen University, by giving and putting Professor Oyibo as the #1 work to honor Gauss, because GAGUT contains all mathematics, they have taken that baton from Gauss and have given it to Professor Oyibo and officially declared Professor Oyibo as being the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future infallibly. What this also must be understood by is when I say past, present, and future infallibly, it means since GAGUT contains all mathematics, it means any past mathematical formula or work, like when you talk about quadratic formula in algebra and things like that, when you talk about all kinds of kinematics and things, all those types of other equations, Newton's law of gravitation, any past mathematical work, Einstein's relativity, all of them are embedded in GAGUT and reproducible from GAGUT. Any current day present mathematical works are also embedded and can be reproducible out of GAGUT. It also means, and this is the part that our people are going to have to take a while to really digest, any future mathematical work is also reproducible and contained within GAGUT. That means if we fast forward to the year 2071 AD, if someone then tries to come up and claim they've come up with something new in mathematics, it is already contained within GAGUT.
John, I have to say this to you because I had the blessing and the honor to travel with Professor Oyibo throughout Nigeria. When he was invited there for peer review, and mathematicians from all over the world were invited there to challenge him. And there were 17 lectures. I think we traveled to 9 different universities, zonal universities, where the challenges were performed. And each university did 3 days. They had one day in which Professor Oyibo would give the lecture, and then the next day they had what they call professional review, and he would be challenged. So there were mathematicians from all over Nigeria, university heads. I mean, there were just people from all over the world who came to challenge him. But when the dust settled, only Professor Oyibo was standing. But even listening at all of those challenges and professors' presentation, this today is starting out, and I'm getting a deeper understanding in what that was really all about. Because as you talk about Gauss University, Gotten University, choosing Professor Oyibo's work as the #1 work to celebrate Carl Friedrich Gauss, it really just sinks in so much more the way you have went over this and explained this. And Black people should really, and I'm saying because I just finished looking at research how AIDS was created and how it was created to really destroy Black people, and how in South Africa was one of the places that they were injecting Africans to kill off the Africans in South Africa, but all over Africa, they were injecting AIDS, and there have been other attempts and of germ warfare to eliminate the Black mind. And I'm saying this because the Black people really only understand who they have in their midst with Professor Oyibo, and know that the same genes in Professor Oyibo are the same genes that all Black people carry. There isn't but one blood. The Creator made one blood out of which all of that blood flows through all of our veins, so that we will now get an entirely different understanding, because we're coming into a time of humanity which we need to look to our best minds. And Professor Oyibo really definitely is the best mind that we have on. Really need to look towards what is coming out of his understanding of the universe, and how God is speaking through him, because we're all gods having a human experience. But some of us are much deeper in the understanding of that oneness with God. And this is what our ancestors understood and left for us in terms of how they built the pyramids. And, you know, we can get into all these things through the work of Professor Oyibo, how those pyramids was built, and just so much more, that we don't have to be afraid, and we don't have to be destabilized now and thinking that this coronavirus is going to take us out. Once we begin to listen and understand from the insight of a man like Professor Oyibo, is what is life, and what is the purpose of life, and what we call heaven, and what we call death, and all of these things. Look, I'm going to give it back to you, John, but I just wanted to throw that in there because there's just so much here. This is life, to understand what the Creator has given us and how we should now be opening up our hearts, our minds, and our pocketbooks to make sure that our universities are open and bring Professor Oyibo in however we decide to do it so that he can teach our young people and we can go forward. And we can't lose. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be stressed out. We can't lose unless we choose to. Go ahead.
We've won the ultimate war, as you just recognized, and that's what you have to understand. GAGUT has done that. When the Göttingen Yasha 2005 celebration selected GAGUT as the #1 work to honor Gauss, they have handed the baton over from mathematical excellence from Gauss and have given it to Professor Oyibo. They have officially declared Professor Oyibo as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed. This is how Göttingen, which is representing the entirety of Europe, because the Germans are the highest level in the European system, or the ethnicity of Europeans. That's where you have to understand, by them declaring this, they have handed the baton over to Professor Oyibo. They have surrendered, in effect, to the Black people by them recognizing Professor Oyibo as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed. This is how GAGUT has won the ultimate war for Black people without a single drop of blood being shed.
Thank you. Thank you.
The ultimate war is fought on intelligence. God has blessed Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence. The purpose of war is to prove who is the most intelligent. By blessing Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence, God has now won the war for the Black people through Professor Oyibo.
Yes, sir.
As powerful as Göttingen is on its own, it is very powerful on its own, it is complemented by other surrenders around the world. And that brings us to the east of Europe, which is Asia. Can you see the page in front of you?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay. This is the gauge conditions for a Abelian-Chern-Simon system consistent with equations of motion. What you're seeing here is an abstract for a mathematical physics research paper from a top 19 university in India. India being a very populous country in Asia, being over 1 billion people. As you can see the names here, you see at least 4 names here. This name here is the most important of the 4, which is the third name, Krishnendu Dasgupta. But first, let's show that this is a research paper coming from the Department of Physics, Jamia Millia Islamia in New Delhi, India. So now the question is, okay, why did I focus on the mathematical physicist Krishnendu Dasgupta? Well, then it now you have to understand the importance of why this name is being focused on. Professor Krishnendu Dasgupta is a mathematical physicist expert. He has done a lot of research and work in that field. And most importantly, he comes from this university, which is a top 19 school in India called Jamia Millia Islamia. Dasgupta also comes from a caste system country that, like Jim Crow here in America, classifies Black people due to skin color. He also comes from a very heavily Islamic influence or Islamically influenced area in India as well, as you can tell from the university name, Jamia Millia Islamia. Jamia Millia Islamia was a university that was funded in part by the King of Saudi Arabia upon its creation initially in the 1920s. So what you have to understand is that the school is heavily connected to Islamic religion and so forth. And the area that it's in is a very heavily Islamic influenced area.
Okay.
Dasgupta also comes before GAGUT from a mind state that most Indians, because they're slightly treated by Jim Crow better than Black people, they have this mentality before GAGUT of thinking of themselves, even if the Indian is of a darker skin color. Well, first, let me go into the caste system in terms of when you get in the caste system, you have the so-called Aryan or the so-called light-skinned Indians at the very top. And as you get into lower levels, you have darker shades of Black or darker shades of Indian people in those ones. When you reach the actual Dalits or untouchables, which are the black people in India, they're at the very bottom of that so-called caste system. Also, as I was going over before, because the Indians are slightly tolerated better than black people in Jim Crow system here, Indians have thought of themselves, even if they are of a darker skin color than a black person, they will still think of themselves as being better prior to GAGUT. This is the background Dasgupta comes from. When Dasgupta had heard about GAGUT and the discovery coming from a black man, Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, he was compelled to write this university a letter after hearing upon that. And the letter, it's very important for us to understand the significance of this letter. Can you see it on your page?
Yep, I got it.
Praise God. Krishnendu Dasgupta wrote this about 13 years ago, almost 13 years ago, on Wednesday, July 25th, 2007, at 9:24 a.m. He sent it to Professor Oyibo's email, and its subject title, which is very important for us all to understand, is God's Mission and Dasgupta. This title is very important for everyone to understand because Dasgupta is in effect testifying and swearing, in effect, to what he's about to articulate here. That he's basically telling everyone this is the truth that he's swearing upon hearing about GAGUT. And the letter reads as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I heard that you have been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I'd like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendu Dasgupta. Minister Brown.
John?
Yes.
If I may ask you this question. When he says that you are closer to God than I am or all of us are, how can you explain that so that everybody can understand what he is saying? You are more closer. This relates really to all black folk.
Yes, I was just doing that, sir.
Can you explain that deeper?
Yes. What is important to understand, first of all, here is that statement is a destruction of the caste system once and for all. The caste system is dead because you cannot have a black person like Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo being declared, who in the so-called caste system would have been viewed as a Dalit or an untouchable, now being declared as having the all of mathematics, or being declared, as Professor Dasgupta stated, being more close to God than any of us. You can't be supposedly at the bottom and then being at the direct top above all others, because the only entity that can go that is higher than being more close to God, like Professor Oyibo, is God, God's self. So what you have to understand is in that statement declares the outright end, once and for all, to the caste system. But getting to the point you're addressing is why it's the Professor Dasgupta declared Professor more close to any of us is due to GAGUT. GAGUT is, it was went over before, is God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, containing all infallible truths and all infallible solutions to all problems within it. An entity blessed with such a formula has the solution to every problem. This is what forced Dasgupta to recognize a black man as being more close to God than any of us. The other thing that you must understand upon him making that announcement is the area where he was in, or where he was in India. Many of our people don't know about this, but we go over it all the time in terms of the heavily Islamic part of India is not someplace that you can treat as a triviality, because many people have spoken or said things in that area that if there was not an infallible truth, they could be actually in the process of losing their life. An example of this is a man by the name of Salman Rushdie. Salman Rushdie is an Indian author who at one time resided in one of these similar areas in India that was heavily Islamic. In the late 80s, around 1988, Salman Rushdie wrote a work called The Satanic Verses. The Satanic Verses...
Right, I remember that.
Yes. The Satanic Verses was a fictional account on Muhammad, but it was considered to be such an objector, an affront to Islam, and very disrespectful to the followers of Islam. The year preceding, coming after that, 1989, the Ayatollah of Iran at that time ordered the followers of Islam to assassinate Rushdie for that work. Rushdie would have been assassinated had it not been for the intervention of the English in getting him out of India and getting him into the UK.
Yes, I remember that.
Yes. Dasgupta articulating a black man who the caste system viewed before GAGUT as a so-called Dalit as being more close to God than any of us.
Right.
He did that in a similar Islamic-controlled area in India. If he were articulating an infallible, he wasn't articulating an infallible truth and something that could be challenged, they could have ordered a fatwa or an assassination on Dasgupta for that statement. However, as of this date of May 24th,
you're breaking.
What?
You're breaking up, John.
I'm sorry.
You're breaking up. We're losing.
What I was saying was they could have issued a fatwa against Dasgupta if he were articulating something that they could challenge. However, because Dasgupta articulated an infallible truth by declaring Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us, that is why, as of this date of May 24th, 2020, Dasgupta is alive and well. No fatwa has been declared on him since his announcement of this in 2007. And that is the power of infallible truth. When you speak infallible truth, nothing can touch you. Nothing can challenge you, as Dasgupta demonstrated. It is also important for us who are members of our people who are followers of Islam to understand this, because when Dasgupta declared Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us, he wasn't saying Professor Oyibo, because you have to understand in Islam, or in the Muslim religion, you have people having more reverence towards Muhammad, even more than Allah. In other words, Muhammad becomes even more revered or venerated than even Allah in Islam. So when Dasgupta declared Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us, he wasn't saying Professor Oyibo is a prophet like Muhammad, approaching Muhammad. He said Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, which means Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad.
I understand you.
The situation is also analogous to Christianity. In Christianity, there's more veneration of Jesus Christ than there is God. When Professor Dasgupta, if you were a Christian, when he declared Professor Oyibo as being more close to God than any of us, he did not say Professor Oyibo is a Messiah like Jesus or approaching Jesus. He said Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us. That means Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. Now, before you lynch mobs to get me for that statement or declare me a blasphemer, you must understand what I said is infallibly true, and I can prove it. The basis for why Dasgupta declared Professor Oyibo is more close to God is due to the GAGUT formula of Gij, comma j equals 0, also complemented with eta sub n as well. Nowhere in the Old or New Testament for Jesus or in the Quran for Muhammad has there been anywhere, and I challenge anyone to challenge me on this point, where they can attest to where in either one of those holy books where it said that Jesus had any mathematical rigorous proving of any formula or theorems attributed to him, and the same for Muhammad. Nowhere is there proven that he had any mathematical formulas or theorems attributed to Muhammad either. I challenge you, do you know of anywhere in the Old or New Testament where it specifically presented a mathematical theorem that was associated with Jesus Christ?
Nope.
Any mathematical ability at all?
Nope.
The same thing with Muhammad. Is there anywhere in the Quran where it proves or shows that Muhammad was proving and infallibly theorems in mathematics?
Not that I know of.
That's precisely the point. And you must understand, mathematics has been defined by GAGUT as the language of God, because mathematics, as we defined it previously in the Göttingen piece, is the study of theorems or infallible truth. And God only speaks in infallible truths. So the language of God is mathematics.
That is correct.
Neither Jesus nor Muhammad has any mathematical ability, even recognized in their own holy books, shows how Professor Oyibo, being blessed with the totality of all mathematics, which is the language God speaks, that God has blessed Professor Oyibo to be more close to God than any of us. That's the infallible proof of it.
See, what I would like to say to our people, you have to put on your mind. And when I say you have to put on your mind, you got to think. You have to think for yourself. This is a time, and the only way we're going to survive this time right now is that we think. We have to use our intelligence so that we can get out of the slavery of the mind, the chains we're taking from our feet and put on our minds. But this infallible truth, GAGUT, takes the chains off of our minds. And when Professor Oyibo comes on, he gives you an understanding of how the universe operates. And through that understanding, you'll be able to see very clearly how you and the universe are really one and the same. But it is degrees, you know, hot and cold on the same pendulum. It just depends on where you are relative to zero, which is the center and the balance of all things. So I want you to pay particular attention. Professor Oyibo is coming up soon. And you're going to learn something that is really going to set our minds free. And, you know, I was a Christian minister for years and years and years. For over 20 years, I preached. So I believed deeply. I believed every word of the Bible because I believed it was the word of the Bible. I mean, the word of God. But now that I've come to understand how Christianity comes about and how all religions come about, it gave me a different freedom so that I can find the truth for all times, for now and for any time in the future, and the truth that is going to set us free. So, John, I just wanted to throw that in. Every now and then something pops up in my mind and I just got to throw it in.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Minister Brown. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Keep going, please.
So this is, again, that Sculptor representing the Asia and as a whole, by him declaring Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, because Black people share the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo. That means the Black race is more close to God than any other race. And in mathematics, what we call that is a diametrically opposed position. In other words, that's 180 degrees different from what we were before. Before the point of GAGUT, we were supposed to be the bottom, the so-called Dalit, untouchables in their system. Now, after GAGUT, we are now at the very top, because you can't get higher than being, as Professor Oyibo's case, of being more close to God than any of us. The only entity that's higher than that is the Almighty God. So you have to understand, this is what we call a diametrically opposed position. You've done a complete 180 from where you originally were. That's what has to be understood here.
Yes.
Then you have two surrenders now. You have Göttingen representing Europe. You have Jamia Millia Zamia and Professor Dasgupta representing Asia. Also, People's Daily China also recognizes surrender as well. But now let's take a look at what's happening here in America, the official position of what's going on here in America. That now brings us to the GAGUT Yale study. Just a second.
Okay.
GAGUT has been around for 30 years, since 1990. It has forced the world to recognize the reality of the Black people in several areas, as we've just gone over in Göttingen University and in Jamia Millia Islamia University with Professor Dasgupta. Now let's take a look at what's going on right here in the US. When GAGUT came out in 1990 by Professor Oyibo, God blessing Professor Oyibo with that formula and with the totality of all intelligence represented by atheists of infinity, as we went over in the beginning, it now forced the chain of events in terms of here, right here in America, that things had to be revised for the Black people. One of the horrors that Black people have had to suffer, specifically in America, but in other places, but specifically here in America, is the fraud of Jim Crow's 3/5 labeling. The 3/5 labeling that Jim Crow has put on and permeated every aspect of Black people in this country has caused all kinds of unnecessary suffering and death unnecessarily for Black people. That was ended in 1990 when God blessed Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence. But in the process, that same discovery ended the 3/5 treatment of the Black people here in America. How did it do that? In 1997, the then president of this country, President Bill Clinton, was ordered by GAGUT to revise the IQ scores of the Black people here in America. They recognized that because God had blessed Professor Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence, meaning his intelligence quotient is infinity, that means the Black people here can no longer be viewed as the so-called least intelligent race. You can't be the least intelligent people and have a member of that people as being blessed with the totality of all intelligence. You understand that?
Repeat it.
You cannot be the race that is supposed to be the least intelligent and yet have a member within that race being blessed with the totality of all intelligence through eta sub infinity.
Yes, sir.
That demanded a revision of the IQ scores. What the page you see in front of you is the process of how that IQ score for the Black people was revised. In 1997, Clinton ordered, then President Bill Clinton ordered, the actual scientists to revise the IQ scores in the laboratories using eta sub n, the formula for intelligence coming from GAGUT. This is a publication coming from the Gene Journal, which is an international journal on genomes, published by Elsevier, and this is in 1997. The title of this particular research is Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Human Populations. First of all, you have to take a look at the names and below that title. And if it's not clear, I'll break it down for you. None of those names are our brothers or sisters on that list. They're all non-Blacks. The best example of this is here on the left, which is signified by the initials of Kenneth K. Kidd with the initials K, K, and K. That tells you who's doing this research. It's not Black people, it's Jim Crow. Why is that important? And before I continue, you can see the universities associated with. Kenneth K. Kidd, if you look at the superscript B after the Kidd, on the legend below, it corresponds to the name, or the university, I should say, Yale University, School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 0. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. Let me get back. There's a slight cursor problem. Sorry about that. 06510 in the United States of America. That's where you can see the Yale connection. Kenneth K. Kidd spearheaded this research. The other universities that you see listed here are universities in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, Rome, Italy, and 2 other American universities in Pennsylvania State University and Louisiana State University. None of those schools are HBCUs. They're not black colleges. They are Jim Crow universities. That's the first thing. This is not some brothers and sisters coming together to HBCUs to do some feel-good research. This is a research being conducted by Jim Crow. Let us go down to the abstract so we can understand the significant aspect of this particular document. If you go to the abstract here, which I've just enlarged, let us go to the 4th lines, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. We go here. We start at the first official starting sentence here. It says, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. Let's break that down. There's a lot of words that are a little big or maybe not be properly defined that we have to define so we can understand what that sentence means. Let us start off with the term European bias. European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. In other words, the European bias had to be removed from this experiment. The European bias is a synonym for Jim Crow, or in other words, a synonym for 3/5. Can you all see that?
Yep.
They're saying that the 3/5 factor had to be removed in order to ascertain or to get any correct result in this experiment in terms of the intelligence. The second term is the term polymorphism. What does that mean? Polymorphism is a representation of the ability to map several points in space onto one point in another space. For example, our eyes do that when we look at something. We're mapping several points in space onto just one point in space in our head, our brains. Animals that have polymorphisms, all of them have it, but certain animals have more polymorphisms than others. A dog, a squirrel, a turtle, a falcon, all of them have a number of polymorphisms, but they're less than a human. You understand that so far?
Yes, but let me
I just want you to understand this point. I'm going to get to the point that I know you're going to be addressing, which is the issue of how that connects to us as humans.
No, I was trying to clarify the polymorphisms. Now, if I took a camera and different cameras have different megapixels. In other words, they can take wider shots, they can take smaller shots, and because of the megapixels, the image inside of them can be clearer and much clearer, depending on the number of megapixels the camera is capable of producing. So are you saying something similar to that our ability to look at, well, let me put it this way, because I did do an interview with Professor K.K. Kidd, who headed up this research that you're talking about. And he explained to me when I asked him why Black people had more polymorphisms than everybody else. And he said that if you had 2 dice and you threw them, the maximum number, once you added them up, you could get would be 12, 6 and 6. But if you had 3 dice, you will get more than 12, you can get 18. And he then, asked him to break that down, and he said, well, if you have 2 piles of sand and one pile is bigger than the other pile, you have more grains of sand in the bigger pile, so that you will get more in that larger pile than you will a smaller pile. And he said, for an example, Africans have all of human makeup, all of human genes. But as you get further away from Africa in terms of time and mutation, those people have less of the genetic stuff that the original people had. So can you kind of expand on that or make that even clearer? Did I interpret that right?
The polymorphisms are a measure of intelligence because the more you can see, or the more you can map the points I'm talking about onto one spot or one point, the more intelligent you are. But the important thing to understand is the more polymorphisms an animal has, and the more ability it has to mapping of several points, or seeing more and mapping it into one point, the more intelligent that creature is. When you get into the primates, you have animals that have more polymorphisms than, say, a dog or a turtle or a squirrel, but they're still not as high as a human. In other words, an ape or gorilla or a chimpanzee, they have higher numbers than, say, a dog, a squirrel, a turtle, something like that, but they're still not as high as a human. When you get into humans, and this is where the sixth line gets into, which is 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, where 15 sites are found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. What this basically means is, to test the point you were talking about in terms of the polymorphisms, a measure of being able to map reality or space point that you see in space into one space point in your own brain. So among humans, there are 15 that are a base number. It doesn't matter if you're black or non-black, you have 15 as a base number. But what they determined is, as you read here in the sixth line here, it says 15 polymorphisms were shared amongst most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans. There are 13 of those polymorphisms which are endemic or only for black people. So you add that 13 to the 15, which is the base number. 15 plus 13 is 28. That's how you get the N for black people of 28. For your non-blacks, which are whites, Asians, Jewish, and Arab peoples, you have the 15 base number polymorphisms, and it states that there are 4 polymorphisms which are endemic to non-Africans. 15 plus 4 is 19. You have a ratio of intelligence or polymorphism count of the black people having 28 and the non-blacks having 19. That ratio of 28 to 19 can be rewritten as a fraction of 28 over 19. Now, 28 over 19 in mathematics is what's called a improper fraction, where the upper number or the numerator is higher than the denominator or the bottom number. So that mixed fraction, not mixed fraction, excuse me, improper fraction, now it has to be simplified to make it a little easier to understand what that means for us. 28 to 19, however, are numbers that don't share a common factor that can be broken down any further. So we're going to, for practical purposes of making it simpler, we're going to change the fraction a little bit, but approximately to something that will help us make it easier to understand. This nature of Jim Crow underestimates the black people often. Even Professor Kenneth K. Kidd did some of that when he was talking to you. It's an underestimation where even when a black person does something, they constantly try to undermine it or make it look less than it actually was. A perfect example of that is the 3/5 labeling of black people in itself. So when you, and 3/5 in a sec, if you take, if you have a number 1, 3 over 5 is 0.6, which is 6/10 in reality. So what you have to understand is that's an underestimation. So when Jim Crow declared that black people have 28 in this research, 15 plus the 13, polymorphisms, which is 28 altogether, it is much more higher than that, 18, and because that they underestimate the 28. They do the exact opposite for themselves. They overestimate themselves. Whenever they declare something about themselves, I'm talking about non-blacks, they always make it look better than it actually is, or bigger. Where they say they have 19, it is less than 19 in reality. So the 28 over 19 fraction is now going to be replaced with a 28 plus over a 19 minus.
Right.
28 plus means that it could be 28, but it could be higher than 28. And minus means it could be 19, but it could also be less than 19.
Right.
For simplification purposes, we're going to look for numbers that are non-prime, prime numbers being numbers that can only be created by themselves, multiplying by themselves and the number 1. It has no other factors that can get that. So let's round up 28 to the next whole number. The next whole number from 28 is 29. But 29 happens to be a prime number. 29 can only be produced by multiplying 1 by 29. So then let's go to the next number above that, 30. 30 is a non-prime number. It can be created by 1 times 30. It can also be created by the number 3 times 10 or 5 times 6. That makes it non-prime. Round up 28 plus to 30. We're going to round 19 minus down to the next non-prime number. The next non-prime number below 19 is 18. 18 is created by multiplying 1 by 18, but also by 2 times 9, or 3 times 6. So the new fraction is approximate, not equal, but approximately. I'm talking about 28 plus over 19 minus is approximately 30 over 18. Can you understand that so far?
Yeah.
Okay. 30 over 18 is still an improper fraction, but the numerator, which is the upper number, and the denominator both now share a common factor. The greatest common factor between them is 6.
Is what?
6.
Okay.
30 and 18 both share a factor of, in other words, a number that can multiply by another number to produce it. 6 times 5 produces 30. 6 times 3 produces 18.
Okay, yes.
Okay. We're going to divide the 6 out of the numerator number and the denominator number. 30 divided by 6 is 5. 18 divided by 6 is 3. So the new fraction 3 over 18 can now be simplified to 5 over 3. 5 over 3 in mathematics is a reciprocal or an inversion of 3 over 5. An inversion in mathematics is very much like I was saying about the sculptor with the diametrically opposed. A complete change. We're no longer 3/5. We are now 5/3. This is now the official position of the United States government of the recognition that the IQ, which Jim Crow fraudulently labeled with 3/5 and a factor of Jim Crow factoring into that and putting those IQs in a very fraudulent state. The reality is that we are 5/3, and now that forces the world to recognize the black race as being the race that is the most intelligent, richest, and most invincible race. It's mathematical, it's scientific, and best of all, it's official. After 2,500 years of terrorism and fraud by Jim Crow, starting from when the Greeks and the Arabs invaded Kemet and GAGUT in the BC era, up until now, black people have now been able to get back to their true reality of being recognized as the race that is the most intelligent, richest, and most invincible race. This surrender here by the Yale study which is the official position of the United States government, now recognizes the black race to be the most intelligent. Das Gupta in Asia, representing the fact that Professor Oyibo is more close to God than any of us, is a recognition that God has forced the Indians, Asians as a whole, to recognize the black race as more close to God than any of us, by declaring Professor Oyibo more close to God than any of us.
That's true.
Has declared Professor Oyibo the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed due to the work of GAGUT, which contains all mathematics work. This is the surrender from the entire world that every black person must be aware of. And now that the black people are now hearing these surrenders, it's now, as you were saying earlier, the purpose of the black people now is to invest within GAGUT. GAGUT won the ultimate war for the entire black people. The black people must show their appreciation and their respect for God blessing us with such a victory by investing in the formula and the home for that formula, the OFAPID Institute of Technology, which gave them that victory. Every black person must be doing it now.
That is so true.
This is how we say praise God for the blessing God has given to us and to show our appreciation. The Jewish people, when they were given a very infinitesimal or very, 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 very small part of the GAGUT formula through relativity, they invested in relativity. That's what saved their people from being exterminated during the Second World War back in 1930. The Jewish people raised the tune of $6 million for relativity in the year 1930 when Einstein, leaving Europe because of the rise of the Holocaust and Nazis' beginnings in Europe, in Germany in particular. When he came into America in 1930, the Jewish people raised $6 million for relativity. They did this in the midst of a Great Depression because the stock market crash was in 1929, the year before 1930. They were able to raise these funds for relativity and created a home for the Jewish people to learn about relativity, known as the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. That university, which is still alive today, even after Einstein transformed on in 1955, the university is still there because it was not about Einstein. It was about investing, the Jewish people investing in relativity to make sure their people would be protected. They invested $6 million in 1930. Today, the endowment for IAS is $741 million.
Wow.
The Jewish people investing in relativity is what's protecting them from any type of attack from Jim Crow or any other non-Jewish people. Also how the Jewish people were able to get themselves out of the Holocaust, because it was relativity and investing in relativity that ultimately led to the Manhattan Project, a project where the Jewish people headed by Einstein and other Jewish scientists met up with WASP, the WASP president at the time, WASP meaning white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, which Jews are not WASP, even though they may say they're both white. Whites, Anglo-Saxon Protestants are the highest level in the European system. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president in 1939, was a WASP. Military commander at the time, Lieutenant General Leslie Groves, also a WASP. The military and the government partnered up with the Jewish scientists, led by Einstein, and also under Einstein was J. Robert Oppenheimer, who's under Einstein. Together, they created the atomic bomb from relativity, hardware from relativity in the Manhattan Project, which ended the Second World War. Once the war was over, the Jewish people were liberated out of the concentration camps and the gas chambers in Germany. And more importantly, their people were protected ever since then. They were able to get anything they wished. Once they came behind and invested in relativity, it wasn't too long before they got the state of Israel in 1948.
Right. Yes.
They had been trying for the longest time to get control over Palestine before relativity. In each one of those cases, they failed. Once they came behind relativity, they were able to not only get a homeland in 1948, they have now been able to celebrate 72 years of having their homeland in Israel as of this date of 2020. They also were able to get Federal Reserve because of their investing relativity. And most importantly, which is what you have to understand, no one attacks the Jewish community. You don't see police shooting Jewish people down in the streets or executing Jewish people. You don't see people attacking the Jewish community. And even if they do, there are serious repercussions if they do. All that is because of relativity. The Jewish people even announced this by erecting a gigantic monument of E equals MC squared in the capital of where their people were being persecuted during the Second World War, in Berlin, Germany. You've seen that statue or monument?
Yes, I have.
Yes. So you have to understand, Jewish people are given just a very, 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 very small part of what we've been blessed as black people. Because you have to understand, when you compare relativity, E equals MC squared, to Gij, comma J equals 0, it's like comparing a small subatomic part of a particle, like a quark or a lepton, in the case of relativity, to the infiniteness of space or the universe, which is what GAGUT has blessed us with.
Yes, absolutely.
And you see the rest of the world has surrendered. Göttingen has surrendered. That representing Jamia Millia Islamia in Asia has surrendered. Yale study, which is America, has surrendered. Why are black people still allowing themselves to be shot down in the streets? Why are they allowing Jim Crow to continue disrespecting them when we've won the ultimate war? That's what you have to ask. Everyone has to ask themselves, and now realize the only way you put it, as GAGUT has already done, you now have to now recognize GAGUT has already won that ultimate war by investing in the O'Fapin Institute of Technology.
That's correct.
They can call at 631-242-3069 to invest in the GAGUT formula and their own future and survival as black people. And they can go to our website to register to come to the GAGUT briefings at GAGUTOFAPIN.org. GAGUT, G-A-G-U-T, O as in Oscar, F as in Frank, A as in Apple, 2 P's like Peter Parker, I as in Idaho, T as in Thomas.org. The link at the very top of the page will allow them to invest and to register to come to briefing to learn how GAGUT protects you and saved your lives.
Correct.
So this is the God order that everyone's here must understand.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to be soon, we're going to be getting the people to understand the importance of the blessing of GAGUT and having the professor on. Is everyone ready for that?
Yes.
All right.
We're waiting.
Please hold. We're going to be connecting him very shortly.
All right.